I think that first drive was kind of twofold. For me, I didn't think our approach, in my opinion, was unengaged and a little bit lazy, right? It wasn't the right approach, even in pregame. So I felt that. So that was the first lesson. The second lesson is, I think the 2 games, what we've played here, we've seen how offenses see us, right? So lots of boots, lots of misdirection, outside runs more often than not, match protection passes, quick game. Teams don't want to lose first down because if they do lose first down, our rush kind of takes, it comes alive. So I think that game was an example of what is coming in the future. How teams see us, run game wise, pass game wise, winning first down with quick game boots. Outside runs more often than inside runs. So to me, it was a great lesson on both ends of when we play. It's a standard, and I want to see it all the time.
Broncos are lucky to have that guy. It's such a weird situation when you talk about dude who used to be the head coach, who had a unsuccessful run at being the head coach, only to come back as an assistant later and be one of the premier assistants inside that league. Everything he just said is as sharp as intuitive as a defensive coordinator is going to get about their own defense. It knows your weaknesses, it knows your strengths, and it knows what the other team is trying to do to combat it. The only way you can solve a problem is to identify it first and then create a game plan around it. And to be able to do this in preseason, and I don't think it's just preseason. I bet it was towards the end of last year. The Broncos were a top 3 defense in the league up until the last, I would say, handful of games, 6 games-ish. I hesitated to say the number after that because I did not want to see Nelly move his hands. So I just said 6. 6 to 8 games, how about? We'll skip the number in between. But I think a lot of that stemmed from a couple of different things. I think one was you got worn out. When you have to play at an elite level for 60 straight minutes for over 10 plus weeks, it puts a lot of stress on your team. That's one. 2, at some point, teams are going to figure you out. It does not matter how good of a player or team you are. Someone will create a game plan that is going to make it difficult on you. That's just sports. There have been elite pitchers in the MLB that for maybe a short amount of time have been tagged because they picked something up. They had a tell on you or something. Same thing with great hitters. Barry Bonds, believe it or not, would go through a slump. It happens. But bottom line is, if you're able to identify what's wrong like Vance Joseph did, then that's step one. And he is so correct about this. The strength of your team, and there's many of them, but the ultimate strength of your team is your pass rush. It has been for a number of years now. When you look at the way that it's how they were built, it's Zach Allen and Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper and previously JFM, but now you can mix in DJ Jones and Malcolm Roach and all these different guys in the defensive line. Hopefully what will be Jonah Ellis and Q Robinson. They are experts at making the opposing quarterback scared. And when you don't do well on first down against the Broncos defense, you give them essentially a green light to say it's time to eat. And so Vance Joseph, in saying that, knows if they're going to play quick game on you, if they're going to hit you for a quick screen that's going to get them 5-6 yards on first down, that's all they want, because they want to keep all of those pass rushers and everybody on that defensive line at least aware and thinking about, well, I can't just pin my ears back and go after the quarterback. What if they run some sort of delay? What if they hit us on a counter? What if they do this? What if they do that? But all of that is you have to keep the defense thinking. It's part of the thing that I think the Broncos offense has to do. The Broncos offense at times became entirely too predictable. You know, when they walk up to the line of scrimmage, you could say by down in distance, all right, they're probably going to do this here. It's the same thing. It's keeping your opponent on their toes and having them thinking that everything's a possibility. It's kind of the exact same thing I'm saying for the Broncos offense and how I want them to play this year. To put themselves in more manageable positions on third down. And if you do that, it'll cut the frequency of 3 and outs by a lot. No, it's just one of those things where you're looking for things to improve from last year. And it's hard to say, you know, the Broncos defense needed an area or multiple areas to improve. But I think you saw by the end of that season, I think you saw a little bit of an exposure of what teams found that can work. And a texter says, slants and crossers are the Broncos defense kryptonite, same as last year. I agree. The reason why I think has a lot to do with, the only reason I'm hesitating is kryptonite is I think a heavy word for it. It's something that would work with more consistency than really anything else last year against them. I mean, it's not exactly a kryptonite if your defense goes out and holds teams to, 17, 18 points a game. But it is something that I think is a flaw. And I think that flaw stems from a lot of those slants and crossers and things like that. I think bear a heavy responsibility on some linebackers. And linebackers may be the only spot, while those guys are good, you can't say have any elite all-pro level players. You look at every single other sort of position on that defense, it's like they're there. On the edge, you got Nick Bonito. On the interior, you have Zach Allen. On the outside, you have Pat Surtain. In the safety group, you have Hufanga. They have good linebackers, not all pro level. And if you're going to attack the Broncos defense, where are you going to do it? It ain't going at Surtain. You aren't going at Zach Allen. But I think it's very smart of Vance Joseph to be able to recognize these are what teams are trying to do, and this is how we're kind of being beat. Texas says, do you think the Broncos respond big time on Friday? It gets Minnesota again. Not that it counts, but it matters. I think collectively that they may crush the Vikings. I'd like to see it. I think that look. It's hard to know in a third preseason game because the ultimate goal of preseason game number 3 is just nobody gets hurt. Like, I'm somebody that if I were a head coach, I think what I would try and do, I would try and play, if I'm playing my starters, play them in the first couple of preseason games, and I don't think I'm playing anybody in the third one. I just think, you know what, we got our reps in. I am not risking any type of injury on any amount of plays the final week. But Sean Payton was so pissed after the game last week, he might. And if that's the case, I think you'll get a response because Sean Payton wasn't happy after last game. And the players shouldn't have been either. I mean, they got their butts kicked. We can say whatever we want. Like, the starting offense looked fine. Everybody else kind of got toasted.
Well, and VJ, who's pretty even keel, even said in that soundbite that we used to open the show that his players weren't focused from the warm-ups, and he elaborated on that more later in his presser.
I kind of felt it there, and you want your team to grow and kind of control that part, right? If you feel it as a coach in a regular season, you address that, but obviously in training camp, I want to see how they're going respond to, a long camp and, playing a better opponent, week 2. So disappointed in how we came out, obviously.
There's something else to that, because I was wondering this too. When you go through what is essentially an entire year of non-adversity, okay? The Broncos started the season last year. It's hard to remember this, but it's true. They started the year 1-2. If you guys remember, they played Tennessee in the opening game last week. They didn't look great, but they were playing against Cam Ward, rookie quarterback, in his first game. They win 20-12. The week after that was a tough game against Indianapolis. This is when Daniel Jones was, going crazy. This is in the middle of his, sort of comeback resurgence bid. So he threw for 300 yards on you, and Jonathan Taylor ran for 165. You lose to the Colts on a last-second field goal, 29-28, and you're now 1-1. The next week, you go out and play the Chargers, and you lose to the Chargers 23-20, because what ironically happened is these might be the only 2 games of the year that you lost the fourth quarter in. You're outscored 10-3 against the Chargers, and you're outscored 6-0 against the Colts in the fourth quarter. That was in weeks 2 and 3. But I wonder what happens this year, especially early, playing against better opponents. When you face adversity, how do you respond? And I don't mean, you could say adversity, and it is losing your starting quarterback heading into the AFC Championship game. But I'm talking about more of, you get punched in the mouth a couple of times. How do you respond to it? We talk about this with the way the Avs season ended. The Avs were the best team in the league from start to finish. Really didn't have a weakness from start to finish. Had a power play that wasn't great, that was straight up bad at times throughout the year. But it wasn't what affected them from a win-loss standpoint. President's Trophy winners, number 1, from October to all the way until that Western Conference final. They get hit with a little bit of adversity for the first time in a long time that year and didn't respond well to it. You just went through a season where you went 14-3 and you went 13-1. Well, actually 14-1 until the AFC Championship game. You didn't have to deal with a couple of weeks of disappointment outside the first, 3 of the year. How do you respond when things don't go your way? When some team just had your number? And I do think that's a big thing for them this year, given how the entire last season went. So, 303-504-0925. We're broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. So we have our keywords again today. It's all week, every hour, sometime between the 20-minute mark and 40-minute mark of the hour. If you text in that keyword, you have a chance to qualify for our rock, paper, scissors tournament, which is going to be Tuesday at Rooftop Social in Rhino. And the winner of that gets a trip to KC with flights, hotel, and tickets to the first game of the year, Denver and KC. So another keyword coming your way somewhere in the next 30 minutes. Stick around. All right, got that keyword coming sometime in the next 20 minutes. So open your ear holes. In the meantime, the Big Ten has already said, hey, anybody that wants to sign some player who comes from an NFL training camp, you're not allowed. That's the Big Ten stance. The SEC put out a statement a couple of days ago that said, we don't like this, but then took it the step further yesterday and said, all right, if you've played in the NFL, the NBA, the WNBA, whatever, if you have declared for the draft, if you have done this or that, there is no coming back. And part of me thinks, okay, I suppose it's a little bit different in baseball. The guy declares for the draft out of high school, and if he does that, he has the choice to go to college or to sign his pro contract. But if you do it in college, it's over. You are not allowed to play. So the interesting thing now becomes, does this open up an avenue for conferences like the Big 12 to go out and get players like this if the SEC and Big 10 are not allowing them? My assumption is going to be everybody's going to fall in line. That college athletics as a whole is going to be like, no, we can't do this. It's not good for anybody. You know, say whatever you want. A big reason why college athletics are popular is because a good college athlete eventually goes to the pros, and you have this sort of handshake, wink, wink deal between the two conferences. There's only one option in this discussion, and it's exactly what the Big Ten and the SEC have done, which is we are not going to allow this. And it's at some point, somebody's got to take a step and tamp down, we'll say, the nonsense that is going on in college sports right now. And what's funny is the NCAA is maybe the most toothless billionaire organization that exists out there. Like, when you think about how much money the NCAA is worth, how much money does the NCAA make a year? The answer that you get is 1.38 to 1.52 billion in revenue annually. And that's just the NCAA. When you include ticket sales and booster donations and conference TV deals and all that stuff that's directly managed by universities, you're talking about roughly $20 billion a year that exist in college sports in revenue. And to have something that is worth that much money in an overseeing sort of head of this that is completely and utterly useless, it's pretty crazy. The NCAA used to be sort of this all-powerful god within the college sports realm. Don't you dare trade a jersey for some free tattoos. If you do that, then we're going to bring the hammer. But they've always kind of looked the other way for the most part on some deep scandals that have very obvious evidence, but it would be bad for the sport if you went full bore into it. They used to punish individual players, or they used to punish, schools that were not part of the A-list. But I mean, for years, guys, we all knew it. I don't know how many big recruits in college that you've talked to before, like guys who played professionally, retired now, that would talk about, you should have seen what I was offered by Team X when I was in the recruiting process. And it could be anywhere from money to cars to houses to some of them were chicks. It's crazy what that sport used to be. Part of me is happier that this stuff is kind of all out in the open now, but it is now provided a side door into a whole bunch of nonsense that if we were going back 20, 30 years ago would never have happened. Now, Kreckman and Lindahl talked about this yesterday, about Daquan Wright, the dude out of the Browns camp that was cut and now wants to go back to college and go to LSU. Here's what they said.
Whether it's crap or not, whether it's some judge that's just in LSU's pocket or not, again, are you really hurting anybody with this whole thing? As long as the kid didn't go full Brendan Swordsby and bet on his own team or whatever. Right. Like, I understand having an issue. I had a huge issue with Brendan Swordsby.
Sure.
On this one, dude's looking at it going, I'm not going to make this NFL team.
No.
And they just had a ruling that said I can get a fifth year of eligibility. I would like to continue to play college football.
If I were the NFL and our college football, work it out to where if you decide this kid's not ready, we're sending you back down for more seasoning the way baseball and hockey does it.
You're a professional minor league. Just deal with it.
Yeah, you've made yourself that.
Yeah.
You made yourself that the minute you took millions and billions of dollars for your TV deal.
Exactly. Let's sell everything to the highest bidder, but then when this kid tries to go and continue to make a living as a football player, I'm sorry, that's just not
because
acceptable.
Remember, he didn't make any money to go to camp.
I think that there's a separation here. And I totally understand what Kreckman and Lindahl are saying. And to be totally fair, I think that it's a totally legitimate argument to make. This has been the process for, 60, 70, 80 years. More than that. You have this agreement. You are our minor league system. You benefit from it because the NFL and the scouting departments in the league and everybody else use you as a outsourcing tool to cultivate talent for us until they get to the show. And then we take over. The NCAA loves it because the popularity of the NFL breeds into college football, and then you're looking at college football players. I mean, how many times do we talk about, hey, ex-college football player is really good. Let's look at Mel Kiper's mock draft and see where he's going to go. All of this helps. They help each other. It's a mutually beneficial relationship with no money exchange between the two. To say that you can bring that guy back down and use it as your minor league system, I think is a legitimate argument. But here's the problem. When you're drawing the line between professionals, and we'll call them semi-professionals. They're not amateurs now, semi-pros. When you're drawing the line between that, it's always existed at least in a different ecosystem. And I think part of the problem here is, I lived in a college football starved town in that they had a college football team that was once really good that hasn't been good in a long time. And I remember with some changes within college football, a traditionally minded college football fan is very similar to a traditionally minded baseball fan, in which we don't want our sport to change. It's been this way my entire life. That's how I want it to stay. I know this. I like this. This is the product that I want. And as the times are changing, what you need to do more than anything else is change the minds of those people, which is going to be incredibly difficult. The guy from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, or the guy from Lincoln, Nebraska, or the guy from Columbus, Ohio, or Ann Arbor, Michigan, like in living in the state of Michigan for a year, they love all their professional sports teams. They love the Lions and Wings and Pistons and Tigers when they're good. But they really love college football too. They love the Wolverines. They love Sparty. They love the basketball teams in college too. And some of them, and this is where I think Michigan is a little bit different. Ohio's kind of the same way. Some of them will have the college team ranked above the professional teams as far as what they love the most. And when you have this type of mindset, It's very hard for people who feel like they have given and ceded ground over the last decade on, okay, I guess it's just you can transfer whenever you want to. Oh, I guess that kids can just make millions of dollars a year. But this, to a lot of them, feels like a step too far. But part of this, I think, goes back to the idea that what the NFL doesn't want. They don't want a fifth-round pick. Because here's what's different when they mention college they mention hockey and baseball. When you send somebody down to the minors in baseball, or somebody goes back to college after being drafted by a team in hockey, you retain the rights of those players. You still have them. And what the NFL is arguing is, we do this already. It's called practice squad. If they go back to college, they are not your property anymore. So let's say you take a fifth-round pick, and he's right there on the roster bubble. And it's a good example? A Justin Jolie here in Broncos camp. Fifth-round pick at a position that you were looking to upgrade. I don't know if he's going to make the team or not. Let's say that the Broncos decide on Sunday when it's cut-down day that Justin Jolie was just outside that roster bubble, and he's now going to be a practice squad member. But somebody from college says, I'll pay you $2 million to come down to, I don't know, you pick the team, Florida, and come play. Well, if he goes and does that, the Broncos no longer have the rights to Justin Jolie anymore, and that becomes the issue. And I don't think there's going to be any world in which, this would be the first time in a long time, maybe in my lifetime, that the NFL and NCAA would be literally headbutting on the idea of college would say, this is great, put this guy back down in our league. He'd be a star, he would shine, he would do this and that and make money for himself. And the NFL would say, but what do I get out of it? Because he's no longer a part of my roster. But there is something to be said, and this applies in life as much as it does sports. When change happens, change is hard for people. Have you guys ever moved before? It's difficult. When you go from one place to the next place, you're trying to establish a new life, make new friends, have a new job, do this and do that. Get used to whatever the new vibe of your city is, probably different from where you moved from. Change is difficult.
Yes, but hopefully when you find a solution, the place you end up, hopefully it's enough.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword. Enough.
Coach, have you seen enough to not have to play Bo next week?
I want to play them all till the third quarter next week. I understand. Appreciate the question.
Enough. Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
That's your first keyword of the day. It is enough to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. We'll draw a qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour. You qualify for a chance to play in that rock, paper, scissors tournament. It's happening on Tuesday at Rooftop Social in Rhino, and the winner of that tournament gets a trip to KC with flights, hotel, and tickets to the first game of the season, Denver at KC on Monday Night Football. It's all powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Enough is what a lot of people are saying, and this is what I'm getting at with change. You can deal with change, but you can't deal with a ton of change at once. And the texter says, boomers won't like it is not really an argument as to how it's a bad thing. It's not boomers. It's your fan base.
Okay, boomer.
It's your fan base. It's not boomers. It's consumers. Consumers of your product. Look, man, if you ran a coffee shop and you had a coffee that everybody really liked and then you changed the recipe and it wasn't as good and your regulars who came in and all these new people were like, yeah, I think this is worse than what it was before. You can't just say, well, suck it, boomer. We're changing. You have to listen to your consumer. And the texter says, being able to go back to college is long overdue, and this is what's best for every single person involved. If an NFL team cuts you, that's a them problem. Well, it's one thing about being cut, I suppose. It's another thing of they have a practice squad. And if this is the case, practice squad is kind of what this is for. Like everybody, what you guys are talking about here, and another person says, how is that any different when you cut a player? He's no longer your property. I'm saying if you wanted to cut a guy to keep him on practice squad, because here's what happens on Sunday. Everybody goes through a line of cuts. When the cuts happen, if you pass through waivers, you can be signed back to a practice squad. And I just think in that sense, it changes a lot of the way that you do business. Now, what happens here? What happens if a guy is drafted in the 5th round and he got advice he was going to be a 2nd rounder, but because he went in the 5th round, he wants to go back to college because he'd make more money? These are all the things that I'm talking about that this could lead to. In the case of Daquan Wright specifically, he's being cut. He's not picked up by another team. On its face, I think I'm fine with it. I guess you can go back to college if you want to. But this is another massive shift that I just don't know if people were really expecting. So again, 303-504-0925. Tasha says, could an NFL team beset by injuries call up a kid from college?
Let's get weird.
Seriously. I mean, in this world that we're heading to, maybe. But I don't even think an NFL team would do that because it would take so long to get these guys on-ramped that there's no way. There's no way that you could call up a kid from college who hasn't been on an NFL roster all year and then just say, you're ready to play now. I am just somebody that I think these are two different leagues. Even though they are mutually beneficial to one another, they have no partnership with each other. And I don't think that college football would like the idea of we're getting late in the year, it's getting around, the SEC championship, and then 3 guys get called up from Bama to go play in the NFL. It's not good for them either. When it's a AAA team in Albuquerque and they're playing for the AAA championship, yeah, you want to win the AAA championship, but if the Rockies are contending in September, then you need to call up the guys that are going to give the Rockies the best shot because they're partners. So, I don't know. I understand Kreckman and Lindahl's argument. I mean, their argument is like it's basically a wink-wink, nudge-nudge agreement that they have with college football anyway, but they are separate things. They're separate entities.
College football!
Within one another. So 303-504-0925, Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. All right, I was flipping through the channels yesterday. I need your guys' help because I don't know what this is, but on TNT there was something. I forget the name of it, but it was some dunk contest thing with Mac McClung and other dudes. This guy looks like an accountant. And they were throwing down some cool dunks. But I have a genuine question. Because this is something I don't understand. What is the appeal in watching people you don't know dunk the basketball? Who is this show for? And I'm not, if you are a viewer of that show, I'm not chastising you for this. I'm just asking. Does anybody know what I'm talking about here? There was on TNT last night, and it was like a couple of nerdy-looking white dudes dunking, doing 360s beneath the legs, all this different stuff. And I don't know what this show is, and I don't know who the show is for. Now, I have been one, don't get me wrong, to watch some really dumb television. I watch some stupid shows. But there's something about that one that bothered me. And I think it's because when you think about dunk contests, especially in the NBA, the reason why you want to watch the dunk contest is because the dunk man, thank you. You want to watch people you know doing it. When Mac McClung won the dunk contest, a couple years in a row, but he was a G leaguer, I'm like, this is terrible. I don't want to watch a YouTuber go out and dunk. I want to watch the best of the best. It's part of the reason why I love the Home Run Derby. The Home Run Derby isn't some guy who mashes in AAA that you've never heard of. Why is that appealing? You want to see Shohei. And this is like, again, maybe I'm just getting too old, and I'll just chalk it up to that. I have 2 children. I got one that's in preschool now, and maybe I am just losing my touch. I'm losing my fastball here. I thought about this the other day. Some of the thoughts that are going through my head now, as I will turn 37 in December. The thoughts that go through my head of things that used to not bother me now do bother me. There's a car that drove too fast on the street in my neighborhood, and I wanted to throw a rock at it.
It's over, pal.
Seriously, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. But the fact that this show was on my television bothered me. And all I have to do is scroll by it. But I almost hate watched it. A texter says, watch for their athleticism. Who cares about their name? But I don't want to go. How about this? If those same people were at your local 24-hour fitness and they were dunking like that, I think I'd just leave when I'm done with my workout. I don't think I would sit there on, the sideline of the court and I don't know what it is.
You like that?
Like I said, I'm being a jerk. I know. You can't yell at me for something I'm admitting already on the front end. But it's the same thing as I don't understand how, Nelly, do you watch these streamer people? You watch Twitch streamers and people like that?
And I have no idea how they become famous and they're just a thing. I've never heard of them in my life. And then everybody goes, oh, I show Speed. He's the biggest celebrity on planet Earth. He walks on water. And I go, I've never heard of him. Like, where did he come from?
So
or
where did he?
Kai Cenat, that guy.
So I haven't watched them, so maybe they're just really entertaining. That's the reason why. But a lot of these, I've seen videos of guys that are they're watching clips of other videos on YouTube while they're playing a video game and then commenting on the thing at the same time. It's a very confusing thing. I'm very confused by this. And you guys know me. I have an older soul to start with. The music I listen to is older. I'm very much somebody like I'm anti-AI. I don't like any of this stuff. Like, this is how Tesha says I watch you on Twitch every day. But this is just, it's simulcasting of the radio show. To me, radio has existed for 100 years. It's a good point.
Or what I don't understand.
I guess we are on Twitch. I mean,
yes, but still, we're not playing video games and having 10,000 people watching us all at once. And also, sometimes these Twitch streamers who I've never heard of in my life, a video will go viral where they're hanging out with like Kevin Durant in the back of a limo, and I go, how does this 20-year-old who plays Fortnite pull Kevin Durant?
I know.
Or it's like Kevin Hart and LeBron James and soccer fan X247 X whatever their username is. Like, how did you pull those celebrities because you play video games? The streaming world is just beyond me. It's crazy, man.
It's beyond my comprehension too. Now, Texture says, Brett, did you ever watch Slam Ball, the one where they played on trampolines? It's the same thing. You don't know a damn person on the screen, but it was entertaining as hell to see how crazy those dunks were. No, I disagree with you. That is not the same. I did watch Slam Ball, but Slam Ball was a sport. And I liked it because there was contact. Two guys would like meet at the rim and like kill each other. I loved it. Anyway, I didn't know what the show was. It's the first time I came across it. And to be honest, I have this bias against Mac McClung already. I don't like what he's done to my NBA dunk contest. I don't like how the list of dunk contest champions are going to be like Dr. J and Michael Jordan and Mac McClung.
Oh, good.
That bothers me.
You.
So I am biased.
Didn't he go, what, 3-peat? Or he went back-to-back, right? Didn't he 3-peat or something?
It was 2 or 3.
Basically,
I can't remember what it was.
Mac McClung is to the dunk contest what Mariah Carey is to Christmas. Like, the dunk contest comes around, time to wake up Mac McClung from whatever G League team he's playing in. It's your time to shine, buddy.
I'll tell you what soured me on like the Twitch stuff as we broadcast on Twitch. And I don't mean Twitch, the platform. It's how people consume it. Do you remember, Nelly, the days of when we first put our show up on Twitch for this simulcast, this radio show? And, well, at this time, Marty O was still sitting in your chair. And he'd walk in, it'd be like 5:55 in the morning. And hey, you want to see who has 120,000 viewers right now? And it's a chick in a hot tub who I said, I've turned this on for 5 minutes. She hasn't said a word yet. And I go, who's watching that? It's not entertainment. It's just a woman sitting there.
I don't think people are tuning in to hear what she has to say. I think they want to see her take those little piggies to market, Brett.
But is that all it takes? What's the man loophole I can get into where I can just sit on a screen without speaking?
Hell, I'll take a look at your loophole if that's what's going to get us views.
Hey, my loophole's up. It was just a girl in a hot tub wearing a bikini. 120,000 viewers. And I looked at our Twitch at that time. I'm like, 3 people are watching me right now. Why are we even on this platform?
Have we ever tried broadcasting Moser, Lombardi, and Kane live from a hot tub?
Well, we talked about it. Vic's got a hot tub, and we're like, we should do a show from Vic's hot tub.
I mean, and we have the sponsor, Flatirons Fire.
Yeah.
Do we want to do a show live from a sauna?
All
from,
your
from
patio
the hot tub?
needs?
Yeah. Fire pit. We can make this happen.
By the way, I find this not funny, but pretty crazy. So, Ian Rappaport said Tua Tagovailoa, his play has made the plan to make him the starter at the beginning of the season, quote, impossible.
Tua Tagovailoa.
I'll make a comparison. Michael Penix, his knee was in a million pieces. He was not going to be ready to start this year. Tua was running in, if this was like a political race, unopposed for the starting job. And I guess has seemingly still lost it. And that's hard to do. So he says it's an alarming sign, quote, not just in the preseason game, but it sounds like practice as well, Rappaport says. It is Michael Penix's job for the taking. They brought him in to start, and he played so poorly, they're like, there's no way we can do this. And it's amazing to me. How is it possible that a guy that played so well just a few years back has nothing left in the tank? And I know he's got the head injuries, but can't you still throw a football on time, in rhythm? I guess the answer is no. More keywords throughout the course of the show today. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. We were just talking about Twitch. I'll be in a hot tub here later. Get those views up. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Audio to come out of practice yesterday. I love what Vance Joseph said. You'll hear it next with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Reminder, everybody, our rock, paper, scissors contest is still going. It's your chance to win a trip to Kansas City to see Denver's first game of the year on Monday night, September 14th. Tune in for keywords every hour to qualify for the rock, paper, scissors tournament on September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. It's all powered by Bud Light. A win isn't a win without the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. The official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, whoa. I don't
whoa.
want to derail things.
What's
right
on
away.
your wrist?
What's
on your wrist?
What is going on with your right wrist?
What's going on with the wrist?
What's going on with your right wrist?
Don't worry about it.
No. It's not how we do this show. What's going on? No, you took it off. Why were you wearing some sort of Harley Davidson? I'm not sure what that was. Why was that on you?
Why is it so thick?
All right. Don't ask me about the thickness of my things. Okay?
Why were you wearing a wristband made of leather? And then you
Why are you suddenly so friggin' observant about everything that I do as a human being?
You raised your arm. I'm like, what? What's going on? Am I missing a game?
It wasn't like a little bracelet, though. It's
like
halfway up your forearm.
Hey, listen.
You look like Xena, the warrior princess.
Well, maybe I like to be for Halloween. Let me explain something about this.
So it's a Halloween costume.
Yeah, let me explain something about this this contest. Tickets and hotel in Kansas City, I think that's enough for our listeners, okay, of this station. That's enough. I would say we'll give you the prize, okay, but you got to earn it. You got to walk.
Nope.
Start walking.
Part of the prize is that airfare.
The best you're going to get, like I said before, Vic, is a donkey. Okay?
No.
So we'll put you on the back of a donkey, we'll point it east, and give it a whack on the tail, and off you go.
Hey,
because this is a great prize. Go ahead.
You know what I heard yesterday from Vance Joseph that I think we're so lucky here in Denver. And you almost kind of forget how unique the situation is. Vance was a head coach who was fired here.
Yeah.
Only to come back and be an elite level defensive coordinator. And had opportunities again last year, at least interviews for other jobs.
We had a great week of work. We had our best Wednesday of the year.
Came back and at practice yesterday said something that I think is so true. And it's something that applied to the Packers preseason game, but I think also to what happened towards the end of the year last year where the defense took a step down maybe. He said this.
That game was an example of what is coming in the future. You know, how teams see us. Run game-wise, pass game-wise, winning first down with quick game, boots, outside runs more often than inside runs. So to me, it was a great lesson on both ends of when we play, it's a standard, and I want to see it all the time. And obviously how teams see us. And in 2 weeks, we've seen that kind of trend that way.
So he was talking about, and I'll give you another clip here, something specific. It's when you identify what a team does best, how do you negate that?
I think that first drive was kind of twofold. You know, for me, our approach, in my opinion, was unengaged and a little bit lazy, right? It wasn't the right approach, even in pregame. So I felt that. So that was the first lesson. The second lesson is, I think the 2 games, you know, what we've played here, we've seen how offenses see us, right? So lots of boots, lots of misdirection, outside runs more often than not, match protection passes, quick game, you know. Teams don't want to lose first down because if they do lose first down, our rush kind of comes alive.
What are you best at? As an entire roster, what are you best at?
Getting to the quarterback.
Yeah, getting to the quarterback.
Getting your butts to the quarterback.
And teams are figuring out, that was he's very transparent there. They have to do a better job of mixing things up, I guess, so they don't get figured out.
Well, and I think if you go back to last year, because Vic, wasn't it you a couple days ago that went through sort of the end of the year last year for the Broncos defense and what happened?
Yeah, we did it yesterday. So sort of end of the year, they were not nearly as sharp as they were at the beginning of the year. And how much of that is fatigue? How much of that is just being figured out?
I think part of that is probably fatigue of being on the field for a lot of the year. The second part, though, is, look, man, if you're good at really anything, if you're a great pitcher in baseball, if you're a hitter, if you're a great three-point shooter in the NBA, teams will find ways to combat what you do best and make it difficult on you.
Why do you think teams around the league, and I hate it, but trapping teams against the Avs, they trap the hell out of them. because the Avs' speed will bust you up. And so they trap in the neutral zone, and it's exhausting to watch. Not fun to be a part of, but that's the only way teams survive. So there you go. Everybody adapts.
What did teams start doing against the Nuggets? They took a little, put them on Joker in the paint, and had them shadow Joker everywhere. So, yeah, there's always strategical moves that you have to be able to counter.
I mean, he wore Caruso like a baby Bjorn.
Dress.
Ridiculous.
The Broncos aren't just good at rushing the passer. They're historically good. I mean, they almost set a record 2 years in a row for team sacks in a season. So teams are like, all right, if I can pick up X amount of yards on first down and I can do that through quick game or boot, quarterback boot or outside run or whatever, and it's 2nd and 4, well, now that pass rush can't just pin their ears back and be like, hey, it's time to go get them. We have to do things differently. And for him to recognize that, I think, is another example of why he's so good at this job, is he knows. He knows that they're going to counter with this, so we need to figure out a way to counter back. Now, for the Broncos defense, I don't know what's going to happen on Friday. Like, I don't know if starters are going to play or not, but part of me, did you guys see Jamar Chase yesterday in practice?
Ooh, scary.
So, turns out it's just like a bone bruise, but it looked really bad for a second.
That's where all the blood, Vic, the blood rushes out of your skull.
Yeah.
Down to your feet, and you turn ghost white. Any team would have that happen.
I don't know if I want anybody playing on Friday. I'm like, you know what? I think we've seen what we need to see. Keep everybody in bubble wrap. Get ready for the year.
Vic, I can sit here on this program and go, oh, man, it's football. You know, you guys need to be tackled, man. JK, he needs to get hit a couple times, man. You know, blah, 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 blah. I could talk all week about that. And then I watch the video of Jamar Chase going down, and I go, no.
Yeah, but that happened in a practice.
I know,
but
I'm just saying, period, that because if you lose a guy like that, you almost lose the season. I mean, the Bengals would lose their season. Would they not? Or close to it?
I mean, yeah. It would take some heavy lifting by Burrow.
So then you have a panic attack, and then you try to reset your brain, Vic, and say, well, it's football, you know. But, I mean, that split second, panic sets in.
You know, Sean Payton does play his starters in Game 3. I mean, I know we've only been doing this abbreviated preseason for a little bit now, but he's not afraid to play his starters a little bit in these games. So do I need to see Bo? Not really. Would I be surprised if he plays? Not really. No. The bigger surprise would be like J.K. Dobbins. What do you do with him?
Yeah.
Bo, you know, I think Bo can play a couple series and get in, get out. It won't be a big deal. But a guy like J.K. Dobbins, who has suffered injury in the past, and even in this camp has missed a couple practices. Those are the guys that I wonder, do you even play them?
Well, there's something to be said here for, you know, going back to the Vance Joseph clip of teams figuring things out. You need to counter what they're doing to you know, keep up with the Joneses. I was wondering something in regards to the Broncos in last year, and I'm going to make a comparison to the Avs. Because I still wonder, Moj, with the way the Avs season ended, they were the best team in hockey from start to finish. Like the first game of the year to the last game of the year to 2 rounds into the playoffs, there was no question who the best team in the league was.
They were the best team in hockey. I mean, they were 8-1 in the postseason going into the West Final.
The trouble I have is, was it almost too easy? When they faced the adversity, was it harder to respond because it was really the first time they faced it the entire year? Not to say that they didn't have a couple of, you know, when Landy and Lekkonen went down, they had some losing that happened there, but they were so far in the lead, it felt like it didn't really matter. You know, for the Broncos, if you guys remember, the Broncos started last year through 3 games, what? They're 1-2. They lost in week 2 to Indianapolis. They lost in week 3 to the Chargers.
Close games, by the way.
And then they went 14-1 to the AFC Championship game. Never faced real adversity. I wonder how they'd respond to that. If they get this first 6 weeks of the year that are going to be incredibly difficult against really good teams, if they get punched in the mouth a few times, how do you respond?
we've already seen how they've responded. The year before, they responded. Remember, the year before.
What?
I just saw that wristband again. Sorry. It was very distracting.
It's huge.
Can I just see? Let's just get it out of the way. Just get it out of the way. Let me just see it real quick.
It's just big. It's big. It's very big.
Yeah. This is my personal relationship between myself and my God. Now, you want to get involved in that? Let's get involved.
Just large.
I mean, it's just a large leather wristband. I mean, I have no problem with
It's the way I live life, baby. I live life large.
What if I had like a Flavor Flav size crucifix that was right here on my neck? Wouldn't you be like, that's pretty big? Wouldn't you say
No, you know what I'd
big?
say to you? My good friend? You know what I'd say to you, my good friend?
Yeah.
That's badass. I wouldn't be here ripping you.
All right, sorry. Anyway, we have already seen that the Broncos have a history of being able to bounce back. They did it 2 seasons ago. Remember, they lose that game in Kansas City, and everybody's like, oh, well, there goes the season. And what did they do right after that loss? Do you remember? They won like 5 in a row.
Two seasons ago, as in the Russell Wilson year?
No, 2 seasons ago,
Was
both
it
freshman year.
Bodek's rookie year?
The same thing happened in Russell Wilson's year, by the way. They lost to KC, and then they rattled off like 5 to 6.
So what they did, Vic, they
they lost to Kansas City 16-14. That made them 5-5, and then they won 4 straight.
Yeah, they won 4 in a row.
Yeah.
And then they lost a couple, then they won 4. Well,
So you wonder how will they deal with adversity? I think a Sean Payton team's already proven it can deal pretty damn well with adversity. They've shown us. They've done it.
They could. It's just something where last year felt it. Not that last year was easy. It was far from easy. Those games were not easy games. But they always came out on top, which always put the salve on everything. You know, I think Joker's the one who said it was last year, 2 years ago. Winning can mask a lot of things. It's true.
That's what he said, Vic. You recall that? That was during the really good run where they won. How many games, Vic, did they win in a row in that span? The
Was
Nuggets.
it to close the year?
No, this is before the All-Star break.
This is before the
Oh,
All-Star
that's
break, right? That's what he
I
said.
forgot what the win streak was, but they were on one of those January, February win streaks. And now, you know, I've talked to a bunch of people about like January. Beware of the January win streaks because a lot of teams prior to the All-Star break, they sort of get into that, oh, God, we're tired mode. And you wonder how real those streaks are.
Yeah.
Well, the opposite is true as well because the Avs, when Landy and Devon Taves got hurt in January, right, Brett? Remember, they started to skid.
Yeah, so
But that wasn't a real. I mean, that wasn't a real indicator of what this team was.
So that was heading into the All-Star break. That was the year that Malone was let go, right? Yes. They won 8 games in a row heading in the All-Star break. And yeah, I think I remember Kroenke was thinking about making a change at that point, but then they were winning, so it's like, oh, I guess I can't do it now.
Yeah. All right, so here's what I've deduced. Either you've been watching a bunch of ZZ Top videos, or you bought a new chopper.
Did you get a new chopper?
Did you get a chopper? Because there's no way you go home and go into your bedroom, your jewelry box, and say, oh, yeah, I'm going to wear the leather wristband again.
Okay.
Unless something motivated you to do that.
Well, I don't think you want the whole story because I'll give you the whole story.
Is it interesting?
Can you have an abbreviated version of the story?
My necklace, the clasp broke on my necklace.
Okay.
So
I went
to Hobby Lobby and I got and I got
dude gets his jewelry at Hobby Lobby.
No, the piece of the necklace is fine, but the clasp broke on the little leather. I've had it for a long time. Yeah. So I went to Hobby Lobby and I got a new one. I'm like, oh, this is perfect. And I put it on and it's like a choker. It's like
it's too tight. Either that or your neck grew. Maybe.
No. I mean, it's like it's a choker, bro. And so now I'm like, I can't wear that. I put it on. I can't wear this. So I saw.
So
this,
you switched to the
I
wrist.
grabbed my watch.
Decided it was a good
my watch
idea.
on the way out. I saw this. I go, you know what? We'll represent.
But
I didn't expect,
on this show.
I did not expect it. I did not expect it to be like this.
But on this show, you know how we are with appearances.
Right. Correct.
You thought you could just scoot on by without any discussion?
Mosh, hang on. You put that on this morning, and you go, something's going to be said about this. You knew it.
I did not. It doesn't even come up on camera.
It does when you go like this.
When you raise your hands, you can't miss it.
I'm not
You're
raising
wearing
my
a
hands
wristband.
anymore. I'm not.
It would be like me wearing a neck brace.
Check this out, Brett, too, on the backside. Put your money in it.
That's great.
Yeah.
303-504-0925. Got a keyword coming
who
your way.
buys a leather wrist? I just want, does anybody listening to this show, anybody, please, and again, I don't want to be judgmental. I want to learn about people. Is anybody else out there listening or watching the show currently donning a leather wristband? Please let me know. Maybe you're not alone. Maybe you have
I don't
people
think
out
I
there.
am. You know what? I'll tell you what. The death of Dolly Parton's had an effect on me.
Seems
Because
like
I don't think if there was a country singer that could be beautified as a saint, I think it's her.
We all love Dolly.
Dude, from the royal family to, that she did a duet with Motley Crue. She took their Home Sweet Home song and redid it.
Motley Crue would wear a leather wristband.
Yeah, Motley Crue.
Tommy, what's his name? Tommy Lee?
Yeah, I'm watching Rob Halford from Judas Priest, and she asked him to be on one of her albums, and he was. She touched every aspect of musical life, everything from Eminem. Everything. It's to Whitney Houston, obviously. It's insane, bro.
Okay, if you are out there listening to this show, watching this show in the entire world, if you're wearing a leather wristband, send me proof. You got to at least text it in because we have one. We have one person wearing one, our host. If anybody else,
where's Maddie B?
303-504-0925.
Maddie B, get on this. Help me.
We'll have another keyword, a chance to get you qualified for a rock, paper, scissors tournament to send you into Kansas City for game 1 of the season. By the way, the 6 a.m. qualifier was Trevor Richards. Congratulations to Trevor. So, another qualifier in the next 30 minutes. Yes.
Rory goes, is it a play calling wristband?
Right. Hold on. Let's see underneath. Yeah, X35 Razor Z square right on 3. Ready, break.
Vic Lombardi for Flatirons Fire and Design. They don't sell leather wristbands, but they do have anything you might need for your outdoor patio this time of year. It's beautiful. Again, last night was a perfect Colorado summer. Sit on the patio in front of the fire pit. Maybe jump in the sauna. Maybe you have a pizza oven out there. Whip up a pizza. And as soon as you get inside for the winter, you know what they do at Flatirons Fire. They specialize in fireplaces, the best in town. Right off of 53rd and Bannock, North I-25. Stop by the showroom when you get a chance. Or go online, visit online, flatironsfire.com. That's flatironsfire.com.
All right.
I want to stop real quick.
Why?
I thought Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday, when they were talking about Dolly Parton, they were incredibly kind to that woman. They were right on the money. Like, Kreckman was so right. He's like, you can't find a person on the planet that somebody will not say something about, right, in a negative way or a slight way or something like that. I don't know that there's a human on the planet that would ever have even the slightest of harsh words for Dolly Parton, man.
Yeah, she was great.
She gave like $500 million to charity.
Who else is like that?
$500 million. I mean, she's
universally beloved celebrity.
Yeah. Like who out
no,
there?
There's not. There's nobody. There's nobody on the planet like that. I'm telling you, bro. This is one of a kind human being, never to be seen again. I'm telling you.
Do people hate Peyton? Peyton's pretty universally beloved, isn't he?
Peyton Manning was the one that they brought up. That's the one they brought up. But yeah, there are people who have harsh words for him. I'm sure people in India. I don't. Somebody.
Everybody has someone that doesn't like him or her.
Okay, hang on. IMDb has a list. I think it's pretty good. Betty White.
Is she still alive?
No, she passed.
Okay.
What?
That's right. She did.
Tick.
We like Betty White. Everybody loves Tick.
How about Tick?
Tick is yes.
You're right. Tick at our station. If anyone dislikes Tick for whatever reason, I dislike.
Okay, here's
they're
the
a
list.
bad human.
Say yes or no. Just first reaction. I just need a quick yes or no, and then we'll move on. Speaking of Kreckman and Lindahl,
what's the yes or no?
Just are they universally beloved or not?
Okay.
Betty White.
Yes.
Conan O'Brien.
No. No.
I like
close.
Conan. I like Conan. Conan's funny.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't.
Tom Hanks is always thrown in here.
No.
Robin Williams.
You know, yes, I would say Robin Williams is beloved. Yes.
Even if you don't like his comedy, you don't have a bad thing to say about him as a human.
List. Denzel.
Yes.
Yeah, he's pretty well universally beloved.
Alex Trebek.
Well, Sean Connery didn't like him very much.
Oh, that.
Shock it, Trebek.
What'd you say?
All right, a few more here.
Didn't Alex Trebek? He battled pancreatic cancer, right?
Yeah,
for like
passed away.
A couple years.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know anybody who's like Trebek. Screw that guy. I hate him. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, just a few more. Bob Ross.
Yeah, I mean, how do you get mad at a bushy-haired guy painting trees, man?
It sort of bothers me.
Steve Irwin.
Oh, the crocodile guy?
Yeah.
I mean, he sort of put himself in position to.
God, you know what? We all love Norm Macdonald. Well, Norm Macdonald.
All right, just a few more. Hang on. Well, I love Norm. Yes.
But he had that joke about the crocodile hunter getting killed. That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life.
Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, who doesn't like Fred Rogers, man? That guy never heard a fly.
Couple more. Keanu Reeves.
I'm sure some people are indifferent to him, but I love him. I didn't used to love him. I love him now.
He wears a leather wristband.
Damn right he does. Dog star.
Morgan Freeman's another one.
Oh,
yeah,
Morgan Freeman is.
Yeah, he's beloved. Speaking
of Kreckman and Lindahl, they had something to say yesterday, and I think this is a very interesting perspective. And we'll get to that in just a moment. Go ahead, Nelly.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Relative.
The timeline relative to everything we've discussed.
Relative.
Relative to what we're advised to do. Relative to.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
Is the big voice guy on vacation? Is that why Nelly's doing these words?
Yeah, they needed me to tag in relative to the production of some of these keywords.
That is the keyword relative. So text that to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name. Qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour. It gets you entered to the Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament. Tuesday, Rooftop Social in Rhino, and the winner goes to KC with flights, hotel, and tickets to the first game of the year. Now, the Big Ten has banned anybody who has participated in basically professional sports from coming back. The SEC late last night did the same thing. So that applied to the NFL, the NBA, and the WNBA.
What about the kid that just went back to the SEC, though?
He's not
allowed?
He's not allowed.
He's not allowed? I thought a judge made it allowed.
Well, the SEC just put a ban on it last night. So I'm assuming that's not allowed.
What if that goes to court, right? That's the thing that we haven't considered this. What if this judge takes the SEC and says, no, you're going to do it?
Okay, well, then the SEC can put the squeeze on LSU and be like, hey, you're part of this conference. You can't do it. I mean, that would be my assumption. But here's what Kreckman and Lindahl said yesterday. different way of thinking, and I think an interesting perspective.
Whether it's crap or not, whether it's some judge that's just in LSU's pocket or not, again, are you really hurting anybody with this whole thing? As long as the kid didn't go full Brendan Sorsby and bet on his own team or whatever. Right. Like, I understand having an issue. I had a huge issue with Brendan Sorsby.
Sure.
On this one, dude's looking at it going, I'm not going to make this NFL team.
No.
And they just had a ruling that said I can get a fifth year of eligibility. I would like to continue to play college football.
If I were the NFL and our college football, work it out to where if you decide this kid's not ready, we're sending you back down for more seasoning the way baseball and hockey does it.
You're a professional minor league. Just deal with it.
Yeah, you've made yourself that.
Yeah.
You made yourself that the minute you took millions and billions of dollars for your TV deal.
Exactly. Let's sell everything to the highest bidder. But then when this kid tries to go and continue to make a living as a football player, I'm sorry, that's just not
because
acceptable.
remember, he didn't make any money to go to camp.
What do you guys think?
I don't disagree with that tenant. I don't. I mean, they make a good point. It's not hurting anybody. To me, it's not him going to an NFL camp and then retreating back to college. To me, it's that fifth year. It's that suddenly, oh, everybody's got a fifth year now, huh? Huh. Okay, so now everybody's eligible again, huh? At some point, you got to say, no, enough of this. You've been to college long enough. Enough. That's the one that gets me.
Well, the quarterback in North Carolina this is his 7th year? Am I right about that?
There are stories of
but he's
guys,
had a bunch of injuries and red shirts and all sorts of
Trinidad
things.
Chambliss is another one.
Right.
He's in his 6th year.
Yeah, that's the part that bothers me more than anything. It's not having a cup of coffee in an NFL camp, because Nate's right on that account. Nate's right. It's like, okay, so you're not good enough to make the NFL. What are your options now? Where do you go? You can go to the CFL. You can go overseas, I guess. Or you can just go back to college because that door is still open. Why is that door still open is my argument. Shut the damn door.
There's one big distinction, though, in what they were talking about. Andy said they do this in the MLB and the NHL. Do you know what the difference is? What it would be if the NFL did this? You don't own the player's rights. If you send a guy to Albuquerque, he's still a Rocky. If you send if the
kid goes
Avs
back
draft,
to major junior,
if the
kid
Avs
goes
draft
back to
the
major
kid,
junior, right?
and he goes back and he plays college hockey or whatever, you still own the rights to him.
Correct.
For how long? How long do you own the rights in the NHL? Forever?
Oh, no, because guys will go to college to become eligible again to sign a free agent contract. It happened, in fact. That's how the Avs got Alex Kerfoot, and that's how
Cale Makar
the New Jersey Devils got Will Butcher.
Okay.
Cale Makar played, won a natty, and then was in the playoffs for the Avs.
Correct.
I mean, the difference here is that guy's no longer part of your organization. I think where it gets tricky is it's one thing for the undrafted guy who's not going to make the roster to leave and go back to LSU. It's another thing for, how about this? I'll give you the scenario. Justin Jolie was a 5th-round pick of the Broncos. He's probably on the roster bubble to make it as tight end, right? Let's say that they were going to cut him, hope he clears waivers, and then he goes to the practice squad. That's now their minor league. Their minor league is the practice squad now. If he goes back and he plays at Florida, he's no longer a Bronco anymore.
Yeah, so I guess what you're saying is, why doesn't the NFL adapt a little bit like baseball and hockey? And let's say he did go back to Florida. Why wouldn't the Broncos still hold the rights to him?
Well, these two conferences
Here's
now
why.
have wiped all that possibility out. They're saying you can't do it.
Yeah, I know.
But here's the thing. If you send somebody down to Albuquerque, and let's live in fairy tale land where the Rockies are competitive for, postseason play, and it gets to September, and somebody goes down with an injury, you can call the guy up from Albuquerque, and even though they might be competing for a AAA league title, whatever, you're like, yeah, it's fine. We need him. What happens when Florida's in the SEC championship game and you call up that dude from Florida? College football fans are not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, they're probably going to freak out. Well, so I guess I'm confused. I saw the story where the SEC said, but they specified NFL, NBA, or WNBA. They didn't say like guys who go play in other pro leagues, like in Israel or Turkey or something like that, right? I mean,
they're still pro. Right?
No, but they specifically declared NFL, NBA, WNBA. They specifically declared that.
Oh, I see what you mean from the college perspective. Yeah.
And this kid has already been, he already agreed to go back to LSU. That's the plan. Now, does this new rule slip in after him? Or is he now denied and he's He's a free agent type because the Browns waived him. They waived him, right?
Yes.
So now is he just a free agent?
Yes.
I'm totally confused.
Think about it this way. The college eligibility rules are very confusing, and that's, I think, why we're frustrated because we don't know what they are anymore. This addition of a fifth year out of the blue is silly to me because, like this gentleman who chose to go to the NFL, he opted out of that fifth year. He made that choice. Nobody made it for him. He made that choice. And now you're going to opt back in? That's ridiculous. What if, like, LeBron James, who never played college sports, if you want to make an impression, instead of LeBron choosing Philly, what if LeBron chose Ohio State and said, I'm going to finish my career at Ohio State, and I'm going to bring with me some talent?
Yeah.
I mean, you laugh, but
no, I
that's
know.
not out of the question, right?
It's hard to fathom.
And
that,
Ohio State decided. So, how much is Philly paying LeBron James? The minimum, correct?
Right.
I forget what it was.
It's the minimum.
It's like 2 years, $8 million.
You don't think Ohio State, a very rich athletic department, could muster up the same money that Philadelphia is paying LeBron James?
Sure.
Dude, Ohio State's probably paying their left tackle LeBron James money.
Yeah. How crazy. If he really wanted to make an impression and end his career with a bang, forget going to Philly. I'm going to mix things up a little bit. I'm going to finish in college. Most people start in college. I'm going to finish in college.
Oh, so he's doing the old Benjamin Button of sports. Yeah. Okay, copy.
Let's be honest here. The reason why people hate this, for the most part, is because change is difficult enough. We've all moved before. When you move to a new place, it's hard. It's hard to change and uproot your life and start over, find new friends, deal with a new job, all that different stuff, right? The amount of change that's happening at the rate that it's happening in college football is a big problem. College football traditionalists are very similar to baseball fans, like hardcore baseball fans,
yes.
in which
I
like my sport. Yes. I've always liked my sport. Don't mess with my sport. And now you've been having to deal with unlimited transfers, NIL money, conference realignment, changes to the college football playoff format. It's a million things that have happened in like a decade. It's a lot to ask people. Just go with the flow here.
And listen, you can opine on this all you want. We all have different methods of arguing. But the bottom line is, when you make a choice, you have to abide by that choice. This kid who's coming back to play or wants to play college football, he made the choice to go to the NFL. He had an extra year remaining, correct? Everybody tells me he still had an extra year. He was given it. Okay. He made the choice.
Yeah.
What about, though, now with all this money? Let me think about this. What about can NFL teams now start drafting guys who, if they go to that system, here's the problem. Now all of a sudden you're drafting freshmen, sophomores, and juniors in college, and they stay and play college football, but you hold their rights?
It's funny. We
you see what that's the NHL, that's MLB, that's what that is.
We talked a little bit about how the academic
MLB is not like that, by the way.
Is it?
No, MLB is either high school or 3 years in college, unless you're JUCO.
Okay.
The academic part of this whole thing is watered down now. Student athlete, especially with college football, it's become a joke. But maybe we're looking at it the wrong way, because the other day I brought up Lenoris. Is that his name? Lenoris Sellers?
Yeah.
And he's playing at South Carolina, and he has one class this semester. He's an intern at a driving range.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we said, well, how's this possible? I'm listening to PhD.
Well, he's a really smart guy. He's already graduated. He's going to graduate, right?
Yeah, I'm listening to PhD yesterday. Maybe we're just not used to this because it's happened time. And our own Tyler Polumbus, he played a fifth year, and he took one class, and that's it. So it's not like this hasn't happened before.
No, Matt Leinart, that was back in the early 2000s. Either his Heisman year or maybe it was Reggie Bush's, but he came back for another year. He was taking like yoga classes.
Okay, and here's the issue I have, and not an issue. I don't care. I mean, at the end of the day, college decides to. How are you officially enrolled in a college if you're only taking one? How is that? Because they always tell you, I paid for my kids to go to college. you have to take a minimum of 12 credit hours, or you're a part-time student.
Yeah, to
or
be a full-time student, yeah.
Exactly. So how do they get around these rules? How are you classified as student athlete, with one class? How?
Is it different if you're a graduate already?
But you're still participating in the college game.
Yeah. I don't know. That's my best response to you, Vic.
Hey, let me back you up, Brett. I don't know either. Vic. I don't know. I don't know what I don't know.
Everybody's making the point that the option for a fifth year was not available for the class of 22. It was granted after, so now they should. Okay, so when does that end, Steve? Should we make that available for the class of 21? Now people can go back for their fifth year?
I want my fifth year.
Yeah, how about the class of 91? I was a class of 91. Should I get my fifth year?
Can you hoop?
How about the class of 44? Should they get their fifth year?
I don't think they're around anymore. I mean, but you can give it to them if you want to, posthumously. Hey, Pat Chavez, just sent in, Vic, to your point. According to the New York Times, there are 18 college hoops players who will make more money than LeBron this season.
Oh, totally.
So if LeBron really, if he really wanted to shake things up, that should have been his decision. I am taking my talents to Columbus, Ohio.
It would be. Think about him winning a natty. LeBron doesn't win a championship.
That would be unbelievable.
Basketball.
Somebody wrote in here, if you graduate college, you only have to be enrolled in one class to participate in sports. Think about that sentence for a second. Think about that sentence. And again, I am not opposed to grad students playing because it's happened for years. If you graduate college, you only have to be enrolled in one class. So you graduated college. You're done. You graduate. Get out. You're done.
No, man, you gotta play some football, bro.
SEC football. Basketball. It just means more.
But I mean, the whole term, you graduated college. Wasn't the point to graduate college?
Well, when the bowl season is over, he'll be out of school.
Wait, hold on. When you go to college, is the point of college to graduate or to linger? What's the point?
Chicks, bro.
Whoa. We asked Chris Farley and Tommy Boy.
To go back to what Kreckman and Lindahl were talking about, I do think it's a decent point, though. Like, it's an interesting one. You're the minor league system anyway. Just be the minor league. But there'd be a million more hoops you have to jump through to actually make that official. Now, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. A lot more to get to back after this.
Listen, it's still summertime out there. You know that. I know that. It gets a little bit hot. You should be feeling your best, rested, sharp, full of energy. But if you're feeling like you're missing a gear lately, low testosterone might be to blame. It happened to me, Mark Moser, and I went and did something about it at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because low T can cause a host of problems. Bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. Now, maybe you have some of this or maybe none of it, but who knows? You're just not feeling like yourself anymore. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. But they're a great organization, too, and they have the advanced medical strategies, TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. Right now, everything is going together. So if you've been wanting to learn more about it, and you've been wanting to get yourself fixed up, there's still plenty of time this summer into the fall. Give them a call today. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. No need to wait. A lot of guys wait a year or longer. Do not do that. Take the first step toward feeling better again. Here's the number, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go online and check out everything they do at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right. I was flipping through the channels yesterday. Have you guys watched? And I'll admit, I watched this. I don't know why I hated it. I felt old. I felt very boomer when I was watching, and the emotions that came over me.
Okay, boomer.
I was flipping through the channels, and on TNT last night, they had that thing, Dunk Man.
Yeah, that's Shaq's deal.
I hated it.
What is it?
It's like a dunk contest with a whole bunch of random dudes. Like Mac McClung was in there, but other guys I didn't hear of. And I'm trying to figure out, what is that? Like, who's that for? That whole thing. I've said before, I hated when Mac McClung won the dunk contest. Was it 2 or 3 years in a row? Like, you're just going to look through dunk contest champions and you're going to see Dr. J, Michael Jordan, and Mac McClung. It just feels really weird to me. Really weird.
Well, there comes a time. You don't have to call yourself boomer or feel boomer. There comes a time in the sporting world where you just feel oversaturated with crap competition.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
It's just, I was watching the Little League World Series yesterday, and I've been watching it.
Hey, easy. You just said crap competition.
Hang on a
said
second.
The Little League kids.
I know, but Mendoza, what's her name? Jessica Mendoza?
Yes.
You know, she's
excellent. I
No,
like
she's
her a
really
lot.
good, but she's interviewing this kid like he's Aaron Judge or something. You know, and I'm like, these are just kids. And so the guys are talking like, well, you know, does Japan have enough bullpen, enough pitching to get to the end of this game when they got the lead? I'm like, are we really doing this crap?
Really analyzing
Does
the
Japan
10-year-old
have
bullpen?
enough? Yeah, does Japan the kid at the plate, I swear to God, it said 4 foot.
Really funny.
The kid's 11 years old. He's 4'8", 66 pounds. And
Do
I'm
they
go-
have the bullpen?
Do they have the bullpen to go the distance and hold off Mexico? I'm like, I felt dirty watching that crap. And so this Dunkman thing and they have the 3 ice games. I watched a little bit of that. That's the 3-on-3 hockey competition. Ray Bork is coaching in it and all this kind of. But I'm like, man, sometimes I'm just oversaturated with stuff, and just because I don't like it or don't want to watch it doesn't mean I'm a boomer or an a-hole.
All right, the point he's trying to make with this Dunkman competition, let's just get to the point. There was a dunk that took place last night by a gentleman, his name is Cam Hazard, that looked a lot like the dunk Aaron Gordon put up there years ago in that classic matchup versus Zach LaVine, the one where Aaron Gordon finished second, should have won it.
Yeah.
So this Cam Hazard goes up and casually pulls an Aaron Gordon. Cam Hazard's white.
No, that's not my beef. It is.
It's not a beef.
I will say it's weird. It's weird to see.
Well, not only, how tall is he?
6 foot.
That's the thing that gets me. Are you sure Cam Hazard is 6 foot?
I think he is.
No. Look up his height.
6'2".
6'2".
He's 6'2".
He's got a 51-inch vert, though.
And he did the Aaron Gordon.
Okay, that's pretty impressive, but I've already seen that dunk.
No. Shh. Take your wristband and sit this one out. Sit this one out. No. Pretty impressive doesn't describe that. I'm going to repeat myself. He's a white 6'2" man who did that. Do you understand how ridiculous that feat of athleticism is?
What I'm more getting at, I think, is I don't see the appeal in watching people I don't know dunk. In the same way, if I was flipping through the channels on ESPN2, there was a home run derby. But it was just some guy named George.
A bunch of double A guys.
Just like, I'm not interested in that. I like the home run derby because I get to see Shohei hit bombs.
Yeah, hey, you want my attention? Home run derby with major leaguers, but they get to use aluminum bats.
They
got my attention.
Didn't they do this back in the day?
Stadium. They will fly it out of the stadium.
So because you don't know who... Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I got to jump on this. Sorry. Because you don't know who a Cam Hazard is, you're not impressed by that athletic feat?
It's not that I'm not impressed. I'm not interested in it because I don't know who it is.
Brett,
it's impressive.
Brett, how tall are you? Brett, how tall?
6'3".
Can you dunk?
Barely. I don't even know if I can anymore. Used to barely be able to dunk.
All right, describe to the people who can't see this Describe to the people how a 6'2" man, shorter than you, what he did.
He jumped, put the ball underneath his hammies.
Yeah, so he had his legs parallel to the ground.
Yes.
He brought his legs up like a tabletop.
And did almost hit his head on the rim. It looked a lot like Aaron Gordon's dunk, yes.
Aaron Gordon is 6'8".
Yeah.
This man is 6'2".
Never said it wasn't impressive.
Okay. Again, I want to repeat. Aaron Gordon is 6'8" tall, and I thought the dunk that Aaron Gordon had in that dunk contest was the most remarkable dunk I'd ever seen.
But would you watch the TV show?
I'm not saying I'd watch a TV show. This is not an entertainment thing. It's an athletic feat thing to me. What this guy did athletically is absolutely bonkers. We're showing it right now.
He looks
for those
like
of
an
you
accountant.
watching on Twitch.
It's a
Turn around,
362.
twist. That is, I mean, do you understand the height and the levitation that's necessary to pull that off at 6'2" tall?
That's fine, Vic. That's fine. But don't tell me I have to like it.
I'm not saying you have to like it.
Yes, you
I'm
are
not
saying I have to like it.
Forget the competition. This isn't about the competition. It is about that athletic feat right there. And you know where I draw the line? Here's my problem with stuff like this. And this is where being old sucks and being taken advantage of sucks. I have to question when I look at something like this, and I did last night, I said, is this AI? That was the first thing that came to mind.
Stop for a second, though.
The first thing that came to my mind wasn't, wow, that's cool. It was, all right, did I just get got? Is this AI?
Okay, hang on. This is the point that we are making, or that I was making. There was a syndicated, the 1960 Home Run Derby television show.
Yeah, I used
that
to
was
wa-
not the Home Run Derby,
No, it was
but
just
it was
a
a
show.
show.
Yeah, I used to watch it. They used to replay that on
But it had
ESPN.
Willie
all the time.
Mays and Mickey
Yeah,
Mantle
yes.
and Hank Aaron.
I
like
watched
that
it.
I'm into. That's the guys I want to see. I want to see those guys
Brett,
do it.
Brett, it was like this, too. It was all black and white. It was like this. Because they used to put on ESPN, Vic, like midnight or something? Or early in the morning? It'd be like this. And we're here today now with Mickey Mantle. Hello, Mick. Looks like you're going to put a lot of swings out there. Yeah, I'm going to hit the ball.
I think I would love to see that.
Well, it was great. I mean, they would go. Two dudes would go head to head. It was like a half-hour-long TV show.
But the difference is, it's Willie Mays, Mickey Mantle, and Hank Aaron.
Right.
Like, if you gave me Dunkman and it was Zach LaVine and Aaron Gordon again, I'm probably watching the show.
But you know the old school announcers, right? It's like
But Harvey Buzzard or whatever his name is, Harry Styles, whoever that guy was.
Cam Hazard?
I'm gonna see Jason Richardson tomorrow.
Lance Cockdale.
I'm gonna see Jason Richardson, who is the newest member of our altitude team, and happens to be a 2-time dunk contest winner.
Big time
NBA
dunk.
contest.
Yeah.
And he put some ferocious dunks
Yes, he
out
did.
there. I'm going to ask him about this Cam Hazard dunk.
Okay, Vic, you're impressed. Good
Well,
for you.
but he's going to say it's awesome. And I would say that dunk is awesome.
You know what he told me? He said, because I asked him about this Dunkman League, and I don't watch it either. I'm disinterested. That does nothing for me. I would never tune into that. It's
So
not
you agree.
entertaining to me.
So you agree with me?
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But the dunk, this specific dunk, is something I've never seen out of a 6'2" man before. I asked him, I go, how is this happening? How are there so many dunks now that are outdoing the NBA dunks? And he said, it's pretty simple, really. When I did the dunk contest, I practiced for a day. These guys doing these Dunkman competitions, they're practicing all year.
Yeah.
They're literally in the gym practicing their dunks. He said the dunks that he performed at the dunk contest, he practiced the day before.
Isn't that all you need? Wait, how is Mac McClung pulling a car out to the middle of a basketball court to practice those dunks over the course of a year? Anyway, all of that to say, I'm old now, I think. The qualifier from this hour is Brandon Hawk. Congratulations, Brandon. You are qualified to participate in that rock, paper, scissors contest. Try and get you in the building. Try and get you in the building at Arrowhead.
Yeah, that was
First game of the
unexpected.
year. Haven't heard Hawk 2 in a long time. What happened? Well,
Brandon Hawk.
I don't need to know what happened to that girl. Who cares?
Yeah, she go.
She go. 303.
Right to jail, right away.
504-0925. I think that's the proper penalty, actually, for going viral off of a clip like that and starting your own Bitcoin. All right, back after this. Hey, this is Brett Kane. Football's almost back, and Fanatics Sportsbook is giving you more ways to make it count. Game days already give you plenty to bet on, but Fanatics Sportsbook gives you even more to play with profit boosts all season long, and every time you bet with Fanatics, you earn fan cash. Win or lose, stack it up, spend it on more bets, tickets, trading cards, merch, exclusive Fanatics experiences. You name it, fan cash is the true currency of sport. With Fanatics, every wager pays you back regardless of the result. In fan cash, you can put toward next week's games or that jersey you've been eyeing. Plus, new customers get up to $1,000 bet matched in fan cash across your first 10 days. Make the switch to Fanatics Sportsbook, the only sportsbook to reward every bet. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app.
What is this?
What does this would be Sum 41. What does Sean Payton hate from his quarterbacks more than anything else?
Taking sacks.
It's negative plays, right? But sacks are a big part of it.
Right.
But yes, you're right.
Well, I mean, but he does and his quarterback doesn't take very many sacks at all.
If you combined sack percentage, interception percentage, and fumble percentage all into one giant statistic. Did you know that Bo Nix was best in the league last year?
Yeah.
At all those things?
You've said that a few times on the show. That
I think
stat is remarkable.
Vic, it's been ingrained in him by Sean Payton from day one.
Do you know who the other top 3 quarterbacks in that category are?
That don't take sacks, don't throw picks, don't have negative plays. Let's see.
I'm trying to think.
Is Matt Stafford one of those?
Matthew Stafford is number 2 on that list.
Okay. Number 3.
Surprised me, actually.
Would it be like
a kid in
the Dak Prescott?
Nope.
New England? Drake
Nope.
May? No.
Is it
Caleb Williams? Believe it or
Caleb
not.
Williams? Really?
Yeah. So those are your top 3.
You know what?
Now the worst in the league?
Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy.
Of course.
Second worst is Geno Smith. Now, a lot of this is dependent on offensive line, who's in front of you, all that stuff, right? Like, that stuff matters. But I've said this about Bo Nix, and this is the thing. It's the weird part about Bo is that I've said for, I would say, the last at least year, one thing I know about Bo Nix is he is good. He's a good quarterback. Now, I don't know if he's great yet. Could be. Or maybe he's just good. The nice thing about Bo Nix is this. He has such a high floor for his game. And here's what I guess I mean by that. Can you name an instance in 2 years, whether it's last year or his rookie season, in which you would say Bo Nix lost you the football game? I would say maybe the first few games of his rookie year.
Bo Nix is special.
No, I can't, but he's had poor games.
Yeah, I mean,
He's had poor games, yes.
Yeah, that's a tough thing to assess because you can lose a football game in the first half by not being able to move the ball.
True. How about this? Do you think Josh Allen lost them that playoff game?
Yes.
And that's despite the fact that he had pretty damn good numbers throwing the ball all over the yard, but he made mistakes. Allen? In the mistake category, he lost them the game. Bo Nix doesn't do that.
Hold on a second, though. You know, and I get it. Josh Allen was charitable, to say the least. Would you say
he threw 4 picks, bro?
Yeah, I know. But would you say that last one though was him? I don't think it was.
It was a hell of a play.
A good play
by Jake. Yeah. It was a hell of a play by Jake.
You're not putting that on Josh Allen, are you?
Oh, dude, if it was. You know what? If it's a yard further, 1 yard further.
Oh, I'm not putting that on Josh
No,
Allen.
I think that's
it's
just a great play. But
and the
Vic,
game's over.
He fumbles 10 seconds left before the half and gives them an extra field goal, which you won by a field goal.
I guess what I'm saying is he's that play, that Jaquan McMillan amazing play from the GOAT and the Glory. I mean, because they're in field goal range, game's over.
They might win that game pretty easily if he doesn't turn the ball over at all, though. You know what I mean? And all I'm saying is,
like, wait, what?
But this is the difference.
Like 30-17, something like that.
What's funny is this is exactly what I'm talking about. Josh Allen's ceiling is way up there, right? And I don't know where Bo Nix's is at, but the floor for Bo Nix's games, even in games that you don't move the football very well or he misses a couple throws, he doesn't make the mistakes that kill you.
That's true. So what you're saying then is his floor is up here, so that his floor is good enough and that every game is a winnable game.
Yes, exactly.
Every game is
with a good
winnable
defense.
Right.
That's how you get in a 14-3 season. Exactly,
because he's not going to do something to blow the game for you.
He's a winning quarterback who lives and breathes the game, and I totally agree with you. How do you explain the Jets game in London?
Jet lag, bangers and mash. Vic, I don't know.
I would say London games are weird.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of it.
Dude,
it's just weird.
Last time I was in London with my lovely wife, she's like, I want a good old wholesome English meal. I'm like, oh, God, here we go.
What is a wholesome English meal?
Dude, it's the most bland. I forget what she ordered, but we went to this really English place. Like English food, right?
In England?
Yeah,
who'd have thunk it?
No, they went to Taco Bell.
You're missing the point here.
All right, sorry.
She wanted a traditional. Here, talk amongst yourselves. I'll find it.
Okay, cool.
That detail is not that interesting.
It's not that important either. I don't think to the story.
What's blander, British cuisine or that story, Mose?
Yeah, no, she had roast. She had roast and like peas and anyway. The point is that maybe that's it, man. You get over there and you're out of your element, man. And that's why these games overseas are weird to me.
They're just very weird games. Now, the reason I think this is important, at least in the short term, and why this is going to matter in the long term, a defense like the Broncos have, combined with a quarterback that does not make mistakes, you are going to be a team that wins a lot of football games.
Absolutely.
That's just the way it's going to be.
Yep.
If he elevates his game to another level, you're a team that's perennially in Super Bowl discussions now.
Vic,
and the second part to this, Moj, is when you need to make the decision to pay him $55 million or not, the I don't make mistakes isn't good enough anymore. You need to not make mistakes and do more on top of that.
Well, because he has the benefit of a defense right now, the way it's currently constructed and has been, that's going to keep them in a lot of games. Now, there were games when they didn't, and Bo had to win those, and he did. So that's good, but I completely understand what you're saying. Vic, I don't think he's ever going to be one of these, 40 touchdown guys or maybe 38 touchdowns in a season. I don't think he's ever going to be that guy. And that's reserved, again, for the guys who, are the Staffords and the Mahomes and, guys like this, these high touchdown total guys. But the key is when I look at the sacks, he took 22 sacks last season. 22. That's it.
Playing every snap and was what, top 3 in passing attempts?
Herbert was more than double that. He was 54.
Hey, man, bottom line is this.
Trevor Lawrence was double that. I mean, all these guys are double what Bo Nix has taken.
If you're a Broncos fan, are you excited about your quarterback? I am.
Sure.
For sure.
I like my quarterback. That's a loaded question, Vic.
Well, what you are or you're not.
Okay, what gets me excited about my quarterback?
Do you think he's going to win you some games? Do you think he's the kind of guy that can win you a game that you should lose? I think he's proven that abundantly.
Okay.
He's proven how many last year was the year of proving that, and he did.
He did. God, Brett, why do I want to qualify this? I'm happy with my quarterback. I like my quarterback. I don't know that I'm excited about my quarterback. And I want to qualify it by saying this. You're right, Vic. He did. He had some of these drives and these late game heroics and all this kind of thing. But I know on a handful of occasions, the defense forced a turnover to allow him to be able to do that. The other team did stupid things to allow him to do that.
It's true, too.
Now, and he did it. Don't get me wrong. He did it. But did he do it in this handful of games because the other team was really that dumb? And I can think of 2 specifically, but more than those 2. In the Giants game and the Philly game, those are way easy to see. The AFC divisional game against Buffalo, way easy to see. And Brett, you're right. Let's say Stafford. Let's say Josh Allen only has two turnovers.
Yeah.
They probably win that game by double digits, probably by 10 points.
That crap. Yeah, okay. If the Broncos have Bo, they win the AFC Championship.
Of course. And you're right about that.
No, but the point's about mistakes. No, hang on. His point is about making mistakes at that position. That's all.
Yeah.
That's it. And I think he's right about that. It's not taking anything away, but it's true.
Wow, Moser is a Bo hater. Wild. I'm not a Bo hater. In fact, I would love to get Nelly straw poll it, please.
I got it.
Thanks.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Vic, it's a loaded question. I'll just put it this way. Are you excited about Bo Nix, yes or no? And that
Everybody's answer is going to be yes.
I mean, yeah, come on.
Well, it's not because he's not. I don't know that excitement is the proper word right now. Happy, certainly content, but happy, like him, encouraged. All of that is absolutely true.
Would you be more passionate on this subject? Would you be more energized about Bo Nix if he utilized a leather wristband play sheet instead of the typical NFL version?
I'd probably kiss him on the mouth.
Like if he showed up Friday night sporting a leather Judas Priest play collar on his left wrist.
God. How awesome would that be?
Listen, lover boy, are you wearing a bandana on your jeans upper thigh?
You sick look.
It would be sick. Let's see, what else from the 80s
chain?
are you probably doing
Did
right
you guys
now?
do chains, or was that later?
Okay, so Moser's got a
The
leather.
chain. There he is. Yeah,
got-
right there. No, we got him. Dog the Bounty
he's
Hunter
Dog,
also
yeah,
wears
yeah.
a leather wrist like that.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
leather wristband.
Are you wearing a leather wristband bicep?
I
Okay,
don't.
hang on.
I bet I could pull that off.
Did you guys ever watch this show? Because I did.
I watched a couple episodes. It's pretty funny. Pretty funny.
Slow down, brah. Right, he just called everybody brah.
Can I tell you about something about Dog the Bounty Hunter? Because I know him. I've had dinner with him.
You've had dinner with Dog the Bounty Hunter?
Hey, the least surprising thing you've ever uttered
so
is
true.
If there's anybody that the least surprising thing you've ever said is, I know him personally. I've had dinner with. You're wearing a leather wristband.
I mean, here's what's true though, Mo. You have to admit. If anybody, I said anybody at this radio station right now, someone had dinner with Dog the Bounty Hunter. Who was it?
Oh God.
No question.
Would you like to know why?
Sure.
Oh. Back in 2015, when I did that television pilot with my good buddy Rick Lewis, the pilot was bought by Dog and Beth, their production company, Bonnie and Clyde Productions, before she passed away.
What happened to that show?
What happened to the show?
It didn't get made, do you want to know you want to know what's going on?
Yeah, we got a minute. Give me a minute.
It didn't get produced as the show because at the time everybody loved the sizzle reel. Everybody thought it was.
Wait. So it's you and Rick just
riding your bikes,
just riding your motorcycles?
Yeah, but it was a travel show. It was a friggin' brilliant idea, and the sizzle reel was great.
What is a sizzle reel? What is
Sizzle
this?
reel is sort of like a resume tape, video wise.
Yeah,
Okay.
but we have a whole pilot, which
Okay.
was awesome.
So you and Rick, and I love Rick. So you and Rick got on your Harleys with your leather wristbands, and you just
We didn't have
drove
leather
around.
wristbands. Yeah, but Vic, you'd have to see it to understand it. But it was friggin' great. That was 11 years ago. Anyway, Dog and Beth.
So what made it great? I want to get to that. What
It's a
made
good
it
question.
great?
It was well produced. It was well filmed.
But what's the show?
The
What's the
content-
show?
what's
What
the-
do you
what's the
do?
point?
What do you?
It's-
What's the show?
It's like an adventure show where you travel to different places and experience different things, like Sedona, Arizona. Spiritual healers. All different kinds of stuff. It was really cool. That being
So you would stop in these little cities, and whatever they're known for, you would partake.
yes.
Okay, I got you.
That being said, we filmed it in Arizona. The pilot, Dog and Beth bought it from us. I mean, they with their production company.
Yeah, it was a leather wristband.
Right, and they shopped it all over Hollywood, and everybody really liked it. But at the time, they say, we're doing ghost shows, or we're doing car shows,
or Bigfoot.
or Bigfoot. Exactly
Or
right.
pawn shops at the time were big. That's what
Exactly
pawn
right.
shops
So
took
they're
off.
like, well, can they? And the Food Network goes, well, can they go to breakfast places?
Why didn't you ride your bike to an alien site?
See,
Okay.
what they really wanted were Italian-looking dudes in Vespas. That's what
I
was
can
sold.
promise you, nobody wants that.
So
I'm always comping
Hang
hard.
on, one second. Very important question. What did you and Dog talk about over this dinner? And what did Dog order?
We were at
And I feel uncomfortable calling him Dog.
What's his real name?
Dwayne. The what's the place up on the hill by Red Rock by
Wendy's.
That would be great if it was a fast food, just like stop, dine in. What kind of dinner was it? Forget the name of it.
like
What was
a steak, big steak dinner and
Steak?
all,
Okay.
outside in the patio. It was great.
Were you packing?
No, I was not packing, and he can't pack either because he's a former felon. But that being said, this guy right here is one of the salt of the earth people. Man, he's just a great dude.
What did he talk about with you?
Television,
Is he a sports guy?
not really,
Doesn't strike me as one.
but we talk television.
What's
we
he
talk.
wearing? Like, what's that? What is all that stuff?
That's a bounty hunter badge that he's got around
No,
his neck.
on the pants and stuff. What's in the pocket?
Because he can't
He's
carry.
right. He can't carry a weapon. I mean, he can't carry a gun. He can carry other weapons. But he's got, mace and spray and dotted, all kinds of stuff.
Like bear spray and
cuffs,
stuff?
Cuffs and all. Yeah, all
Did he
kinds
call
of
you
stuff.
brah?
I don't know that he did.
Hey, Brett, between you and me, leave motion. how long before Moj walks into the studio with a pair of pants and he's got just
I think you should be Dog the Bounty Hunter for
sprays.
Halloween.
Just, dude, how long?
The Fort. That's it. The Fort. The Fort. That's where we went. The Fort.
You're so right. I had dinner with Dog the Bounty Hunter once. Yeah, of course you did.
It would have been a great.
No,
it would have been a
Steve Nelson
it would have
had
been
said
a
he had
great show.
Like who? If Steve Nelson had said I had dinner with Dog, then I'd be like, floored.
Hang on a second. And this is why I'm pissed, because I copyrighted this with the government. The show, we copyrighted it with the federal government.
What do you
the concept
of riding a motorcycle to different places?
But you know what? Eric says what's funny is all the big actors have motorcycle shows. They ride somewhere. Nobody was doing this, and then you ever watch Walking Dead? You know who Norman Reedus is?
Yeah.
That mother trucker came out with a show. Years later. It was years later.
Yeah, but he's Norman Reedus.
Okay.
Though.
Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying is, the concept was a lot like ours.
Right. Let me tell you the concept I had.
But it wasn't nearly as good. It's completely sucked.
Very quickly, let me tell you the concept I had that never got off the ground, and I wish it had. This was about 20 years ago. All right, turn off the dog music.
Yeah. Hey,
Rob! Slow down! You're doing court, Rob!
All
right.
Oh, yes!
Do it quickly, Vic. Go ahead.
I'm not going to share my concept now.
All right, cool.
You just ruined my concept with that music. It was an extraordinary concept.
Was it a dance-off?
No, we had a golf show, and we shot it in Arizona. And it was a gambling golf show, like poker. And people wore those little readers of their heart rate, and all that stuff. And they bet before each shot. And if your heart rate increased because you knew you were bluffing, you could see it. The viewer could see it. Anyway, it never worked.
That sounds like it sucked.
Well, we didn't ride around in our motorcycles just saying, hey, everybody, we're here.
I will say it's a decent concept. What would make the show better is if Dog was chasing you while you were playing golf. 303-504-0925.
The point is we got ripped off.
Okay, got you. Got a chance to qualify for our rock, paper, scissors tournament, which gets you in the building at Arrowhead for the opening game of the season. Next. Hey, Moshe, I'm here to talk to the people about Surfside. It's one of my favorite drinks that's out there. It's delicious. I had 2 of them yesterday, strawberry lemonade and the blueberry lemonade, and there's a bunch of different flavors. Try them for yourself. Green tea. You had one at the Rick Springfield concert. That's right, Moshe. Why? Because they're delicious, and they're great in any setting, but especially outdoors right now on the patio, tailgating at the golf course. The green tea vodkas, the iced tea vodkas, the lemonade vodkas, the half and halves. Every flavor is delicious. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, 0 bubbles, easy to sip and enjoy. They go down like water. Trust me. If you haven't had one yet, you're missing out. They're sold at bars, stores, and restaurants near you. Get yourself a Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
See, there are things about my life that you guys have no idea whatsoever. None.
Don't care.
Did you guys happen to see Peyton Watson's goodbye yesterday on IG?
Yeah.
Instagram.
Everybody, it's funny because I did the show PhD and they brought me on and asked about that exact goodbye. And everybody likes to decode these social media goodbyes. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Do you want to read it before we decode it?
So I'll read some of it. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But thank you, Nuggets Nation in the city of Denver, thank you for having me for the first 4 years of my career as a young NBA player who was a bit naive and hadn't seen much of the real world. You guys took care of me better than I could have ever imagined. Thanks for that. Playing this game every night on a national stage is difficult on both the body and the mind, but the love from the fans always makes it so worthwhile. I will miss seeing you all at Ball Arena. That's the first part. Is the decoding part when he had to mention it's difficult on the body and mind? Is that part of it?
No,
Okay.
It's everybody he thanked. And DMac asked me, why didn't he thank Christian Brown? I said, was he going to thank everybody?
Well, he went through, okay, fine, I'll just read the rest. Few special thank yous. Calvin Booth for believing in me out of UCLA, the Kroenke family, Coach Malone, Coach Adelman, the rest of the staff, all my teammates for helping to raise me up, AG for being my big brother, DJ for keeping me in check, Joker and Jamal for all the assists on and off the floor, KCP for throwing my 21st birthday party, MPJ for all the late night workouts and dinners. But again, most of all, thank you to the fans. Playing in front of you has been a dream come true. I'll see you soon.
P.S. Christian Brown, get bent.
No, there was never
I know,
any...
I'm teasing.
There was no enmity. I mean, listen, you guys know how I feel about Payton Watson. He's a good kid. Good kid. Yeah, I really like him. He and his family, I've got to know them pretty well over the years. They're good people. And he wanted to get his bag like everybody else. And I don't, it's not that, for me, it's the NBA. This is what you're set out to do. Guys are happy for each other when they go get the bag. I mean, they were happy when Bruce Brown got it, right? He got it and then he came back. I mean, that's what you're here to do. We, as fans, sometimes we miss on that. We assume that the ultimate goal is to win a championship. Well, the ultimate goal for these guys is to make money, then win a championship. That's the ultimate goal. Now, you may not like hearing that, but that's the truth. Moj, what's the ultimate goal for a professional athlete?
Make some money.
Make some money. First and foremost, take care of their families.
Well,
It is not.
you're
not going to want to hear this. It's not to cater to fans and media and win a champion. That comes with it. That's part of it.
Some of it.
I want to go back
but it's not the ultimate. Listen, it's not what the ultimate goal is. The ultimate goal is to make moolah.
I wish I wrote down the Big 50 hierarchy of professional athletes. What's most important? But essentially it is, number one, do I have a job? Number two, how much am I getting paid? Number three, how much am I going to play? Winning is like fifth on the list of how these pro athletes think, right?
Because a lot of the winning part of it, they have no control over.
That is correct.
They have no control over their teammates, their coach. They have no control over, do we have the right approach to this? And if that all comes together, great.
So
but first and foremost, it's what they control, and that's their play, and that's their paycheck.
Did you guys happen to hear Michael Porter Jr. on his podcast? He was with Lonzo Ball. I don't know if they have a podcast together, if he was just a guest on it or what. But there was two different clips over the last couple of days that I saw. Let's start with the one where he talks about why he thinks the Nuggets team, what did he say, fell apart? I can't remember the exact quote, but go ahead, Nelly.
So I don't know why they let that was the beginning of our downfall. And I'm about to do Pope's podcast in a week or two, but that was the beginning of the downfall. But we still went Game 7 with Minnesota after Tim Conley kind of built Minnesota to try to beat us with the two bigs. Because then you put Cat on Joker and you let Rudy kind of roam. So they kind of built that team to try to beat us, and they got us in Game 7. So then they let us run it back another year, and that's when we lost to OKC in Game 7. That's when I got hurt. I was wearing the pad on my shoulder. My shoulder was like dislocated and stuff, and we lost to OKC Game 7. I had a terrible playoffs because I had an AC joint, grade 2 injury. Like it was like a 3 or 4 month injury, but I'm trying to play through it. I'm popping it with the numbing stuff with a needle every game. I'm trying to play through it. Can't lift my arm, but we lose, and I played the worst. So I'm like, okay, I'm the one that's probably gonna get shipped out. And then they ship me out. Then obviously P. Watt just got traded to the
in
Cavs. It's like slowly, but they still gonna be called as long as you got Joker, Jamal, AG,
and what's it called? Debo just went over there too.
Debo's over there. Cam's obviously a good player.
So that's just some of it, but he thinks the start of the downfall came from letting KCP go. And this is one of those things. You know, I mentioned this after KCP left for Orlando. I don't know where that sort of defense is going to come from. Now, it allowed Christian Brown the ability to have a bigger role, in which he did flourish shortly after that. That 1 year that KCP left, he flourished. But it is an odd thing when you win a championship, you have this year afterwards where you felt like you were close. I believe, if I remember right, Vic, you would have been well into the second apron if you kept KCP, right?
It's not just that. There's a lot of factors of why they let KCP go. And we do this hindsight thing all the time, and we try to substantiate why things went the way they did based on players. But I want you to, a quick historical lesson. Here we go. In the championship season of 2023, KCP was elite as a defender and as a spot-up three-point shooter.
Mm-hmm.
He's the reason you came back and won that Phoenix series when it was tied 2-2. Do you guys remember what KCP did in that Game 6 of that Phoenix series?
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys remember how he started that game? Couldn't miss. Lights out. Awesome. They won the series. They won the championship. KCP from 2023 to 2024 was not the same player.
He was not.
Last I checked, they lost in 2024, correct? They lost to
Correct.
Minnesota. Was KCP on that team?
He was.
Was he a primary perimeter defender on that team?
He was.
Okay. How did he do in that series?
Not great.
So I'm just, the revisionist history that we're going through right now, I get it. You don't win an NBA title without him. But things happen. People change. Others develop.
And guys guys drop off. They get into their 30s and things start to just slip even this much.
The Denver Nuggets at that time were not going to pay KCP $22 million a year when they already had a guy who's going to take his spot. And the guy that took his spot actually had better numbers the following season.
Christian Brown played well that year, yes.
So I get it. We all want to keep guys. We all want that. We all understand the value. I would love to. Financially, it'd be hard to keep him. And also statistically, he's not been the same player since 2023.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
I played it because that's a player's perspective on it that lived through the non-KCP year.
Yeah, but players, they just look at the player aspect of it and that sort of thing. They don't look at it from the ownership side, apron side. You know, you got to. The players aren't predicting and projecting their team 2, 3, 5, 7 years down the road.
Yeah.
They don't need to have that kind of foresight. Hey, I'm getting paid and I'm playing today. That's kind of what it is. And I'm not saying that MPJ is completely wrong. I'm just saying his perspective is completely different than what a GM or an owner has to have.
Of course. And I get it, too, because every player wants to make that key-ish, and every player wants to keep great players around them. I get it. Zach chimes in on the text line. Vic, what do you mean series tied 2-2? Yeah, it was tied 2-2 against Phoenix. Nuggets won the first 2 games at home, went to Phoenix, where Joker got into it with Matt Ishbia on a loose ball, lost 2 close games in Phoenix, if you recall. It was tied 2-2. Nuggets blow them out in Game 5 here, and then blow them out of the water in Game 6.
Blew them out of the water.
And that game that they won when Matt Ishbia stole Nikola Jokic's ball is the last playoff game the Phoenix Suns have won. They have not won a single game since then. And honestly, if I was in the arena at that point, I probably would have thrown something at Matt Ishbia, like maybe a tortilla.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Tortilla. I heard they throw, is it tacos? Fajitas? Tortillas?
Texas Tech got fined over tortillas.
Tortillo. I mean tortilla.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
That's a key word. It's tortilla. So text that to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you can qualify for a chance to play in our Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament Tuesday at Rooftop Social in Rhino. The winner gets a trip to KC with flights, hotel, and tickets to the first game of the year, Denver and KC.
That's just a really good prize. That is a really, really top-notch, top-level, awesome prize.
Yeah.
I can't believe. And as a show, as any show in the history of organized radio, ever had more fun and more laughs about tortillas in their life?
Hey,
Has
Or
MPJ
tortillas or tortillas.
Has MPJ made a podcast he didn't do or like? He's been on a lot of those.
He does.
I like him though. Like
I love it.
He is so
I'm not going to be
transparent.
hypocritical. Yeah, I love it. By the way, the trend in the NBA now, Moser, I don't know if they do this in hockey, but I don't know when this started. In the NBA, these teams in the summer are now doing these retreats. Luka brought a bunch of his boys to Slovenia, and
Really?
they did a camp in Slovenia. Rudy Gobert brought most of the Minnesota Timberwolves to Paris, and they did a mini camp in Paris. Aaron Gordon, with the help of J.J. Barea, has taken 8 Denver Nuggets players to Puerto Rico, and they're doing a mini camp in Puerto Rico.
I saw the picture, and you know what I liked about that, Vic? A lot of the young guys, first-year guys, are there too, which is cool that he is like, look.
Hopkins, Brazil, yeah.
Yeah.
Jamal's not there.
The European guy. No, Jamal's not there, but the European guy. What's the?
Diallo.
He's there, and I'm like, that's pretty cool.
He's not young, by the way.
Well, I know, but it's pretty cool that he got all these guys who are even the new guys and said, you're all a part of this. I like that. That's cool.
Christian's not there because he's got his camp going on this week here at Gold Crown. The Utah Jazz, they got all their guys, and they went to Finland. Because, when you think about basketball camps, Finland, Lauri Markkanen.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's like, who's Finnish?
Yeah.
I was going to say, the Charlotte Hornets, they went to Minot, North Dakota.
So that actually, it's pretty cool, man. You might as well, if you're going to
That's a
vacation
shot.
with your buds,
Yeah.
and this is not for basketball. Everybody knows, all right, you can do this anywhere. It's for more camaraderie.
Yeah.
It's to let's get going here. Let's get some brotherly love before the season starts.
It is just crazy thinking back, though. The Nuggets won the NBA title 3 years ago. Basically, 4 players remain from that team. 5 if you want to include Zeke. But 4 guys remain. That fast. Roster just changes. Now, top guy's still there. But
Do Boston now.
Yeah, do the Celtics.
How many do the Celtics
And they won it the year after the Nuggets.
Yeah, hang on. Let me see here.
They've got Jason Tatum, Derek White, those 2 dudes.
And they got Tatum's dad saying, that
Roster's
sucks.
trash. Was Peyton Pritchard on that team?
Yes, Peyton Pritchard
was
was on
on
that
Sam
team. yes.
Hauser?
I don't remember if
yeah,
Hauser
no.
was on that team. I think he was.
But they have like 3 dudes, maybe. 3. It's the year after.
Yeah, same thing.
It's crazy.
Yeah, do Milwaukee, who won it the year before. the
They've
Nuggets.
got nothing left.
Look at how quick things are turning over in the NBA.
Does Milwaukee have a single player left? On
I
that
don't
team?
know that they do.
I don't know.
Let me take a look. Hang on. I'll tell you right now.
Give me the Milwaukee roster, the current Milwaukee roster, and
Okay,
I'll tell you right now.
I got you right now, Vic. The starting 5. You ready?
Yeah.
Ryan Rollins, Tyler Hero,
Nope.
Jamie Jaquez, Kyle Kuzma, Miles Turner. No, none of those guys.
None of those guys. Who's on the bench?
Gary Trent Jr.
Nope.
Nate Ament.
No is the answer.
They don't have. They don't have one guy from their championship team left on that roster.
4 years ago.
That is insane.
Yes, 4 years ago.
Wow.
That's the turnover in the NBA. So the least turnover over the last 5 years from former NBA champions
Is
has
the
been
Nuggets.
the Nuggets.
Yeah. Vic, that's amazing. When you really think about it and you put it out there like that, that blows your mind.
That's crazy.
Oklahoma City won it last season, and already they're enduring turnover. Already.
Yeah,
in one season. So
they did not want to get rid of Lou Dort. I can promise you that.
I guess the lesson here is it's inevitable.
Yeah.
It's inevitable. You can't retain your teams because of the CBA. You can't do it. It's not possible.
Speaking of our contest, you can join us at Rooftop Social next Tuesday night for that rock, paper, scissors tournament. The winner gets a trip to KC for the Denver-Kansas City Monday night opener, even if you don't qualify for the tournament through text. If you show up at Rooftop Social on Tuesday, we're picking 4 people at least for at-large bids to participate in this tournament. So we'll see you at Rooftop Social in Rhino next Tuesday at 6. Rooftop Social, an elevated sports bar in Rhino. Back after this. Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of.
We all know this story because we talked about it. I'll start things out today, Vic. Oh, by the way, you remember the Akron Zips, what they did, something very unique to begin the season here?
No.
They said somebody gets to be an offensive coordinator and design the first drive of the season. Remember that?
Yeah,
they had a big contest.
But there's some restrictions. You got to abide by certain calls.
Well, I'll get to that in a second. The amount of attention that this drew to them, they have sold out all their suites. There's no suite inventory for sale. They had the largest ticket sales day in Akron Athletics history on August 5th when they announced this. This is a hell of a smart promotion. And it's the Akron Zips. We ain't talking like the Buckeyes here, okay? But the winner is Marty Wims II, former Akron Zip himself and a real estate executive from Cleveland.
So he gets to design the first drive of the year.
Somewhat, yes.
Sounds like a team taking their football season very seriously.
We talked, you didn't know this was happening?
How about quarterback for a day contest?
Okay. I'm just saying that it was a great promotion, whoever thought of it, because they blew out tickets. And now Marty Wims II, that guy gets to design the first drive of the season.
The Rockies, who are on a big slide as of late, if they are on the quest to not lose 100 games, which I think is the goal, they needed to start winning some. They got a little boost last night. Hunter Goodman back in the lineup, and he did what he does best, which is homer. He has 35 this year. It's the most by any Rocky since 2019. And his fourth inning homer that traveled 432 feet, only Junior Caminero has more 425-foot bombs than Hunter Goodman this year. So he doesn't just hit homers, he hits tanks. By the way, if you want to know how important Hunter Goodman is, the Rockies were on pace to not lose 100 games, and then he went on the IL, and they went 2-8, and now they're on pace to lose 100 games again. So hopefully rattle some off in a row.
That would be good. Vic, what do you got?
That's okay, Vic. We'll just move on. Did you guys see this from Ian Rappaport? There's a story coming out of Falcons
doing this segment.
Falcons camp. I want you to hear what happened here. They have Michael Penix Jr., but he's coming off the surgery. He's going to be their plan was we cannot play this guy at the beginning. We need to make sure he's fully healthy. He's our first-round pick. So they bring in Tua. Here's the report from Ian Rappaport. Tua's play has made the plan to make him a starter at the beginning of the season, quote, impossible. Not just in the preseason game, but it sounds like practice as well. It is now Michael Penix's job for the taking. So here's what happened. Tua gets traded to Atlanta, and he's basically in politics. You guys see this in local races. Sometimes people run unopposed. He lost the unopposed race.
Tua Tagovailoa.
They're like, here, please take this. And he's been so bad, they're like, I don't think we can do it. And I don't know how this is possible for somebody who was really good a couple of years ago.
I'm telling you, dude, Vic.
Well, maybe the concussions.
I worry about his health, yeah. Vic, it's about his health, Vic. I mean, he's been racked up so many times that I'd be scared to play him.
God, can you imagine being an Atlanta Falcons fan with the quarterback carousel that they've gone through recently? Another team.
Why wouldn't they keep Kirk Cousins?
It didn't work. It didn't work. So they ate it. It didn't work for whatever reason. That's why.
They're going to stink.
I mean, that's nuts, though. You were running unopposed.
With a guy,
and you lost.
With a guy who has sawdust for knees.
Serious. Well, according to his doctor.
Oh, he's better than ever.
Never be hurt ever
again. Ever.
How many knee surgeries has he had?
At least three.
He's had 5 season-ending injuries, though, in his
But at least 3 knee
career.
surgeries, yes.
So the PGA Tour, by the way, came out with their official thing. They had this whole video outlining what the end of the tour season was going to look like, and it's awesome. It's the top 32 from their championship series is what they're calling it. All plays in a match play format that looks a lot like the World Cup.
Yeah, not only is it match play, which is brilliant because the Ryder Cup match play, and anybody who knows golf understands why match play is brilliant to crown a champion. Because sometimes the best player doesn't win. The most consistent player doesn't win. The hot player wins. And this allows the PGA Tour now to move to courses that otherwise they would never play because it doesn't set up for a 4-day stroke play tournament. A lot of people say, well, can't play stroke play here because this course is too short, too easy. We can do match play.
Damn right you can.
Yeah.
It opens up a lot of different abandoned dunes for crying out loud.
It's a brilliant move by the PGA to do something that I think fans have been wanting for years. More match play. Mano a mano. None of this, grinding over just you win the hole or you don't.
So
that's why the Ryder Cup's so fun.
The quick recap here is the first week of this playoff format, and it's going to start in 2028. Top 32 from the championship series, 8 groups of 4, 3 days, 1 match per day. The top 2 from each group advance. Then in week 2, 16 players, new course, 1v1, single elimination. You win 4 straight, you win the Tour Championship.
I think it's fantastic. I can't wait for it. I can't wait 2 years. Hey, I've got one for you. Oh, by the way, what's the name of that place in Atlanta with the wings?
Magic City.
Okay, Magic City. Well, there's a certain guy from Switzerland who's going to be maybe finding out what Magic City is truly all about. You don't see this that often, but the Atlanta United in the MLS, Vic, they've signed and acquired striker Breel Mbolo away from French League and away from Ipswich Town in the English Premier League. He played in the French League. Ipswich Town wanted him. But Atlanta United paid $18 million to bring him over to the MLS. And he said, everybody in Europe is shocked. They wanted me to play in England. They wanted me to play in Italy, blah, 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 blah. He was big in the World Cup for Switzerland. He was huge.
Yeah.
He wants to come over and play in Atlanta for an MLS team. You rarely see that, right? Unless it's like Wayne Rooney at the end or Messi here at the end, and that's a Beckham, Zlatan, that kind of thing. This guy's a player, man.
Well, good for the MLS.
Yeah. I think it's time to throw a little soccer love out there to our soccer brethren.
Nelly, you got something for us?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I don't really pay as much attention to politics as I probably should, both locally and globally, and I'm trying to be better about that. This might cause me to change my mind. There is a politician in Germany who wants to organize orgies at City Hall. Why? He said, quote, group sex with city council members would be the ultimate closeness with the citizens.
Oh, my God.
And he noted that there are no laws on the books prohibiting swingers parties at City Hall.
Man, this world is full of freaks, man.
He told the Telegraph, quote, at the moment, the focus is on determining which of the citizens who contacted me are seriously interested. So, guys, would a nice grassroots orgy get you a little more involved at City Hall?
No, pass.
That's just ridiculous.
1,000,000% pass.
How do these people get in power? How do these people get elected?
And by the way, he has a 2-pronged goal. The first step is he wants to destigmatize swinging culture, and then he wants to promote a nudist swinger paradise. Okay. That's a direct quote. In the city where he's a council member.
I got to tell you guys something.
What kind of websites are you into?
Yeah, what are you talking about, Steven?
HIPAA sucker.
Nelly.
I got to tell you something.
Okay, Franz, get bent. Get out of here. No.
When I first moved here, it was the first few months where my wife was not with me yet. I used to go to this place. I have dogs. I love dogs. There's this bar that was next to my apartment at the time that was like a dog. It was a bar, but it had this big outdoor area for dogs to all run around. So I like to go there occasionally, have a drink, and then I would just pet dogs who would run up to me. Missing my dogs. And these people that were there, I get to know them, saw them a couple times. They said, why don't you come over here on Saturday nights? And I was like, maybe. I'm like, you really should. I asked somebody about this place. I don't want to say the name.
I know the place I've been to the place you're talking about.
It's swingers night on Saturday nights.
Come on, dude.
Never been back to that place since.
Never.
Weirded me out.
Totally
weirded me out.
And they openly advertised it?
Yes. It's like there's a cover charge to get in.
Have you ever?
No, it doesn't happen. It's not, from what I understand, I don't think it happens there. I think that you just meet people and then you go off somewhere else.
Have you ever been to a place? Have you ever seen the movie From Dusk Till Dawn?
Yes.
Have you ever walked into a place and felt like, oh my God? I felt like Tarantino and Clooney in From Dusk Till Dawn. Like everybody looks, you're like,
I don't belong.
Yeah, like is the door going to be locked behind me and the vampires are going to come and
that's where that leather wristband comes in.
I got to tell you.
Pow.
My favorite bars, though. I'm a big dive bar guy. I need to have, like, my perfect bar setting for a dive bar is I feel like there's a small % chance I might get stabbed. Like, I'm not going to, but there's a little bit of, like,
the possibility is
fear.
always open.
Yes,
right.
there's a little bit of fear that surrounds you. That's the perfect ambiance.
Oh, by the way, and this is the last one, I just try to contribute this. AI is dangerous. It's getting out of control. The fighting robots, we talked about this yesterday. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, with the ability to communicate on a personal level, my brother has his ChatGPT on yesterday, and we're asking the ChatGPT to evaluate golf swings. My mother's listening to the conversation. The ChatGPT has an English accent and having a conversation with us. My mother thinks it's a real person. So she starts talking to ChatGPT, thinking it's a real human being. And we had about 20 minutes of a conversation there that she thought was...
Who did she think the British person was you guys were talking to?
Somebody on the phone. I mean, it was on the phone.
Oh, poor Bambino.
Hey, cutie. And I'm
You
telling
should have
you
done
right
that.
now,
Should have started
it just
hitting on
hit
that
me.
lady.
It just hit me because the way the computer responded to our queries was so conversational.
Yeah.
It was
Human-like,
conversational. Like, you would never be able to distinguish unless you knew you were using ChatGPT. It's gone too far. Stop it.
I watched the video that you sent out.
Yes.
I actually was a little bit mad at the AI thing. It dismissed your mother. It said, oh, yeah, enjoy your lunch. So the golf swing.
Exactly.
I didn't like
Did
that.
you see that?
Yes.
That's rude. The computer's rude?
It, like, dismissed her. It was like, hey, enjoy your lunch.
Yeah,
I got to talk about this golf
old lady,
swing real
fine.
quick.
Yeah,
But she couldn't understand the concept that she was...
I don't blame her.
That was not a real human being.
Reminder to you guys, wine time this Friday night at Elitch Garden. Sip your way through 14 wine stations and enjoy great bites, a DJ, and more. Get your tickets now at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. Wine time is presented by the Halliburton Law Firm, Colorado's own personal injury and employment firm. Learn more at halliburtonlawfirm.com.
I got to get back to this Bo Nix thing as we roll on. And I've got a bone to pick with some of the listeners out there who picked
on you?
Had a bone to pick with me.
Mooch,
all right.
A lot of the texters are saying that swingers clubs, the big, like, everybody knows you're in a swingers club when you're wearing a leather wristband. Okay.
It's an indicator.
Okay.
Indicator I'm ready.
Whatever.
All right. Get back to that with some Davis Webb audio next.
I thought he did a really good job, like we kind of talked about, get back to those feels, and, he handled that really good. He's really efficient, good communicator in the huddle, in and out, was accurate with the football. I think there's one play he would like to have back, but through 2 drives and almost being, 8-9 months since the last time he's played, it's pretty good.
Davis Webb talking about Bo Nix's performance in the second preseason game. By the way, our 8 a.m. qualifier was Jenny Vaughn. So congratulations to Jenny.
Jenny,
do a little Rochambeau.
Jenny to go to Kansas City. Jenny.
Broncos did make a cut yesterday. They cut Hakeem Butler. He was that receiver from the UFL.
Yeah.
I always sort of thought when camp opened up and I said, wait, there's a receiver wearing number 30? I didn't even know who it was. I go, well, that guy's going to get cut.
Yeah, it looked
It's
weird.
never a good thing when you're wearing number 30.
Bro, that's such a good point. I look at numbers. There's a guy, and I love him. I thought the first last year that he was Hufanga for the longest time in training camp because he's got the hair.
Yeah.
That big, like, Palomalu hair. But
Yeah.
he's number 39. I forget his name. He's a receiver, though.
Yeah.
It's like, you're a receiver at 39? I don't think that bodes well.
Well, I will say this. If looking the part, if looking like a perfect football player got you in the league, Hakeem Butler would have a job in the NFL because he looks
big body.
He's huge and he looks perfect.
Now, to go back to the Webb part, the Bo Nix part of this, Davis Webb talking about Bo Nix. We brought this up last hour, and I do think this is worth pointing out again, that in the Sean Payton formula of quarterbacking, which is don't make negative plays, so you take sack percentage, interception percentage, and fumble percentage all into this big ball. Bo Nix was the best in the league last year at that. Now, can I bring a counterpoint to this argument? The good thing about Bo Nix being in that category is if your quarterback is really good at that, the floor of your game is going to be great because there's a very, very, very good chance your quarterback is not going to make mistakes that cost you, right? Not going to throw the pick that turns into the game-winning touchdown for the opposing team. Not going to take the sack that takes you out of field goal range. Like, all that stuff matters.
Yeah, he's not going to be indecisive and let himself get tracked down from behind. He's going to do things to continue the play, make it happen, and not take negative yards.
Now, that is not to say that the offense was really good last year, because it wasn't. Now, second on that list of that Sean Payton formula, as far as best in the league, was Matthew Stafford. Stafford did the no mistakes along with, oh my God, plays on top of it.
And he didn't even have the wheels to do it. He just did it just because he got rid of the
pocket
ball.
presence, get rid of the ball, find the open man. If there is a negative to this, I think there's times that Bo Nix in the pocket, I don't want to say looks panicked, but maybe sped up is the right word, where maybe he opts for the dump-off pass because he's trying so hard not to take the sack. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost as if Sean Payton is so in his head that he'll be in the pocket being like, oh, I got to get rid of the football. I got to do this. You know what I mean? Or bail out of a clean pocket before he has to, sort of thing. That stuff.
Day one, it was ingrained on him by Sean Payton. Implored. Day one.
That's not necessarily a bad thing either, because if he's in that situation against New England, and there's no shovel pass there, that ball's going to be thrown away or thrown on the ground. And,
True.
That's not a bad thing. Speeding up a quarterback and getting him used to the speed of the game, I think is a good thing. I like that. I think Bo, I trust Bo now. Bo's trustworthy.
Yes.
I agree.
And that, I think, is his best character trait. He's trustworthy.
Just going to say it. Yep. His best quality as a quarterback is you trust him.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing. I mean, these are all good things. But earlier in the show, Vic, for those who are just joining us, Vic asked the question, are you excited about Bo Nix? And I said, well, no, I'm not excited. What I am is I'm happy.
Content?
More than content, but yes, that fits. Happy. I like him. All of these things are true. But to say, are you excited, that adds another level to the conversation, the situation. So I'm not, quote, excited, and then people are jumping on me. I don't know why people like Tobias. Or could I call it's Tobias. Anyway, so I don't like what you said about my quarterback. Well, I didn't say anything bad about your quarterback. I'm not anti-Bo Nix at all. Yeah. I mean, I'm pro Bo Nix. I'm just not, oh my God, I'm excited about Bo Nix. I'm not at that level yet. And let me explain a little bit more, Vic. If you go down and you look at the top 16 passing yardages in the National Football League last season, top 16, Bo Nix had the lowest QBR of all top 16 passers in the league in terms of passing yards. Now, I'm not talking about completion percentage or anything, but I'm just talking about QBR. He had the lowest at 87.8. And you've got to drop out of the top 16 to find somebody with a lower one, and that was Cam Ward at 80.2. And that's not to say that can't be in the 90s this year or whatever, but I don't think it's ever going to be a Stafford at 109.2 or a Goff at 105 or, hell, I mean, Drake May had a 113.5. I don't know that it's ever going to be that, but it doesn't have to be that. If it is that, then we are on friggin' easy street.
Let me ask you a would you rather. All right? This is a very simple question. I want everybody's ears open up. Would you rather have a quarterback with a higher QBR, a more consistent QBR, a QBR that is top 5, or would you rather have a quarterback who has proven time and time again and already has the stats to prove it that he can win you games in the fourth quarter?
I like the fourth quarter stuff, but Vic, what I'm trying to tell you is that last year I think was kind of, I don't want to say it was anomalous because he proved himself in many times in many instances. But Brett, would you admit that last year, the way things went down was we're not going to see another season like that for some time in a Broncos uniform?
Well, that season was quite literally never seen in the history of the league before.
Okay, so that being said, Vic, I like consistency, man.
I like a guy whose heartbeat slows when the rest of the team gets antsy. I like a guy who's able to process a game when things go crazy. I like a guy who can win a game that seems lost. I like that guy.
I do too. I don't disagree with you, but I'm saying I think there were a confluence of circumstances surrounding those drives and those situations that aided him perhaps in the Broncos overall to that kind of performance. Not to say that they didn't earn it, because they did, but they were also handed some things and were fortunate in a different regard. Well, then you find me another season where a team wins 14 games, losing the time of possession battle and losing the turnover battle.
I get it. It was an anomaly. I get it. But at the same time, you're dismissing it as if even at the end of that Buffalo game, all right, so the Broncos pull off the turnover that turned the game. You still had to move the ball upfield and get in field goal range.
Agreed.
Somebody had to do that. Who did that?
It was Bo Nix who did that.
Okay, I mean, everybody makes it sound, okay, somebody has to lead that charge. Could have gone 3 and out there. Giving the ball back to Buffalo. Somebody put him in that position.
Okay,
and I like that somebody.
Just to make the argument, I largely agree with you, Vic. I am excited about Bo Nix this season. I think he's going to take another step. I do. But for the sake of argument, Bo Nix's success has been tied directly to the winning here, which no doubt is an important stat. Does it change if that's not a pick and that's a catch from Buffalo and Buffalo wins? Like, in the sense of this, Bo Nix would be viewed much differently, I think, if he did not get hurt, played in the AFC Championship game, and made the Super Bowl. I think he's viewed differently.
Yeah.
And that's based off of a win, right? Uh-huh. How much differently do you view him if they lose a game, if it's not a Jaquan pick and instead it's a catch, Buffalo kicks the game-winning field goal, you don't have a playoff win to point to now, and now Bo Nix is 0 for 2 in the playoffs, and you lost a game in which the team turned the ball over 4 times.
That's a great point, and I guess the argument would be, it would be more, hey, the defense blew it. The defense just got whipped up and down the field.
True, yeah.
And Bo tried to keep pace and couldn't, but the defense, that would have been the
counterpoint.
But
hang on. But the winning thing and what he does when the game matters most, right? When the game matters most, if the scenario that I laid out plays out, in which Jaquan doesn't get the pick, you went 3 and out in overtime and then lost. That's another thing, too.
And let's go back to that. Yeah, let's go back to that game. You scored 20 points in the first half. 20 of your 33 in the first half. The Bills scored 10. They flipped the script on you in the second half. You kicked a field goal in the third quarter. You had a touch in the fourth quarter. And then you got the Jaquan pick in OT.
Yeah.
So it's not like they came on like gangbusters. The Buffalo Bills gave that away. They did. And no offense to anybody, and you're right, Vic. After the pick, they had to drive down, get in field goal range, and kick the field goal. You're 100% correct. But it felt like they were going to lose. It really did, because the Bills started rolling in the second half, especially that fourth quarter when they put up 13 of their own.
Dude,
And then they just gave. I mean, if they don't, I'm just trying to tell you, Vic, you're right. But boy, it felt a lot different than it really was.
I don't know how nobody remembers this play. It's, to me, the play that changed the entire game. It would have won the Bills the game. It was 3rd and 10.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
With 16 seconds left.
Yeah.
Dawson Knox was wide open for a walk-in touchdown, and Allen just missed him. Just straight up missed a. You couldn't get more wide open.
Did he
Dawson.
overthrow him or underthrow him?
I got to go back and watch it. I think it was an overthrow. I think he got too excited. Allen Knox. I got to find this video and send it to Nelly, because I do want to watch this again.
So then, when we're talking about this kind of thing, Vic, you're not going to convince me that Bo Nix is a better quarterback than Josh Allen.
Well, that's not.
I know, but I mean, despite
that's not the argument.
Okay, if Josh Allen was our quarterback, I'd be excited.
You got me a little off. You started getting all nerdy and geeky on me and bringing up QBR, and it bothers me when people try to argue that.
QBRs and ratings.
Okay.
Go outside, nerd.
All right, look up. I want you to look this up right now, live on the air. Live. Ready? Get in front of your laptop.
Yeah, I'm here.
John Elway's career QBR.
Somebody already pointed that out, Vic. I'm telling you.
Different era.
The game was so much more difficult for quarterbacks back in that day.
All right, compare it to Dan Marino of that era. Compare it to Jim Kelly of that era. Compare his QBR to other quarterbacks of that era.
All right, let me look it up.
Go ahead. So I don't want to get the nerds, and I get it. Stats mean something, but I tell you what means more. Can you win a game when the pressure is at its peak? When everybody expects you to lose.
Okay, so
Can
Marino's
you win a game in the fourth quarter?
Marino's career passer rating is 86.4. Elway's 79 point something. So it's not that far off.
All right, what about Jim Kelly? What about all the other contemporaries of that era? The point is, I can give you a stat about anything. I mean, if you're going to throw me QBR, I'll give you Brett's stat that he's given us 40 times on this show. No quarterback has been better at protecting the football, not turning it over, not taking sacks over the last 2 years than Bo Nix. Number 1 in the league.
39 times, thank you.
Yeah. So I've got a stat for every stat you give me. If every quarterback stat's going to be QBR, what about you know what? What's his QBR in the fourth quarter when you're down a touchdown and you have the ball?
I'd like to take a QBR, and I'll tell you what you can do with it. His highest passer rating ever was 92.8. That was 93 when he threw for 4,030 yards, 25 touches, 10 picks. Mm-hmm. His career was 79.9. Yeah. Marino's high is 108. Okay, I mean, I get it, but Marino, again, was allowed to throw the ball a lot more, too.
Let me tell you something, man. The Denver Broncos won their very first Super Bowl. Their very first. I was there. In a game in which John Elway's numbers were so pedestrian and so god-awful that if you looked at his pure numbers, you'd say, well, they got blown out.
Well, what happened with Peyton Manning's Super Bowl here for the Broncos?
The point is, quit referencing numbers as the end-all.
Brett, with God as my witness, and I'm making you an assistant.
I'm God?
You're an assistant God right now. You're not the God, you're a God.
Okay.
Did I ever hang everything on these numbers, the QBR with Bo Nix? No.
You reached into your leather wristband and pulled out a stat as if you've been sitting on it for a while.
It does have a pouch in there.
I'm going to. Oh, so here's Tobias again. Moser, I declare, if Bo Nix has a 500-plus yard, 5 TD game, you're not allowed to be excited. Yes, I can be. And I'll tell you what, Tobias, if that ever happens, ever, from this point until the end of time in his career, I will buy you a bottle of your favorite whiskey.
I want you guys to watch something. This is what I'm talking about. 16 seconds left, divisional playoffs. The game is 30 to 27. The Broncos are up. Mm-hmm. They're at the 32-yard line.
They're spread wide. Look at the Bills. They are spread wide.
Bills have one timeout left. They're trying to run a play to either get closer or give them a shot at a touchdown before the end of the game. Run it, Nelly.
Let's see what
So
happens here.
Josh Allen takes a snap. Dawson Knox has found open space at the 10-yard line. He's overthrown by Josh Allen.
There was some. There was.
Sertan was
traffic in
there.
Hang on. He makes this catch at the 10. He's at least getting to what? The 5
Sure.
at minimum.
Spike
At
the
minimum.
ball, and they're going to be able to run it. Yeah.
No, timeout.
Oh, timeout.
Call a timeout. They could have another play. All I'm saying is, look at this. He makes
Because
the catch
there probably would have been 9 seconds, 8 seconds left.
Play
That
it. Play it,
throw
Nelly.
should
Play
have been
it.
to the inside shoulder.
Oh,
Sertan might catch him at the 2.
You're right.
Maybe.
Yes.
Maybe. But it's
Yes.
possibly a touchdown to end the game, to ruin the Broncos' hopes and dreams. And nobody talks about this play. That's an example of, to Vic's credit, that's Josh Allen when you need your guy to make a play.
He just airmailed that ball.
Airmailed the ball under the pressure.
Yep, he did.
I mean, and that play would have ended everything. We would have a completely different conversation about this year, about Bo Nix, about a whole bunch of stuff.
Do you have?
They had five guys in the pattern.
Do you have?
Wow.
Do you have? All right. So the interception happens in overtime. The Broncos get the ball back.
Yes.
And they've got to go the length of the field to get in field goal range. How did they get there?
With Will Lutz, though, it's not the length of the field. That guy can boot it. That guy's got a hell of a leg.
You still got to move the ball.
God, this nose hair is driving me crazy.
I'll tell you what. We can get back to this on the other side. 303-504-0925. Your final keyword coming in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Stop jumping my
Spread Kane, football's almost back, and Fanatics Sportsbook is giving you more ways to make it count. Game days already give you plenty to bet on, but Fanatics Sportsbook gives you even more to play for with profit boosts all season long. And every time you bet with Fanatics, you earn fan cash, win or lose. Stack it up, spend it on more bets, tickets, trading cards, merch, exclusive Fanatics experiences, you name it. Fan cash is the true currency of sport. With Fanatics, every wager pays you back regardless of the result in fan cash. You can put it towards next week's game or that jersey you've been eyeing. Plus, new customers get up to $1,000 bet matched in fan cash across your first 10 days. So make the switch to Fanatics Sportsbook, the only sportsbook to reward every bet. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatics Sportsbook app. I can't stop watching that. I just showed it to Raj. I can't stop watching that play. I'm like, do you know how many things change? If that pass is completed to Dawson Knox, how many different things change about this offseason, about how you feel, about
how things change in life.
I know.
Just life.
Hey, NBA move just happened, and I want to bring it up because we can comp it to what the Nuggets went through with Peyton Watson. But according to Shams, that Benedict Mathurin is signing with New Orleans. 2 years, $16 million. I'm struggling to understand this because last I checked, he's a restricted free agent. And I thought that if you sign a deal with another team as a restricted free agent, it has to be a minimum of 3 years. So now he's agreed to a 2-year, $16 million deal with New Orleans as a member of the Clippers signed away by New Orleans. I don't know how they're getting around this 3-year deal, but whatever.
Is it a sign and trade?
I don't know. This is all I've learned from this.
Huh.
But two things strike me. What do you guys think of Benedict Mathurin as a player?
I think he's really fun to watch.
I think he's okay.
Okay. Ask yourself this. How is he only worth 2 years, $16 million, $8 million a year, and Peyton Watson's worth $22 million a year?
Because Peyton Watson can potentially be a do-it-all guy. He can be a guy who scores, shoots threes, and plays really, really good defense with length and size.
Yeah, but
In layman's terms,
but in terms of scoring the basketball, Mathurin's not a. Yeah. But in terms of scoring the basketball, Mathurin's not a. He's not a punk.
No, he's
the guy. He's
good.
The guy can get 20 plus on any given night. Easy.
I guess my argument is this goes to show you how much of a gamble and how unscientific this restricted free agency things really is. I mean, in Utah, you give up your starting center for 4 firsts, two swaps. In Denver, you give up a young, promising player and you let him walk. He gets $22 million and you get a first and a second. In LA, 2 years, $16 million is enough to sign Benedict Mathurin?
Okay, so hang on a second. I think you're missing what I think is the weirdest part of this story. Benedict Mathurin signed a 2-year, $16 million deal with the Pelicans. He had a qualifying offer for 8.8.
Yes, which was more per year. So
he decided took less money per year.
Yes.
But for the extra year of that contract.
For a team that sucks. Now, I don't think that the Clippers are going to be great or anything.
But you're talking about $16 million versus 8.8. Because it's a 1-year qualifying offer.
He scored 17 points a night his entire career, and it's been 5 years. Or 4 years. 4 years. I don't get this at all.
Me neither.
At all. Now, Vic, maybe a way around this. Sham said it's a 2-year, $16 million deal, including a player option. Does that mean the third year, or does that mean the player option is the second year?
I don't know. But I'll ask you this. Would you rather have on your roster Benedict Mathurin or Peyton Watson?
Peyton Watson.
Peyton Watson. But I would take Benedict Mathurin immediately.
Hey, the beignets in New Orleans just hit better. Maybe it's all psychological. Because they are friggin' good, dude. You get a little glass of champagne and a beignet, bro, from one of them little beignet shops.
You guys were quick to say Peyton Watson, but do the stats comps on these guys.
Well, I think the potential there is for P. Watt. With P. Watt, Vic, you're gambling, I guess, on the potential of what this guy could be. His upside, in my opinion, is far better than Benedict Mathurin's.
I don't disagree with you.
Okay, so that's what you're betting on.
But I'm giving you resumes.
Okay. Here's the resume. The NBA decided Peyton Watson was worth 3 times the amount he's making.
You are
per
what
year.
the market says you are, is what I'm getting at.
It's 3 times the amount.
And you are who your agent is, and you are whatever leverage you have. That's what you're worth.
But again, Mathurin can't really play defense. The great thing about P. Watt is that he can. At a very high level. And that's why I always thought the safety thing, and I don't, maybe I didn't get
DeMar
this across.
DeRozan really isn't a defensive stalwart, and he's coming off a max contract.
Well, DeMar DeRozan's the 18th leading point scorer in NBA history.
I know, but I mean, the whole concept of doesn't play defense, that doesn't work, because I can name you 20 players who don't play defense and make max money.
Okay, but that's not Benedict Mathurin.
I
Benedict
know,
Mathurin
but
isn't that.
you're saying that you have to play defense to make money in the league.
No,
I'm saying you don't.
No, I didn't. I didn't say that. I said the appeal with Peyton Watson is that he can play defense. And the reason why I liked him here especially is that at the very worst, what you'd get is somebody who plays really good defense. And last I checked, this team doesn't have a lot of good defenders.
He can run the floor terrifically.
Spencer Jones is on this roster and was as a two-way player for one reason. He played better defense than pretty much anybody else on the floor.
Pretty much.
Because he tried. I mean, to a certain extent, like he put effort into it.
What's this? Hey, Vic. Which sandwich? Mortadella or muffaletta?
Neither. I hate both. I hate mortadella. Mortadella is like the Italian Spam.
See, now I find it quite good. Now, I didn't have to eat it every day for lunch for 12 years.
What are you getting at here?
Oh, just New Orleans has great food, man. The kids.
Whatever.
But Matherin's going to have a great.
You're getting caught up on the wrong details, as Matherin
Bull crap, man. I'd rather live in New Orleans than L.A. I can promise you that.
I know Zion can argue that New Orleans has great food.
Well, no. This is off-season Zion. Zion in the off-season does not partake in New Orleans food.
Have you guys seen the video? Have you guys seen the new videos that have emerged of Luka in the off-season?
Yes.
Even slimmer than he was?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, man, jambalaya. I like jambalaya better than gumbo.
Enough with the New Orleans food.
I love it down there, bro.
Nobody cares.
Yes, they do. Everybody loves it. I love it. I love New Orleans. I'm here to say it. You know what? If I was Matherin, I would take Les to sign with the Pelicans in a crap team. Yes, I would. And Squeezy, what's the name of that place? Squeezy Juice.
Smoothie King.
Squeezy Juice Arena.
For a guy who scores 17 points a night from the guard position, that does seem low.
It's incredibly low. And
Zeke
that's why
Naji makes 8.
That's this whole restricted free agency thing is crazy to me. It's crazy. You just never know what you're going to get. You're worth whatever a team thinks you're worth, and that's it. There's going to be one team that likes you. There could be 30 teams that like you.
Okay, here it is. Matherin's deficiency report centers around inconsistent perimeter shooting, questions regarding his defensive effort, and a limited playmaking role outside of primary scoring. That's why you get 8 and not 22.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. And that's kind of what I'm getting at here is you have, I don't know, dude. He's one of those guys, he's capable of going like 7 of 10 from three-point range and then capable of going 1 of 25 for 4 straight games.
You're right, but I mean, I've seen games where he's put up, 28, 29. You're like, wow. He goes off.
It's that guy that played for Brooklyn that lit it up, and he took the NBA by storm for a month, and he was scoring and drove Cam.
Oh, yeah, who was that guy?
Yeah, that sounds right.
No, what's his last name? Not Griffin. Cam. Look up Cam for Brooklyn, not formerly Cam Johnson. And he was making buckets like he was just a walking bucket. But for some reason, it didn't translate to a big contract.
Well, Vic, again.
Cam Thomas?
Cam Thomas. That's it. Vic, I've seen guys in the National Hockey League. I did this. I saw this especially when I did minor league games.
Mm-hmm.
And why guys are in the league and why guys are not in the league, or why guys are on the second line and not and not why they're on the fourth line, not the second line.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody can do. Everybody, even minor league guys, even in the ECHL, everybody can do something really well at an NHL level, whether it's skating, shot, hands, whatever it may be. But that's kind of all they can do, and so at that level they can succeed, and their defensive coverage is good enough to succeed at that level, but you try to move up and you can't do it, or the speed or whatever it may be. But everybody can do something. And so this guy like Cam Thomas, he had a month where he filled it up, but he can't do anything else, and then that goes away.
So earlier in the show, we played some Micah Porter Jr. audio from his podcast. He was talking about what he thought was the downfall of the Nuggets was, and he goes, it started when they let go of KCP. Whatever you feel about that, fine. But him and Lonzo Ball talked about something else too. And I wanted to play this yesterday, but we ran out of time. And so, Nelly, if you have this, is it ready to go? All right, go ahead.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Driver. You remember driver's ed when it was in high school? You had the steering wheel, but the teacher had the brake, and they were right next to you.
Driver. Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
I somehow knew you were going to do that.
I'm sort
right,
of.
So hang on, Mose. Driver's your keyword, 303-504-0925. Text that in your first and last name. Qualifier 5 minutes for the top of the hour, and that gets you entered in our rock, paper, scissors tournament that's taking place on Tuesday at Rooftop Social in Rhino. And the winner of that gets a trip to KC with flights, hotel, and tickets to the game season opener.
Which is very nice, and this is awesome, and I certainly hope that you're the winner if you're out there. You're the qualifier. But I feel like every show, every hour, we're getting got. And I feel like you and Nelly conspire.
No, Nelly's getting me.
Oh, he got you there too?
Me.
Oh, okay. Like Nelly's, Vic, I'm getting got because I think we're really doing a show, and then Nelly's throwing the keyword out there.
Well,
If you remember, when we started this, I asked you guys, I said, hey, you guys want to, toss to these keywords? Do you want to set it up? And Brett goes,
no, just interrupt us.
Surprise me.
I told him to.
Okay.
And you said, if Moser's saying something boring, like he's telling some boring story about the food in England or the food in New Orleans, he said you could just interrupt him with a keyword. So I am following instructions, good sir.
Good stuff, man.
I want you guys to hear this audio, though, from Michael Porter Jr. from a couple days ago. Go ahead.
For $1 billion cash.
Okay, see, now we're talking.
$1 billion cash.
Now we're talking my language.
Would you click a button and one random person around the world dies? Job's dead. I'll be asking people this. So you click the button.
Click. You gotta do it quick. Like, I'm thinking about, I wouldn't do that. I just click one.
I'm doing it, and this is the reason why I say I'm doing it.
I'm doing it strictly for the bill. Nothing else here.
I'm thinking I could take 300 M's, 400 M's, and go save thousands of lives.
All
go
right,
give
so
it to
pause
like
right there.
some.
Michael Porter Jr. asked the question. You push a button, you get $1 billion, but a random person dies. Do you push the button? Here's what I love. Porter's going to rationalize it by saying, hey, if I get the $1 billion, I could save multiple lives by getting that money. And I love that Lonzo just goes, I'm taking the $1 billion.
That's a very interesting moral dilemma type of question. I guess I would say, well, somebody's going to croak anyway, right? So why not, if I could pick the person?
No, you can't pick.
But if I could, I would easily press the button.
I think that makes you a worse person if you could pick.
Because there are bad people in this world that I would like to take out.
Oh, I see.
You see what I mean?
So you'd hit the button and you'd go, $1 billion, see you later, ex-wife. Like
No, Jesus God, no. I'm talking about terrorists and bad people and warlords and this kind of no, my God.
Nelly's like, my neighbor, go.
I mean, both got to get those
my
Broncos
next door neighbor
season
and
tickets
his
somehow.
dog and his barking dog. Bam. No, bro. No.
Like that? You mean like that?
Oh my God.
I'm telling you.
What made you go there? Why'd you go there?
There's something that's so funny about you get $1 billion, but somebody dies. And Lonzo just taking the $1 billion. Don't care who.
But I can see Porter's logic with 300 or 400 million. You keep let's say you keep 700 with 3 or 4. You could the logic is I could help a lot more people with that money.
I don't
and
think
save
I could
a lot
be
more people.
responsible for killing somebody.
You didn't. They got a bad mosquito bite. It's not your fault.
So you're saying you would do it? Would you kill a random person? It could be the best person who's ever lived.
I would pay $1 billion to bring Dolly Parton back.
Vic, you pushing that button? Are you a button pusher?
I still have. I don't want to talk about it.
What, you've done this in the past before? is it PTSD for you?
Funny you should mention it, Brett. The devil came to me about 3 years ago, and we had the same discussion.
Oh, no.
I have trouble, like my wife yesterday stepped on the, she says she's in the garage, and she's barefoot. She goes, hey, this wasp is here. Step on this wasp. Put it out of its misery. I couldn't do it.
Oh, I can do that with bugs.
I couldn't do it.
I'm from Nebraska. I've never hunted. I can't do it. It's not so much the act of like shooting a deer. It's wounding it first, not getting a clean shot. That would freak me out.
Let me preface. I have no problem with hunting. You know, I come from a family of hunt. They lived off the land.
Yeah.
Crying out loud. I saw my dad spear a large hog. Anyway. Yeah, he went hogging. I was 12 years old.
Coincidentally, Brett,
I'm always comping hogs.
how was high school?
I was 12 years old, maybe 10. And at my cousin Joe and Ralph's house in their backyard. Joe got this BB gun. He said, let's go to the backyard and shoot some things. I'm like, okay. I'd never used a BB gun. And right there, I could still see it perched on top of, what do you call those old lines that they used to dry clothes? Clotheslines? Remember?
Clotheslines, yeah.
The old backwards backyard clotheslines that we used to have? Perched on top of this clothesline was a small bird just staring at me. It was about 20 feet away. I measure and fire. And the BB went right through the bird's chest. And I could still see to this day this bird looking at me, directly at my face, saying, why? Why?
Yeah, why'd you shoot a pretty bird, Vic?
Why would you do that? And ever since then, I just can't. I've carried that image with me, that moment with me, that I call me soft. But why? It was just staring, and it still stares at me.
Vic, what if I told you you had to go out and shoot another beautiful bird right between its little pretty eyes? But I give you $1 billion. I'll give you $1 billion.
That image would go away pretty quickly.
All right.
But I wasn't making $1 billion.
303. No, you were just being a jerk. What
yes.
you doing? 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Yeah, Vic Lombardi here for AAA Service, plumbing, heating, and electrical. All of your home service needs, and they service the entire metro area. I mean, it's a bonus that they're located right here on the west side, but they go everywhere. In business for over 40 years. You contact them, you let them know what's wrong. They get there within that 2-hour window. They don't waste your time. They assess the damage, whatever it may be. If you have a plumbing issue, I had one recently. They let you know how much it's going to cost on this, and they give you that full layout of how much it's going to cost. Contact plumbing, electric, HVAC needs, whatever. Contact them at AAAtoday.com. Again, AAAtoday.com.
Hey, if you guys missed it from yesterday, the Rockies win 3-1 over the Nats. They're now 51-81 on the year. They need 12 more wins before the end of the season to break 100.
They've got, 32 games left?
12.
31 games
31
left?
games left.
So if they lose 99, it's a win?
Yeah, that's a win.
Kind of.
Stay out of the triple digits, baby. But if you didn't see it last night, the player who got the start was a man by the name of Mason Adams. Made his first career start in the bigs. He was acquired in the Bretton Doyle trade. So he goes, didn't leave him out there too long. 4 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned, 3 walks, 5 Ks. So a nice little debut from somebody new.
Don't you like that when the team doesn't have a book on a guy and he just kind of go out there and deal a little bit and kind of work his way into the bigs? I like that.
I mean, you asked the question, Vic. I do mean this. I guess it's the only thing I have to hold on to right now to keep me quasi-interested in the Rockies. I mean, I think it does matter to me that if they don't lose 100 games. I think it does matter.
Okay.
Especially given how last season went.
Well, listen to me.
I don't want another consecutive year in the 100 losses. There's something about, a nice double-digit number that makes me feel better.
This is me telling Vic not to be dour. I can't believe it. Now, again, I'm not watching every Rockies game, and but Brett, what he's been saying all year long, Vic, is correct, and that is it's a more fun team to watch.
They are.
And I got out of the car last night. I'm like, oh, my God, Hunter Goodman hit his 35th of the season today. I'm like, the Rockies shouldn't be this bad. They shouldn't be a 100-loss team again. They shouldn't be.
Well, the thing about I'm not even going to do it because you guys are going to call me a nerd and get mad at me for wasting your time with it.
No, please, nerd out.
No, because I'm going to talk about war, and you guys don't want to hear about war.
I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless comments.
The Strait of Hormuz is not open. We're not going there.
I ain't asking for the world here.
Can I ask you guys, maybe this isn't a subject to have on this radio show, but can I ask you something? Is that strait open or not? What's going on with that strait?
We'll go test it. Go water ski in there and see what happens.
Yeah.
Every 2 days I hear it's open. I thought it was open already. I was like, well, it was, and then it wasn't, and it is again.
Why don't you get your little Chris Craft and get on out there and
What if like some frat
what's
house?
the deal with the string?
It looks pretty crooked to me. It's not actually straight. It weaves.
What if a CU frat house had a let's water ski the Strait of Hormuz weekend? And they went out there with their boats and said, we're going to jet ski and water ski. What would happen?
Remember what you did to that bird?
Right to jail, right away.
Same thing that happened with what you did to that bird. That's what would happen.
You can't keep telling me it's open. Every 2 days it's open.
Well, part of it depends on where you're at, I guess, man.
I'm going to be honest, guys. I don't know what the Strait of Hormuz is. I just hear people talking about it a lot.
Bunch of hogwash.
You could never even pick it on a map.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can say this or not.
There's something to do with it. I tell you, this is all I know. I don't like paying $4.50 for gas. That's a little crazy.
Brett, keep talking. I need to talk to play some music real quick while I talk to one of you.
What do you mean play some music? It's all right. We got it.
Dude, it took me $6.09 to fill my Vespa yesterday.
Yeah, I
609.
Yeah, is that a funny joke?
No.
Can I tell that joke?
No, you can't tell that joke. And no, it's not worth the time. Let me tell you something right now.
Watch Nelly's face.
I need this gas to go down. It's killing me. It's killing me. So you know what? Go open that strait permanently. I don't need to hear 2 days.
You like that one, Steve? Good.
It's pretty good, not going to lie. I like
Nothing
that.
better radio than an inside joke that's not delivered to everybody.
Now, was that better than me trying to explain why war was important for the Rockies lineup to you guys, or no?
Yeah, actually it was.
That was better?
Yes. Hey, look, man, we'll
because all war means, it just says, do you have an MLB caliber player?
And they do.
And the Rockies
they do.
But they didn't last year. They had only 2 guys. So, maybe one really in Hunter Goodman.
Brett, I'm hovering around the Rockies over here. I'm orbiting their their system, keeping an eye on them, just sort of orbiting, keeping an eye on them, whether or not they get to 100 losses. That's it. But you're correct. They're a much more enjoyable team to watch. They do things that they haven't done in a while, and you hope that they continue to grow.
Hang on. This is from like the beginning of this hour. I just saw it now on ESPN.com. The buses, the people who owned the Lakers, right, who just sold the Lakers. I have this right? Whole family full of buses. They all sold their share. They own no stock, no percentages in the Lakers anymore, right? Right?
Well, I don't know because the sales, is it fully complete yet? Because Jeannie Buss doesn't want to sell.
Well, Bus Sports Capital just joined the Kwanzaa Jones and Jose Feliciano Padres ownership group. Two of the brothers, Joey and Jesse Buss, have now joined it.
Joey and Jesse.
What's going on here?
What do you mean, what's going on?
I thought they just got out of the sports business. Now they're back in the sports ownership business.
I told you why it pays to be in the sports ownership business. We've discussed this on the show.
Because values only go up. Yeah, and amortization.
Yeah, but why not just keep your Lakers stock then?
I think it was an agreement to get out of the Lakers business. A family agreement. We're going to get out of the Lakers. Put it somewhere else.
The Buss brothers continue to pursue an ownership stake in the upcoming NBA Europe League as well.
Hey, not enough people are talking about this NBA Europe League, by the way. This is a big deal, a bigger deal than, the NFL likes to claim, we're going to have a team in Europe someday. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Listen, I've been to Europe many times. Moj, you have too. Football in Europe is, a lot of people they're interested in watching it, but in terms of people playing football, nobody plays football in Europe.
A lot of hoopers over there.
But basketball, much different beast. This NBA Europe is going to be a big deal.
And it's supposed
Mark
to come
my
in.
words.
For who?
It's supposed to come in next year in 2027 with 16 teams.
Yes. For who? For everybody involved. For Europe, for players. If NBA Europe grows to a point where the money is close to the NBA or just a tier below it, a lot of those European-born players ain't coming. They're staying.
No, because they can make... Look, they can't make Jokic money in NBA Europe. What do you mean?
Not now, but...
We just saw it. Valanciunas just went back to Europe for less money. He wanted to go to Greece for less money. I'm telling you, a lot of these dudes want to stay home. They don't want to come to America. They come here for the money, but if there's enough money to be had there, they'll stay home.
But if it's the same thing with like American-born soccer players.
Yes.
If you can get Premier League money, you get Premier League money.
But if you make enough to stay home, you'll stay home.
True. Yeah. But I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know. I guess I'll believe when I see it that this NBA Europe League is going to have a huge effect on the NBA. I still think if you are good enough to make the NBA and you're not like the 14th guy on the bench,
all right,
but you're like a rotational player.
4 years from now, if we're still doing this show, and I've got my feet propped up on an ottoman outside the Amalfi Coast, and I'm working with the Napoli basketball team.
Can you open up the Strait of Hormuz while you're over there?
In some capacity. We'll bring the subject back up again.
Okay.
Straight of your mom.
Huh? What?
Nothing.
That's a setup.
Hey, Vic, I tell you what, I would encourage, if this happens and they have a team in Naples, okay, Napoli, I promise you I will come visit you. Brett, you can't believe how beautiful that part of the world is.
In the words of Nikola Jokic, you will not find me.
I'll find you. I'll learn this much Italian. Have you seen the small man yelling about the Nuggets lately?
Oh, yeah,
I need to find him.
He's right over there. He's right down the street.
Our qualifier for the 9 a.m. hour is Bailey Davidson. So congratulations to Bailey. Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Vic, I just wish I had a fraction of the speed of the brain processing power that you have. This was a clip earlier when you were telling us the story about when you had to go face-to-face with that bird and make it an offer it couldn't refuse. And you just did some math lickety split here.
And right there, I could still see it perched on top of, what do you call those old lines that they used to dry clothes? Clotheslines?
Yeah, you got it, buddy. Those lines that they use for clothes, they're called clotheslines.
I thought you were going to another thing, which was
what he talked about what his dad did?
I saw my dad spear a large hog.
not that one either. It was more of this when you were talking about brain processing power. Vic, what do you got for oh, by the way? And there was just 3 seconds of silence. That one.
I just went into the trust tree and I gave you my soul, and you guys are making fun of it.
Is this where I talk about the lottery?
I saw my dad spear a large hog. All right, let me tell you something. This show today, I'll give it maybe a C-. This went sideways. We're going to start grading our shows after every one.
Okay.
This is C-. It went south the moment Moser walked in with a leather wristband. Let's admit it. Let's make that admission right now.
It is true. It was worse than yesterday's show. In yesterday's show, I opened up talking about an owner in a trailer park looking for prostitutes.
I mean, Moser, you think you're going to walk in, wear that, and not think we're going to talk about it?
Why do you see me tomorrow? Hi.
Please dress like Dog the Bounty Hunter tomorrow. All right. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
He's actually a very nice man.
Have a wonderful day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
It's the morning sprint. Another chance for you guys to qualify for rock, paper tickets coming up in about 20 minutes. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, Chris Mitchell behind the glass, and you guys, 303-504-0925. Broncos out at practice yesterday. We know that Frank Crum did not practice. RJ Harvey was on the side field for part of that as well. Vance Joseph spoke to the media. Davis Webb spoke to the media. Told everyone how Jalen Waddle thought it was mind-blowing, the energy at Mile High for a preseason game. Wait until he gets to see them during the regular season for a divisional matchup with the Raiders or the Chiefs.
You mean Hard Rock Stadium or Hard Rock Field in Miami isn't exactly like on fire in the preseason, let alone at any point in time during a regular season game? It's crazy how good we have it here in Colorado. How good our fans are.
You guys will be ready to qualify for rock, paper tickets in about 20 minutes from right now. That'll be your next sounder. Make sure that you guys are paying attention to it. And then when you hear that keyword, text it into 303-504-0925. Just under a week from right now, we will have our 64-person in-person rock, paper, scissors tournament. And the winner of that gets to go to Arrowhead to see Denver and Kansas City Monday night, week number 1. But I do want to start off with one of those players that I mentioned. I think he might be one of the most, if not the most underrated player in the AFC West going into this year in terms of his importance to his team.
You're talking about RJ Harvey.
It's RJ Harvey.
You are such a glazer.
It's RJ Harvey, baby.
You are such an RJ Harvey glazer. You know what, though, man?
That didn't get you juiced up. That wheel route
it was awesome.
Last week didn't get you juiced up. The ability for Davis Webb with his new toy in Jalen Waddle and a goal of having tight ends that actually do something in this offense opens up the field for your receiving backfield. And that's not going to be J.K. Dobbins, right? J.K. is not going to be your receiving back.
Yeah, and he's competent.
He's fine.
He's competent as a receiver.
He's a good blocker.
He's not a plus receiver.
But he's a plus runner, and he's a good blocker.
Runner. He's a plus runner. The thing about RJ Harvey that I think you bring up a good point, man. As excited as all of us have been about Jonah Coleman, as much as there was disappointment surrounding the final few games of the year and just the ability to hand the football off to any back not named J.K. Dobbins because he was unavailable.
As there should have been.
Correct. There was a lot of discontented nature and vibes about RJ Harvey. But what he's going to do this year, he's already proven that he can score touchdowns. And he also is starting to prove he can be a very, very good third down pass protecting back, which then opens up what? The screen game, the wheel routes, the free releasers, the checkdowns. And that's a really valuable thing to have in a very traditional NFL model, is to have a very dangerous third down back. Because Tyler Bidet was that role last year. Was he dangerous?
No.
At all. None. Not dangerous. RJ Harvey's taking that job and running with it. And then, to whom much is given, it's like the parable of the talents. You give a little bit here and you do well with it, then you get a little bit more. And so I think that RJ Harvey's, he's done well with what the Broncos have asked him to do, just every kind of almost along the way, in every way, shape, or form.
If you look at RJ Harvey as the guy who's going to get 200 attempts in terms of rushing the football, your team's not going to go anywhere. He's not your guy. But if he's the player that you look at and you go, can you find a way to get, 900 combined yards, 1,000 combined yards from that player? Then you're talking about, if he's your running back too, and you've opened up that underneath passing game because of Jalen Waddle, because of, hopefully, a little bit more attention paid to Adam Troutman and Evan Ingram, but that still remains to be seen. If he can sniff around 1,000 yards, man, if he can sniff around 1,200 at the very height of his powers this year, combined between receiving and rushing, that's going to be one of the biggest difference makers in the AFC West.
Is he David Montgomery?
What did David Montgomery combine for 2 seasons ago when he was healthy?
I mean, even last year, brother.
Did he play a full season last year?
He played 17 games.
Okay, that's fine. What did he combine for last year?
158 carries, which is probably going to be on the high side. Right?
Not really. I think Harvey had like 146, although we obviously have a lot of games where JK was injured. So if JK's healthy, maybe we're looking at like 130 30 touches in the run
Let's
game.
go with the 24 season. That was the really good Lions season, right?
Yes.
You wanted that.
Sonic and Knuckles.
He had 36 catches for 341 yards, and
He rushed for 775.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's exactly what you're talking about.
You give me 1,100 yards out of RJ Harvey, dude. This team's cooking.
Granted, David Montgomery's a bigger back than RJ Harvey. He's 5'11", 230 pounds. But guess what? It doesn't appear that the 5'8" nature of RJ Harvey is affecting his ability to catch the football down the field. And I didn't realize. Did you realize that David Montgomery has had that many receptions in his career? He's a 231 reception in 7 seasons in the National Football League. I mean, he's had years where he 54 catches as a Chicago Bear in his second year. So I think that's a really good comp. And if the Broncos are going to have a Sonic and Knuckles backfield, and JK gives you a full season, and it's JK and RJ, and then you bring along Jonah Coleman as hopefully the replacement for JK down the road 2 years from now, that would behoove the Broncos, maybe to the point of winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah, it'd be huge to not have to rely upon Jonah Coleman like you were relying upon RJ Harvey last year.
He has more, RJ Harvey have more of a clearly defined niche type role.
Right, he got forced into starting, he wasn't a bell cow, but for all intents and purposes, bell cow running back.
Just they didn't have a lot of success at that point in time.
That's not who he was supposed to do in his rookie season. That's not who you were supposed to be.
I mean, look at David Montgomery's rookie season. As a Chicago Bear, he was 242 carries, and he averaged 3.7 yards per carry. That wasn't who he was.
Who else was on that team?
Bears?
That Bears team that year in the running back room.
Yeah,
not really anybody.
Yeah, my 2016 Bears knowledge isn't great.
He was the guy. That Bears team was so bad. Holy crap. 8-8 under Matt Nagy. Mitchell Trubisky and Chase Daniel, the quarterbacks. David Montgomery, Tariq Cohen, Cordero Patterson.
Oh, yeah, from Tennessee.
Allen Robinson was their leading receiver with 1,100 yards. That was a bad football team. Holy smokes. Oh, no. How did they go 8-8 with that roster?
It's actually should be studied.
It really should be.
Matt Nagy, OC.
Roquan Smith.
Where is Matt Nagy now? Did he get
Giants?
fired?
Matt Nagy is a Giant?
I believe so, yeah.
Wow, how did you know that?
Good on you.
Just off the rip. I was reading a story about him yesterday.
Holy smokes.
Done.
Did he get fired at the Chiefs?
They just let him go. He was like, I don't know if I'm going to be back next year. And the Chiefs were
I guess that's it, yeah.
All right, pal, see ya.
Let's call it fired.
You know my favorite thing about Matt Nagy's Wikipedia page? Is he's one of the few ball coaches I know that have a listed height and weight. Probably because he was a player. But even then, he didn't really play that long in the National Football. I guess he was a backup for a few years, but having a listed height and weight as a coach is that's a flex. 6'2", 220-pound offensive coordinator out of Dunellen, New Jersey. What wouldn't you?
What's the low water mark for RJ Harvey this year?
Health?
If he has no. If he full health, plays a full season. I think we should operate under the assumption that everyone that we're talking about for the Broncos is fully healthy for the whole year.
Let's go.
There's no reason to project 12 games from
All
a
right,
player. That's
I got
crazy.
it for you. Are you ready for it?
Low water mark, rushing and receiving combined.
If it's just can I just go? Low water mark would be 500 rushing.
Okay.
And 200 receiving.
Okay.
And
I think that's a disappointing season.
And I would say 6 combined touchdowns.
I would be very disappointed.
That would be a regression year for him.
But something's gone very, very wrong. Either Jonah Coleman
that's what I was going to say. That all of a sudden Jonah Coleman gets a hot hand, and it's we got to play this game.
Or it's J.K. Dobbins is the best running back in the world, and you can't take him off the field.
That's not unrealistic, what I just said. Was it 200, 400?
No, you could. No, you said 500, 200. So a combined 700 yards with 6 touchdowns.
What did he end up last year with combined?
He had almost 1,000 yards combined and 12 scores.
That's a really good year, man. He's one of the most.
Raj, the RJ Harvey state. I know I've been glazing him for as long as possible, but he had a good rookie season. And people looked at RJ Harvey he was a complete bust. He was a second rounder that scored 12 touchdowns for you.
Raj,
what else are we doing?
I know that what you're doing here, you are preparing everyone for their fantasy drafts.
He had 900 yards from scrimmage.
You're preparing everybody for their fantasy
There's a
drafts
reason
right now.
why I'm doing this, because I read an
This
article
guy,
yesterday.
this guy right here, you're right. RJ Harvey is a unbelievably valuable fantasy football running back.
I don't know if you're drafting him, but like I'd pick him up on waivers after the
But
draft.
if his rookie year he had 12 touchdowns,
that's a lot of points.
And
he had 900 yards from scrimmage, by the way, last year.
I mean, geez. And that was like just getting his feet wet, finding his role. You're right, brother. And nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but we all care about our Denver Broncos.
The reason why I started the show off like this is because I read an article yesterday on ESPN about where the rookies should be drafted in your fantasy draft. And you know who was the cover for my story? And I'm sure it changes in each region. The cover for my story was Jonah Coleman. I don't think Jonah Coleman's going to get all that much run this year.
I am curious.
How many touches are there for him? If there's a bunch of touches added for Jalen Waddle and you're going to get a full season, hopefully, cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross anything you possibly have.
Whoa. I don't like to cross that.
I don't know how you can. There's a medical problem there if you're crossing that.
You kind of got something special going on. I mean, it's a little different, but
tying it in a knot.
You're not there, so.
Cross it all for the health of J.K. Dobbins. If he's healthy for 17 games and R.J. Harvey's healthy, like where are the touches for Jonah Coleman?
Man, when I hear the first Davis Webb and even Sean Payton presser breaking down what Jonah Coleman does and how easily he does so many things, there will be plans for Jonah Coleman's going to do something this year. Like, I don't know what something means.
First preseason game, he looks special.
I actually think that Jonah Coleman and R.J. Harvey will end up being a really good 1-2 punch at some point in the National Football League.
All right.
I do.
Now,
I don't know when. The Broncos drafted this position well, is the bottom line. And I didn't think it at the time. I wanted Ashton Genty so badly. I wanted Travion Henderson so badly.
You wanted Jadarian Price.
I wanted Jadarian Price, running back out of Notre Dame. And we got huh?
Who's that guy?
Okay.
Project?
Little? Like small? Short? I mean, I know Ashton Genty's also 5'8", so it's not like he's 6'2", 235. But they've gotten this right, just like they've gotten so many other positions right.
You just have to trust them.
Like, dude, let's talk about 3 years ago, the receiver room. We're like, what is going on here? And they've hit on that. You just got to trust the Payton brothers, Sean and George. They've gotten it right.
From the offense to the defense, we'll hear from Vance Joseph on the other side. Also, you will hear your next sounder, your next keyword to get you inside one of our 64 contestants for Rock Paper Tickets. That's coming up next. Hey, wine time is coming up on Friday night at Elitch Gardens. You still have your opportunity to get your tickets. Sip your way through 14 different wine stations, great bites, a live DJ, and more. Get those tickets now at altitudesportsradio.com/wine. Wine time is presented by the Halliburton Law Firm, Colorado's own personal injury and employment firm. It's the Morning Sprint. Raj and Coach Chris Mitchell behind the glass. His NFL notes coming up in just about an hour from right now, and you guys are in a window for a rock, paper, tickets keyword. Don't go anywhere. That'll come up momentarily. Here's Vance Joseph on how other teams are figuring out his defense.
That game was an example of what is coming in the future. You know, how teams see us. Run game wise, pass game wise, winning first down with quick game, boots, outside runs more often than inside runs. So to me, it was a great lesson on both ends of when we play, it's a standard, and I want to see it all the time. And obviously how teams see us. And in 2 weeks, we've seen that kind of trend that way.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing on this defense. I don't look at this defense as being something that people have figured out. Playing defensive football against elite NFL talent and really good quarterback play is not easy. It's not an easy task. There are times that I feel that certain teams are terrifying to this defense because of the mobility of a quarterback. And I look back at arguably the worst performance. The worst performance of the Vance Joseph era was against Tua Tagovailoa, pre-massive amounts of concussions. And I know Tua is not like a 4.3, 240 guy, but he's always been a tough, mobile, make plays off schedule type of a player. And then the second worst performance from Vance Joseph defense was 2 years ago against the Ravens, where you were terrified of the quarterback mobility.
Oh, and Lamar Jackson just sliced and diced you the
as
whole
a
time.
passer.
That was one of the best games I've ever seen Lamar Jackson play.
And it was because they were so concerned about the structure of the defense versus a mobile quarterback that they ended up just playing only zone coverage, where I think the sweet spot is for VJ. And even the skill set nature of Pat Surtain II, Riley Moss, Brandon Jones, Talanoa Hufanga, Jaquan McMillan, and even Jahdae Barron is mixing some zone coverages, mixing some shell coverages, still running some man-to-man coverage, and then their match cover 3, which ultimately ends up looking like man coverage against vertical concepts, and it looks like zone against crosser concepts. If they can just find the right balance and get their zone concepts completely ironed out, fine-tuned, you're going to create more takeaways this year. The man stuff for this team, it leads to a lot of PBUs, a lot of 3-and-outs for the other offense.
But you're not necessarily flipping fields.
Yeah, you're not creating takeaways with any type of frequency because, once again, it's hard to pick balls off when you're just in man coverage all the time. It's so funny. Like, I asked my own defensive coordinator when I got the job at Valor, like, dude, we're going to take away easy completions. Essentially go with the Broncos VJ philosophy. Like, no easy completions. You got to earn the completions.
What was the pick? Bo threw a pick in training camp that you and I were watching.
Straight zone coverage.
It was zone. Who was the pick that it wasn't Jaquan. It was Chris Abrams-Drain. Jumped it.
That was, yep.
And it was nearly a pick 6.
And you remember he was bailing?
Yep.
And he could see it. He was playing like a deep cover 3. Bail. Oh, he threw a field out cut. Oh, yeah, let's go. I'm going to drive.
And you're running into that ball with speed.
Oh, yeah.
Those aren't only turnovers. Those are turnovers and yards after catch.
Were you there the day that you were there? Of course you were. The day where Bo threw a 2-minute. What was the fight day? Where Bo ends up chucking the ball in the general direction of Malcolm Roach and Nick Benito and McGlinchey and Calvin Throckmorton's coming off the field bleeding. That was a 2-minute interception. And it was on a shell coverage as well. And that's the interesting thing is I went into...
That was the one that R.J. Harvey had a strip on the return.
Correct.
And then the offense got the ball back.
Who did he strip? Was that Jaquan McMillan on that one?
Was it Singleton?
I thought
it was one of the linebackers. It might have been a linebacker. I'm almost positive it was a linebacker.
And then RJ goes and punches the ball right
My
out.
ball.
Yeah, it was awesome. It's just chaos.
It was one of the most chaotic plays we've seen at camp in
the most chaotic
memory.
day for sure. But both those interceptions that we've seen both throw, it brings up two interesting conversations. One, they were both against zone coverage. So are the Broncos better off being a bit more of a maybe 60-40 man/match concepts versus zone concepts? You might get more takeaways. I think Pat Surtain II, you get him playing a little bit more press bail, playing a little bit more off and being able to read quarterback's eyes, his length, his breaking speed, he might be able to get himself 3 to 5 interceptions.
You're just playing a whole bunch of nickel now?
Yeah, I mean, against you match personnel, the Broncos match personnel, so that means whatever the offense is in, if it's more than if it's 3 receivers or more, wide receivers, you're playing nickel every time. And that's just kind of the nature of the game anymore. And if there's 2 tight ends or a fullback and a running back on the field at any point in time, you're playing base. But even within nickel or base defense, there's man and zone calls that they can get to very easily. And I didn't think the Broncos were really good at zone in VJ's first 2 years. I actually am starting to see a trend that they're better at zone. And this is important because, ironically, guess what Bo Nix has become really good at? Facing, statistically. Man, he's gotten really good. Like his analytics, his numbers are fantastic against man coverage. Where he's not been great in NFL contests is against zone. But I ask you, what is he seeing a lot of?
He's not practicing against it all that often.
I mean, you're not practicing
when
against
he
it.
is practicing against it, it is scout team defense.
And it's not real. It's fake. You're in the land of make-believe. So
it's a good point.
I actually think that the Broncos' ability to mix in more zone coverage might end up benefiting both offense and defense massively this year.
You think the narrative around last year's defensive performances where it petered off, like the end of the season, the defense got worse. That was the overarching theme. Is oh yeah, the defense was really awesome at the beginning of the season. And then it felt like whether it was fatigue or, injuries, although there really weren't that many injuries to the Broncos offense or defense for that matter last year. I don't think it really holds all that much water. If you look at the worst performances of the year on defense, most of them came at the beginning of the season. Like week 2 against Indy, defense got roped. Week 7 against the Giants, you end up coming back and winning that game, but the defense gave up almost 400 yards to a Jackson Dart-led offense. Week number 3 against the Chargers, a game in which you kind of got boat raced, even though you lost by 3. It was one of those games that it was a 2-score game late and you made it close. Green Bay was a late game. I guess that's the outlier. Jacksonville was a late game, another one of them. But most of those poor performances that led to losses came at the beginning of the season. It wasn't this team just starting to get figured out or being fatigued. I think they're going to be a little bit more consistent this year. I don't think you're going to see the crazy swings of you play Tennessee and it's 133 yards of total offense against. And then you're going to have this crazy game where Daniel Jones goes off for 480 yards of total offense between him and Jonathan Taylor. I think you're going to see more consistency throughout the entire year.
You know what that spells right there, Rush? Is that, granted, you already ended up seeing a bunch of this, what I'm about to allude or talk about. You saw it last year in the 25 season. But I don't think that you're going to see 8 quarterbacks that are in that Chris Oladokun, Trey Lance. You saw about 8 quarterbacks that weren't real, major day one NFL starting quarterbacks. You're going to see real quarterbacks this year for the majority of the season, unless, everybody gets hurt. You're going to see a lot of 1-score games. Because if it's consistency and less of a swing and all that, you're going to see.
You think you get 13 1-score games?
It would not surprise me. 1-score games. That schedule's tough.
So what we're saying, though, do you believe that they're a 12-win team? Are they a double-digit win team?
What did they go last year in 1-score games? Was it
11-2?
11-2.
There's only been one team in NFL history that has had back-to-back years of double-digit 1-score game or 1-score wins.
Victories, yeah.
Kansas City 21-22. One time in the history of the league. So you're saying a bunch of one-score games, they got to do it again?
I don't know, man. Look at the schedule. And
Are they blowing anybody out on the schedule? There's a chance like you could blow out Arizona. You could blow out Carolina, but those are 2 road games.
I don't see you blowing out Carolina at Carolina.
That's why I was saying
it's
2
weird
road games.
Game.
You could
Arizona,
kill Miami at home.
Arizona, you should win by 2 scores.
The Jets on the road.
Weird, right?
Pittsburgh on the road.
But isn't
good defense.
Isn't the Jets thing bizarre always?
It's always bizarre. It's always a
It feels like
weird
a gross game. Like Broncos have like
it's
a
an
weird,
11 a.m. East game.
It's just always bizarre to me.
Sorry, 1 p.m. on the East Coast, 11 a.m.
11 in your body clocks. Yeah, you play those games and it's just something's off about them.
So like how many games are, let's call them blowouts, right? Like a 2-score game, blowout is
Arizona?
kind of how we should think about it. Arizona, Miami.
Where is Miami? Home?
Home.
Okay.
You should kill Miami.
They're going to stink.
Is there another one? At Pittsburgh, I can't. Like the Pittsburgh defense is still good and it's on the road.
Raj, what did Pittsburgh do last year?
And it's a short week.
They won the AFC East division. Or no, AFC North.
Home against Vegas? Could you see that being a 2-score game?
It could, but
coming off of a bye week?
Having a lot of the games against the Raiders, even with a bunch of dysfunction, the
Divisional
quarterback
game.
position they've been a little weird.
Divisional game.
Remember that Thursday night football game?
So we're talking about you could see 3 wins on the schedule. Could see 3 wins on the schedule that are double digits.
Yep. Right, going in. I mean, it just spells. Last year was 13?
They had 13 one-score games. They went 11-2.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's 14 this year.
So if there's 14, that's the way that you get to double-digit one-score wins for me. In my scenario, they would have 9 wins in one-score games.
You know why they're really good?
To get to 12-5.
Like a lot of people will say, you can't go 11-2 again in one-score games. You can't count on that.
You can't. I told you, it's an anomaly.
But Raj, let me ask you, why? Why did they go 11-2? There's 2 reasons.
2 reasons.
Why did they go 11-2?
There's 3 reasons. There's 3 reasons.
Okay, give it to me.
The defense kept you in games. It was bend, don't break.
Period. You've got an elite defense, a top 3 defense without question.
And then reasons 2 and 3 are offensive reasons.
Give me the most important reason, which really, in the National Football League, winning one-score games comes down to one position.
Yeah, Bo Nix knows how to win and
he's a closer.
He's got the guile and gumption.
He's a freaking closer.
But he's also not an opener. And that's reason number 3 that you were in all of those games. Is that the offense just sputtered for 75% of the season out the gates. And then Bo had to put on his superhero kit. Those are my 3 reasons.
Hold on.
Defense keeps you in games and keeps it close.
Oh, the third one is that you don't start well.
Right.
Bo doesn't start well.
Bo doesn't start well, but he
Therefore,
closes at an elite level.
Correct. Which is funny because I feel like that's flipped from his college career. I feel like he was like, you get the hot hand in his college career, they were going to win by 17 to 24 points.
But if they were in a close game,
he didn't deliver.
You can't trust Oregon.
You can't trust Oregon. Maybe it's an Oregon issue, right? Are the Oregon Ducks completely synonymous as a football program with the franchise of the Chargers?
Yeah, that they've got all the talent in the world, but like when the battle
Sweet
comes,
uniforms
they
too.
don't show up.
They look sexy, but they just don't get the job done. And then Justin Herbert, of course, he's the guy that's been the face of both places for a good chunk of time.
Hey, I told you guys it is time for another keyword for rock, paper, and tickets.
It's time for another rock, paper, tickets keyword.
Battle.
Well, I think they won a lot of the battles. You can take the kick coverage, they got a big return. Rushing battle, like pick a topic.
Battle.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
That's your keyword. It's battle, B-A-T-T-L-E, battle, 303-504-0925. Put your first and your last name on that text message. We'll draw a qualifier 5 minutes before the top of the hour. That's just 20 minutes from right now. You guys are qualifying for a chance to play in the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament yet. That'll be Tuesday, September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. The winner of that tournament gets a trip to Kansas City to see Denver and KC play in Week 1 Monday Night Football. You'll get flights, tickets to the game, a hotel as well for Week 1 Monday Night Football, all powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
It's going to be really cool to have the professional football team of the state of Colorado going up against the professional football team for the Missouri-Kansas area. I can't wait.
19 days until that game. We've got 8 days until the Buffs start the season.
Oh boy, better buckle up.
I was seeing on it was like perusing Barstool this morning. Lil Wayne's son is a kicker in Georgia and reportedly already has scholarship offers from Dion and the CU Buffs.
Of course he does.
A kicker.
Of course he does.
He is just as small as Lil Wayne is. Like, he's just a tiny little dude.
Well, I mean, Coach Prime's loved his guy Alejandro Mata.
He sure has.
Who's a little guy. Just a little guy.
But not like the biggest leg in the world. And I was looking at, like, scholarship offers for a kicker and a punter? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, usually don't do that.
Is Lil Wayne showing up at halftime doing performances every single game 4 years from now?
If
Coach so,
Prime,
man, I'm
Coach
checking.
Prime is he in Boulder 4 years from now, bud? Come on now.
303-504-0925. Use that number to text your keyword in. This is the last time I'm going to tell you what it is. Battle, B-A-T-T-L-E, battle to 303-504-0925. Get qualified for Rock Paper tickets. Your first keyword has come and gone on the morning sprint. Raj and Coach, make sure you join us at Rooftop Social. We're going to be out there hanging out with all of you guys, all of our 64 contestants for rock, paper tickets. The winner of that tournament gets a trip to Kansas City for Denver and KC on the Monday night opener, week number 1. But if you don't qualify via text message, and again, listen between 20 and 40 every single hour, every single show this week, and you'll have a chance to text in and qualify, and you could win that hour, be one of the 64 people there. But we are automatically qualifying 4 people that night at Rooftop Social, at least 4 people, because, I mean, there's also a chance that, we have some no-shows. I would hope that if you qualify, you find a way to show up.
Dude, that'd be a bad deal. If you no-show a paper, scissors, rock tournament, don't look at me that way.
But, also, if you qualify, it would behoove you to bring some friends or some family with you because you can qualify them there, and then you, double your chances of winning. Right? Doesn't that make sense? You bring a buddy or a wife and be like, hey, if you win, you're bringing me. If I win, I'm bringing you.
Yeah, even bring a frenemy. You might have a frenemy that's worth bringing.
Sure.
That'd be cool.
Would you really want to go on a flight, though, with a frenemy and stay in a hotel room with them?
A trip to Kansas City, Missouri, and going to either Gates Barbecue or Bryant's Barbecue.
Is it worth it?
I might end up curing all things. What's your favorite barbecue in the Kansas City area there? Are you an Oklahoma Joe's guy?
I do really love Joe's a lot, but my heart got a spot for Gates.
Okay, you're a Gates guy. What are you, Raj?
Dinosaur Barbecue in Syracuse, New York.
What?
It is. You think it's a joke?
I mean, think it's a joke? The furthest northern barbecue restaurant in literally in the world, and you're gonna say it's like, what are we doing?
It's elite.
I'm kind of a Jack Stack guy.
It's elite. Absolutely fantastic.
That's some ball knowledge
It was on Man vs. Food. So if Fat Boy Adam Richmond loves it,
You want to know why it was on Man vs. Food?
Why?
Because Man vs. Food
because it was good enough to make a television show?
No, it's because it's on television, and everybody on television, radio, and any type of broadcasting went to freaking Syracuse, and so they have all their little college places.
I wonder if Adam Richmond went to Syracuse.
Probably did.
How funny would that be? No, he went to Emory.
Okay, so he's at least Emory's in Atlanta. Atlanta school. So he does. I mean, he knows barbecue.
Is Adam Richmond not large anymore? He's a skinny guy. He got on the jab.
Yep.
He took the yab. Something like that.
Estoy en el yep.
He went to Emory, and then he went to Yale.
Okay. So he's got ball knowledge of Frank Pepe's Pizzeria
He sure
Napolitano.
does.
Let's
He
go.
sure does. Yeah,
Well, Sally's,
that's my
Zabi's.
place, baby.
Let's go, man.
Yeah, so make sure you guys show up on Tuesday evening at Rooftop Social in Rhino. That starts at 6 p.m. Rooftop Social, an elevated sports bar in Rhino.
What time did you say it starts on Tuesday?
6 p.m.
Okay, so will that be going on for a couple hours, you think?
I would expect it's probably a 2-hour event.
You think
We're
I
all
can,
going to be there. You and I will be there. The guys
I
from
have
the morning
practice.
show.
We got to figure out how you mean.
We'll find a way to get Coach Sanford there somehow.
I will get there.
Maybe he won't, but I will certainly be there on Tuesday.
I will be there as long as it's 2 hours. I'll be there by at least 7.
Okay.
Just I can't be there at 6.
We can handle that.
I'm getting ready for a team that's ranked number 9 in America.
Because we're going to have a whole bunch of people there, and I think we're going to be refereeing the event, which is a shame, though, because you and I disagree on the rules of rock, paper. We even disagree on the name of rock, paper, scissors.
Everybody disagrees with me on that one. Everybody. There's not even one transplant Californian that says, yeah, I feel you on that. It's paper, scissors, rock. I'm not being called a serial killer.
Someone's going to have to deal with being wrong at some point. Because we have to have a clear and concise set of rules when we put this tournament on. So, you're either going to walk into it having to call it rock, paper, scissors, or I'm going to have to deal with people burying their throws in their open palms.
You're going to get buried throws. Oh, I love it. Matt Frazier, ball knowledge of Syracuse barbecue. Dinosaur barbecue in Syracuse? You can get better barbecue
I guarantee
here.
you that Matt Frazier has not been up there. You can go to the 848. I'm a Syracuse alum. It's amazing. Don't disrespect it.
My favorite barbecue by far, without question, in the United States is the OG Dry Rub in Memphis, and it is Rendezvous. And I will die on that hill. And I know it's become, little bit trendy and tourist trap and all that. It is awesome. That's where my allegiances lie.
Hey, I opened up the show talking about RJ Harvey and how I think he is not only the Broncos' most underrated and overlooked player, but I think he's one of the AFC West's most underrated and overlooked player. And it got me thinking, like, who are the other players around the division? Not so much like with the Raiders, because I just still don't think the Raiders are a threat to do anything serious this year. I think they're going to be picking in the top 5. They're going to transfer power over to Fernando Mendoza somewhere halfway into the season, and they're not really going to be a threat. But certainly with the Chargers and the Chiefs, who are the other players on those rosters that make you go, oh, we're not talking about him nearly enough?
Oronde Gadsden, who I know is a bit of a household name.
My other one, talk about a Syracuse guy.
Oh, he is a Syracuse,
he is a Syracuse player.
Was that a Fran Bag
that
acquisition?
That was a Fran Bag, sure was,
I love Fran Bag acquisitions. Really good.
Isn't David Njoku a Charger as well?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, you know when Harbaugh's got his druthers, he's got multiple tight ends, and I know that Oronde Gadsden has spent a little bit more of his offseason focus on being able to become a viable inline blocker so that it opens up everything. So he doesn't want to just be a one-trick pony as a pass catcher. And then all of a sudden you add David Njoku, who's a big old joker. I mean, how big is Njoku? He's 6'4", 250, big, thick, athletic.
Has always felt like someone who has underperformed not only his draft slot,
Do you feel
but
like
his
David
body.
Njoku's old?
Yeah, but he's not. I bet you he's 26.
He's 30.
Oh, all right, never mind.
But I feel like he's been playing like
Samsonite.
I coached Deshaun Kaiser at Notre Dame, and David Njoku was his rookie tight end when he started. Like, doesn't Deshaun Kaiser, Browns quarterback, feel like that was like 50 years ago?
Yes.
I mean, they were on the same squad. So I mean, this was the 2017 draft. 2017 draft. 2017 draft is when David Njoku came out. So what is he going in year 9? Last year, 33 catches, 293 for 4 touchdowns. His all-time best year was in 2023, where he had 81 catches for 882 and 6 touchdowns. He's never had more than 6 touchdowns.
Njoku, I don't think, for me, qualifies as like, oh, we're not talking about him enough. He could really screw you. Gadsden certainly does. It's funny. That tight end was the position that you threw out immediately. I went to tight end on the Chiefs as well. I went to Noah Gray.
He's a good player.
Every time that Noah Gray's on the field, I go like, he feels like mini Travis Kelce.
Is he more
like
of
bargain bin Travis Kelce.
Is he more of a Grey's Anatomy or 50 Shades of Grey type guy?
Are they both spelled the same way? I don't know how they're both spelled.
I have no idea.
Grey's Anatomy, I think, is Grey.
It is. I think both are.
And I think 50 Shades of Grey is Gray.
Mm-hmm.
I have no basis with which to back that up on. That's just a complete guess.
50 Shades of Grey is Grey.
It's EY?
Yeah, and he's AY, right? Noah Gray? He's an AY guy. What are you laughing about?
I can't tell you. I can't do it. I
have
to tell you after the break.
Oh, gosh.
But yeah, that's my player on Kansas City that I go, oh, we're not thinking about him enough because Travis Kelce is still part of that team. I don't think there's a wide receiver on Kansas City that, whether it's Tyquan Thornton or Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice, that I believe is being overlooked. I think they are properly
Rashee Rice
rated.
is the one that you're like, if all the offseason stuff can settle.
He's still like an
and he's
unknown, though.
healthy.
Like, he and Xavier Worthy are both still unknowns. Like, we talk about both of them because they wear Chiefs red and gold, that they're supposed to be Tyreek Hill. I haven't seen enough of either one of them, and they've been in the league since 23 and 24.
Is this a huge year for Patrick Mahomes? Like, massive year in terms of his legacy? Like, is this the year that really...
Is it bigger for Andy Reid?
Man, I think Andy Reid's already cemented himself because he could walk tomorrow and be a first ballot.
Andy Reid could lose 14 games next year.
And I know that
be a first ballot Hall of Fame.
Most likely Mahomes, like if Mahomes quit football like Andrew Luck.
He's in.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's in.
However, with him still being fairly young, and I would say it feels like he's right at the midpoint of his career. What's the latter half going to look like? And is this the year that determines what that latter half looks like? Feels like that to me.
Doesn't it feel? Aren't we having this very dangerous conversation? Like, weren't we
Mitchell's
having this
looking at me.
conversation about Tom Brady
I never did.
when Tom Brady was 30? Like, oh yeah, it's probably gone now, and then he was in the league for another 15 years.
All right, Chris Mitchell.
Because you know what happened after his age 30 season? The knee injury. And then everyone, it's probably going to be downhill from here. And then he's the comeback player of the year. And then he wins MVP at 33.
How many Super Bowls did he win after that year 30?
3, I think.
Yeah, and then is it 3 with New England and 1 with Tampa, or 2 with New England, 1 with Tampa?
I think it's 2 in New England and 1 in Tampa. I think it's 3 Super Bowls. Might be 4.
He won 7.
No, he won 4 after that.
He won 3 before and 4
He won
after.
3 before and 4 after.
Crazy.
I thought it was 4 and 3. I thought it was the opposite
That's
direction.
the question. That's the real question. Is Patrick Mahomes really Tom Brady?
Because he has 3 right now, right? He's got 3 before or at age 30.
We're at the intermission of the Broadway play.
It's the reason why having this conversation scares the living crap about me.
But we can't just say because Tom Brady did this after he was his year 30 knee injury year that Patrick Mahomes is just going to automatically recreate that.
Mahomes could have like Russell Wilson level stats and off-field crap. Like, if he has 8 years of Russell Wilson in Denver in front of him, he's still a surefire first ballot Hall of Famer.
How did the Chiefs give?
He's that good. He's been that amazing.
But here's the real question. I understand salary caps and all that stuff, but is it not a massive failure on the behalf of the Chiefs organization that Patrick Mahomes in the second half of his career is going to be lining up with Jalen Royals, Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, Cyrus Allen, Tyquan Thornton, Andrew Armstrong, Nico? Like, that's who you got? How do you have that bad of a wide receiver room?
That is true. Because, like, coming off of that Brady season where he blows his knee out, you know who they had? Randy Moss.
Yeah.
Wes Welker.
Mm-hmm. Gronk.
In 2010, their best wide receivers that year, like I think it had been Jarvis Green Ellis as a running back that season, but got to throw the ball to Deion Branch and Rob Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez in the middle of him murdering people. Like, at least Brady had people to throw to. That's going to be the challenge for the Chiefs, is like finding guys that are better than Xavier Worthy and Rashee Rice.
Feels like there's a lot of pressure on Kenneth Walker III, K-Dubs.
Yeah, a whole bunch. Congratulations to Joseph Castro. You are our latest qualifier for rock, paper tickets. Joseph Castro. If you're not Joseph Castro, don't worry. Your next keyword comes up in 30 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Raj and Coach, the morning sprint. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, the Rockies won a game.
Uh-oh.
They
Hunter Goodman's back.
snapped a streak.
Only have 12 games to win, Raj. Just 12 to get to mission 63. Don't look now. The Rockies, scalding hot baseball team, having won one straight. Look out.
One's a fluke, two's a streak.
We'll find out
Go get him tonight.
We'll
Mission
find out.
63 still very much in jeopardy, Coach.
It's also very much alive, too, because Hunter Goodman is back. And did you see last night, man? The Rockies in Washington playing against the Nats. Oh, not a great Nats team, 62-72, but you go in there and you get a pretty.
No, the Nats are not an easy out.
You get a pretty good performance out of a first debut pitcher for the Rockies, and you end up getting Mason Adams for 4. He ended up getting 4 innings, and I believe he only got hit. He only gave up 3 hits in 4 innings and gave up 1 earney, 3 walks, 5 Ks.
I feel like when I brought up the Hunter Goodman record pace back in like early August, maybe even late July, where I was like, oh, he could break the Johnny benchmark.
Is it 50?
I think it's 45 as an NL catcher.
He's
I'm almost positive.
at 35.
He's not going to do it. He has to get like scorching hot. As soon as I said that, he didn't hit a home run for like 10 days, and then he got injured for 11 games.
Yeah, he's been, I mean, you look at his last, his August has been, I mean, you don't play for 13 days between the game against Arizona.
I guess I got to take that one on the chin. That's me. That's the Raj curse in full form.
Oh,
talk about
and
a record, and then he just gets injured almost immediately after.
This. There's nothing that there's no bigger fan base that you want to incite violence right now than the Colorado Rockies and a Raj curse. Because the Rockies are just hanging on to every single thing that we're doing right now.
I think I'd be fine to have that fan base upset with me because they're closer to rock bottom than any one of the other 3 teams. I can't Raj curse the Avs or the Broncos at this point. Who knows what the Nuggets are going to be? Who knows? If they're fully healthy by the time the postseason runs around, it wouldn't shock me if they made a run.
Have we?
But I just have no clue.
So it's interesting. My son is a huge NBA fan, and he was going through a bunch last week. He broke both arms playing football for the first time in his life, tackle football. He broke his wrist on his right. His left one was mangled. He had 3 procedures on it, 2 attempts to place it, 1 surgery. We were in the hospital. So he was under a rock for essentially a week. He comes from the ashes and arises from the ashes yesterday, comes from the basement where he was I guess watching YouTube, and he goes, the Nuggets got DeMar DeRozan? It was like 5 days late. And he thought it was in his mind, that was a massive coup because of the scoring chops of DeMar DeRozan.
DeMar DeRozan could be the piece that fixes the second unit.
This is a guy that in his career has averaged 21.1 points per game. He's a 4.1 assists per game guy. He's right around a 50% field goal shooter over the course of his career. This is a good basketball player. A good shooter. And so I think there's something to be, even though he's a 37-year-old vet, there is something to be said for is the disappointment of not going out and adding an otherworldly superstar or not moving whatever it may have been in order to acquire the services of various players that the fan base had their eye on. If you get some health this year and DeMar DeRozan.
Health at the right time.
I don't know. Could be a better year than last year.
Again, they're very much an I don't know team.
Really?
Yeah. Far more than the Avs and the Broncos are. The Broncos and Avs are more of a sure thing to be there at the end of the year than the Nuggets are. And I don't think that's an outlandish thing to say.
But we're pretty far removed now from Aaron Gordon's injuries. Months removed. Months. Pretty far removed from Christian Brown's injuries. You still got Nikola freaking Jokic.
Yeah, but they were also healthy like 3 postseasons ago, not 2 postseasons ago, because the MPJ shoulder thing wasn't completely healthy. But they lost in the first round last year. They lost in the second round the 2 years prior to that. And right, like 23-24, even though they were at the end of a really long stretch of basketball coming off the championship, you were largely healthy then. So, like, does this core being healthy really matter that much?
I think it does.
I don't know if you can. I'm not really certain that you can just go, health is 100%. They're automatically right at the same level as San Antonio and OKC. Like you can with the Broncos and the Avs of going 100% healthy. They're right there.
More than being on the same level as OKC. I heard the morning show yesterday, I believe, talking about it, is the challenges that the new CBA has presented for teams that win a title. I mean, did you hear about the podcast where Jason Tatum's father was on a podcast and he basically just complained about the fact that their roster's
ripping.
Didn't he call the roster like buns or
pretty much
something along those lines? Man, that's the reality. Are you far enough removed from the challenges of repeating both with the physical aspect and the injuries, but also with the contract component of it all, that you now can at least I don't need, like, I would love the Nuggets to be right back in the title conversation.
They need to take a step forward next year. They need to show me that if they get into a series with OKC and San Antonio, that they've got a fighter's chance.
They did that 2 years ago, though.
They did.
They went 7.
And maybe
with a hobbled, completely hobbled Aaron Gordon.
Right. And maybe it was just you ran into your worst possible matchup. Like, you were the Avs running into Peter DeBoer and the Stars in the first round a couple of years ago, and you went, they just don't match up well against that team.
Yeah, but like the Avs, you didn't run into Peter DeBoer.
You didn't.
You ran into the freaking Las Vegas Golden Knights. What was that series, Raj? Oh, man. What was the final?
Regression, dude.
What was it?
Regression just hit them so hard.
It's
Bad goaltending against a string of 5 games where Carter Hart was the best goalie in the world. Sorry, 6 games.
What was the final? What was that series?
It was a sweep. It was 4-0.
That's what I thought. But Carter Hart
he had 2 games prior to that series.
He was a hot hand.
Vegas should have lost to Anaheim in that previous series, and Carter Hart just stood on his head in games 5 and 6.
Anaheim was killing him. The net in the first 5 games of that
Anaheim
series.
should have won that series. Carter Hart shows up game 5, game 6, and is unbeatable, and then continues that for 4 games against the Avs, and then shows up at the Stanley Cup final and can't stop a beach ball. Like, it was this weird confluence of regression, crazy goaltending, and injuries killed the Avs. But you can't overlook the fact that, like, they folded under pressure. And that was a thing that they have done in previous seasons since the Cup. And now comes year 5 after winning a Stanley Cup championship, and that's my window ending, right? Like, you have 5 years of grace for me between championships before it's like, all right, time to get it done. Buck up again.
I feel like we've done that every offseason.
Sure, but like this
like the last 2, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, but they were also like the best team in the world for 98% of the year. And it unfortunately wasn't the case at the most important time. But for me, it's 5 years. My goodwill is gone after 5 years.
What's the sweet spot for the Colorado Avalanche in terms of winning games in the regular season?
They're not going to have 121 points, although there's 2 extra games this year, 84 games. I think 115 points, 113 points might win the division.
And you're good with it. Like let's not go for 125 points. No. I agree. What about the Nuggets? Where do the Nuggets have to be to give themselves a chance to actually be competitive in the postseason? Because last year, like the ending of the regular season felt a bit crippling in terms of how you entered the postseason.
I think you need 50 wins.
What'd you get last year?
You had 54.
Jeez.
50 wins pretty much guarantees that you are above the line as like a 5 or a 6 seed. So 50. Yeah, 4 fewer wins. I could live with that.
And what's the floor for the Broncos for you to feel good about their postseason chances to do what this team wants to do? Is it 12?
10 or 11.
Wow.
Because I think if they get in and they're healthy, right? Because like if a little bit of regression hits, which it probably will.
Don't you want a home game at Empower Field, man? It's a huge
it matters.
advantage.
Yeah, without a doubt. Like you showed how it mattered against Buffalo last year. It matters. But I think just getting into the dance for the Broncos this year would be good enough. I wouldn't like panic that they've taken a huge step back. I still think they're a 12-5 football team, and I think 12 wins with the right tiebreakers, can win the division.
This just in from Pete Thamel, adding to the Big Ten and SEC statements on the NFL players in their fifth year that are coming back post getting cut to the college teams. ACC athletic directors met today, and there's momentum for the ACC to join the Big Ten and SEC in banning NFL players per ESPN sources. So we're waiting on you, Big 12, and guess what? If I'm Jim Mora.
Mountain West. Pack schools.
Pack whatever it is. Pack state conference.
Maction.
Eat up with those NFL cut list.
It's still it's so stupid that I want that to happen for a team that I would like root for here in the Rams. Because I hate the idea of these players like going back and taking advantage of this loophole.
I just like chaos because college football is gonna be chaos no matter what. It just is chaos in the current world that we live in. I just want more of it. I want all the chaos. Give me chaos. Crazy amounts of chaos.
You see the deal for Benny Mathurin in the NBA? The 2-year, $16 million deal for a guy who's 25 years old and he's not a great defender, but he can score in stretches.
Where'd he get signed?
In New Orleans.
Okay.
2-year deal for Benedict Mathurin from the LA Clippers, which is like far less than what Peyton Watson signed for. And Benedict Mathurin, you can look at his career and go, well, he's done more. I suppose the only reason why is because like Peyton Watson plays better defense and can jump higher, but like Mathurin's had some pretty solid seasons in his career. Like he averages 16 a game. He didn't play much the last couple of seasons. He's only 24 years old, so he's in that same very young, still has potential, but for some reason he's making $8 million and Watson just signed a $88 million deal to go to Cleveland. It's just bizarre to me how like the market for those two players is so far apart.
What'd you say the Benny deal was?
2 years, $16 million.
Gosh. That's 8 per?
It's nothing, dude. It's nothing for that guy.
Gosh, Peyton Watson was, what an overpay in my opinion. Maybe not. We'll find out.
Now you're you hate to root against the guy, but now you're kind of rooting against him.
Or
you're hoping that Peyton Watson flops.
Or frankly, if you have your own opinions about how the Nuggets have been handled in the post-championship window, you might be rooting for Peyton Watson to succeed as a Nuggets fan. Just so some type of change occurs to get this thing right. I know that sentiment exists. I know those people. I've talked to them. I hope Peyton goes out there and balls out and just proves that we should have moved on from bleep, 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 bleep.
No, you don't.
I don't.
No, you don't.
I don't.
You hope that he sucks.
I do.
You hope that he went out and got a bag and he turns into Jeremy Grant. And he's like, the reason you don't miss that guy.
If you're a real Nuggets fan, the reason that you truly are rooting for that is because I still stand by. I think he chose not to play in the postseason. So that's my opinion.
Chris Mitchell's NFL notes are next. Also, your next chance to get in for rock, paper, tickets, a keyword on the other side. Every day here at 11:20 on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with Chris Mitchell's NFL Notes. At some point this segment during NFL Notes, you'll hear sounder, a keyword for rock, paper, tickets, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Mitchie, what's up?
One more time. It was podium day for the coordinators at Broncos practice yesterday. Davis Webb was asked about Bo, about Jalen Waddle. By the way, Davis said Jalen Waddle was going to play everywhere this season, but on the offensive line, which I thought was kind of funny. He was also asked about the offensive line because it hasn't changed a whole lot since Bo Nix got drafted.
I've never been around somewhere that's been like about to be 4 straight years of basically the same old line. It's such a blessing because they're good dudes. They're coached well. They're nasty. They take things personal. I think pass block wise, they've been pretty consistent over the last few years. And run game wise, I think we're trying to build on that consistency. Not saying it's been bad, but we can definitely be more consistent. That's a goal that we've tried to address this offseason. And we're just very blessed in all of our rooms that the O-line's been the most stationary. And, they're the strength of our offense.
Jalen Waddle is he's a game changer for this offense, and it already showed up in one preseason game, like we said yesterday. Do you need to see any more this week against the Minnesota Vikings with Jalen Waddle, who's been at least nursing something? I'd say no. There's enough juice there to say that this is going to be really good. Now, the offensive line part of it, not only do you have continuity in the offensive line, you got continuity in who the 6th, 7th, 8th bodies are, insofar as you have health at the center position. If you're healthy at center, which it appears that the Broncos are getting Luke Wattenberg back, Alex Palczewski's your 6th. Probably Forsyth, if he's healthy, is your 7th, and then Frank Crum is your 8th, and then Cage Casey's. He's kind of starting to knock on the door a little bit and saying, I'm here. I could play center, I could play guard. I played tackle in college, so I have the athleticism to do so. I mean, they go about 8, 9 deep in terms of quality offensive line potential starters in the NFL.
Yeah, you're spending a whole bunch of money on the offensive line. You have, I believe, led the league in offensive line spending over the past couple of years. I don't know if they're
I think it's the last
at the top
2 years,
this season.
Yeah.
Like I want to say the Panthers may have superseded them. Possibly, but they're still up there. They're like a top 5, like that. Where their money is being spent. It's so funny, man. We talk about Bo Nix and his next contract in the terms of, the defense isn't going to be as good, right? You have to find a way to pay everyone on your team, and you can't do it when the quarterback is worth $55 or $60 million. And we only talk about how it's the defense. It's the defense. It's the defense. Dude, it's going to be the offensive line as well. Like when Bo's contract is up, you're going to have to look at who the next guy is to replace Mike McGlinchey or Ben Powers or Garrett Bowles, who have been these mainstays. It's not just going to be, you can't have the luxury of both Riley Moss and Pat Surtain. You can't have the luxury of Talanoa Hufanga and Zach Allen and Nick Bonito. Someone's got to go. You're going to lose it on the offensive line, too.
Yeah, but I also feel good about Frank Crum already as somebody that's played in NFL football games, that has been the jumbo tight end, that is big enough, strong enough, athletic enough to do it at the right tackle position. So if it is Mike McGlinchey that ends up hanging up the cleats in a year or two, like you already got a guy that's going to be cost controlled because he was an undrafted free agent when he came in, and he won't have done enough to probably command any type of major money. And then you got the perfect backup already for Ben Powers and Alex Palczewski.
Yeah, so instead of spending all of that money in free agency, namely on the McGlinchey and Powers contracts, you're looking for the next Quinn Miners. You're looking for the next 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th round guy to be a top 5 player at his position. And top 10 player.
I think probably you need to start considering drafting in the 1st round. Even if it's...
Well, you need the left tackle eventually.
That's what I'm saying. Even if it's pick 31, 32, hopefully.
I mean, wasn't Garrett Bowles pretty deep down there, too? I thought Garrett Bowles was like in the mid to late 20s.
The track
20th overall.
The track record of player development with this franchise right now, you can get a very quality replacement 3 years down the road for Garrett Bowles.
Man, I just remember that draft class in 2017 when Bowles went 20th overall to the Broncos, and he was an older player coming out of college, and there was still like Ryan Ramczyk on the board, and Ramczyk ends up going to New Orleans. And through the first like 3-4 years of their careers, Ramczyk was an all-pro player in, I believe, 3 of his first 4 full seasons as a pro. And everyone's going, oh my God, what a terrible decision they made. Ramczyk retired at 29. And Garrett Bowles is still playing and is playing the best football of his career 3 years later. Like to go back and look at that draft, and 3 years into it, you had completely screwed it up. You had botched that tackle pick. And now almost 10 years later, you're going, oh no, that was a home run. Like that's Garrett Bowles might be a Ring of Famer for the Broncos when it's all said and done. Mitchie, what's next?
I got 2 phones. Whoa, hold up. You see that? We got a trade. Another trade, yeah. Late last night, the Giants and the Chiefs made a switcheroo. The Chiefs get offensive lineman Josh Ezeudu, and the Giants get a 2028 7th-round pick. Ooh. Ezeudu was a third-rounder for the Giants back in 2022, started 10 games at guard and tackle for the G-Men between 22 and 24, spent all of last season on the injured reserve. And if you're the Chiefs, why not take a flyer on some depth at a position where the quality really, it kind of runs out quick after that first team.
Yeah, it certainly does. The offensive line protecting Patrick Mahomes right now is fine if Creed Humphrey stays healthy and Trey Smith stays healthy and Josh Simmons on the left tackle position stays healthy. Everything after that, I don't really know what they have. Is a guy who you're trading a 7th-round pick for going to help you there? Probably not, but as Coach, you said, man, depth is everything on the offensive line.
Yeah, it is. And Josh Ezeudu is only a 26-year-old player. He obviously had the injury history from last season, but a good enough talent, athletic enough where I think the Chiefs feel like they made a move that helped bolster some depth on their offensive line, which they need.
Hey, you know what it's time for?
What's it time for?
Not another story. It's time for another keyword. Mitchie.
It's time for another Rock, Paper, Tickets keyword.
Installation. How we started the installation, we went early into red zone. We're getting into 1st and 2nd down.
Installation. Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
Installation. That is your keyword. Installation.
What a football buzz term.
INSTALLATION. Installation.
Do you guys use that term in hockey at all when you're talking about putting in, like, would you have like an install or installation?
You'll say install every now and again, but it's only on like either power play systems.
Yeah.
Or
you wouldn't use the term implement?
Not really.
Okay.
Systems and install, but install is not used all that often. Power play install.
I wonder when the term install started in football. It was probably around the time of like the computer generation because you started thinking about you got to install Microsoft Windows 95.
Yeah, or you got an extra CD-ROM.
Do you think it started in 95?
Sure.
Did you ever?
It's a good question for Dad.
Have you ever held a legitimate floppy disk?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Floppy disks were being phased out by the time that I was like getting into computers.
And I'm talking about like the like very, very, very floppy ones. Not the like the micro floppy disks. They were
just like harder.
Hard.
They were harder.
Hard disks?
No, a hard disk is like an internal thing.
Yeah, it's a hard drive.
No, I had floppy disks.
What they call that next generation?
I think they still called it a floppy disk.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
But it was just like a little bit more
rigid. Smaller, harder. More firm.
It just had a Forrest Gump.
Yes. Rigidity.
Something like that. It's so stupid. Yeah, somewhere in the 90s is probably when
installation
coined that.
Yeah.
Installation is your keyword. Text that in with your first and your last name. We're going to draw a qualifier in 25 minutes from right now, right before PhD goes
Bill
live.
Walsh. I bet Bill Walsh started it.
Qualifying for a chance to play in our Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament on Tuesday, September 1st at the Rooftop Social in Rhino. Again, the winner of that Rock, Paper, Scissors tournament gets a trip to Kansas City with flights, a hotel, and tickets for the very first game of the season. That's Denver at Kansas City, Week 1, Monday Night Football. All powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Mitchie, what's next?
Damn!
He ain't gonna be in rush hour 3.
From CBS News, LSU's Lane Kiffin played a little more proactive role in getting 2 cut NFL players onto his roster. The report says Kiffin and LSU reached out to multiple players on NFL rosters or reaching out to their agents in an attempt to get them to bring a lawsuit against the NCAA and return to school. LSU has also had conversations with others who remain in NFL camps ahead of cut day on August 30th. Kiffin said, quote, "They're either going to play for you or they're going to play for someone else," end quote.
What's going to happen here? Because the SEC is saying that they're going to have some type of punitive measures in place, and Lane's already gotten before. Like Lane had this happened before the SEC came out against it, so there's no way the SEC could punish Lane Kiffin for something that he was doing prior to it being a rule. All right,
I mean, they probably can. Like Major League Baseball suspended and has also kept players out of the Hall of Fame, although they don't own the Hall of Fame, for taking steroids prior to it being expressly illegal in the league. So yeah, you can put punitive measures on people who've done something prior to it being illegal. So leagues have done that before.
So 3 hours ago, the report is that Lane Kiffin and LSU were the ones that actually pursued this lawsuit. Like they instigated the whole premise.
Oh, let's go find a judge. I want players.
Yes.
Dude, it's
wild.
so Lane Kiffin coded. I'm telling you, if it was anybody else other than Lane Kiffin, I think this would have gone a little bit farther. Kiffin's just like is Lane Kiffin 55 years old? How old is he?
No, he's like 48,
He's
49.
51.
Oh, is he?
Like, it still feels like Lane is this 28-year-old hotshot quarterbacks coach who's going to be the next great offensive coordinator in the SEC. He's still acting like a child.
He is a child.
And I still think the SEC in the greater college football landscape looks at Lane Kiffin and goes, dude, grow up. If it was anybody else, if it was a Nick Saban-like character, this would have gone on longer. It's just because it's Lane Kiffin, and he's this weird, goofy, fratty guy still at 51 years old.
How does the Lane Kiffin LSU experience end? About like every other place that Lane Kiffin has, where like there's some really good, but ultimately it ends up messy.
Before the Big Ten became the powerhouse of college football, which it is right now.
Yeah, it is.
I would have said it ends in a national championship for Lane Kiffin. If
is
the
he
SEC
serious?
was still the
is
SEC.
he serious enough to get that done?
No, I don't think so.
I don't feel like
I think he's going to have good teams. He's going to get good recruits. He's going to be right there. But it's Lane Kiffin. And he's just going to find a way to screw it up. Right? He's going to find a way to screw it up. That's who he is. So, no, I don't think it ends in a national championship. I think it ends with a couple of SEC titles and some runs in the college football playoff, but I don't believe he wins one. I think there are too many halves around the rest of not only his conference, but the rest of the country that are going to keep him from it. Because other organizations, let's just look at Curt Cignetti in Indiana. Kurt's not going to get in his own way. Kiffin's going to find a way to get in his own way. Just like this is. Like, doesn't this scream getting in your own way? It's like, you're LSU. You're going to have a top 10 recruiting class every single year. Everybody wants to go to you. Hell, you took Jordan Seaton away from Colorado, and he's going to be a lottery pick if we're going to take an NBA term. So, like, it's not like you're hurting to find players. So Lane Kiffin has gone out of his way to be like, all right, if they're not going to play for me, they're going to play against me. This is Lane getting in his own way. He's creating roadblocks.
Or he ends up with 5 extra players that were in NFL camps. I don't know.
Do you agree with me? Not going to work?
I don't think it's
like the end goal, the end of it does not have a ring on his finger.
He doesn't win a natty.
Okay. And at the end of it, that is the goal at LSU.
Yep.
So therefore, pass fail. He would have failed.
Was Brian Kelly was he pass or fail?
Fail.
Yeah, and he had a Heisman Trophy quarterback.
Fail.
Major fail.
What's next, Mitchie?
I'm tipping.
A little bit of an injury scare for the Bengals yesterday. Top wide receiver Jamar Chase says he's all good after suffering a knee injury in practice. Went up for a deep pass, landed funny, hopped off the practice field on his own power. Chase said the injury is considered a hyperextension, but not very serious. Another guy who's also probably going to be fine, a Bucs rookie, Reuben Bain Jr. He suffered an AC sprain on Tuesday, was sidelined for practice today, but according to Adam Schefter, he should be good to go for Week 1 against, the aforementioned Cincinnati Bengals.
Is Ruben Bain going to be legit with his tiny T-Rex arms?
He's going to be really good. That dude's legit.
I saw a video of him a couple weeks ago working after practice, just like on his pass rushing skill set by himself, him against an offensive line dummy. Loved it. Just like that motor as a rookie.
That guy's going to be really good.
I think he's got like a little bit of a chip, right? Because he was the best edge rusher in the country last year and he fell.
He's got Von Miller, Khalil Mack types of vibes to me.
Yes.
He's 6'2", 263. What was Von?
Von is 6'3", 250, I believe. Or 6'4", 250, something like that.
Von's 6'3", 245.
Okay. Oh, yeah, 6'3", 245. He's Alexander Ovechkin. We've done this before. Ovi is 6'3", 245.
And then Khalil Mack, who was a little bit more of a sawed-off. He was 6'3", 269. So kind of in that ballpark. Not 6'5", not 6'6". Obviously, Ruben Bain's a little shorter by 1 inch in terms of combine measurements than either Khalil Mack or Von Miller, but Ruben Bain's going to be in that conversation.
Did you see the video of the Jamar Chase injury?
No.
If that happened to Jalen Waddle or to Cortland Sutton, we would be freaking out here in the Mile High City. Like, it was something that when you saw the video, you went, oh no, because he went down, awkward landing.
Watching it right now. Practice rep.
We talked about it for a whole week.
Throwing like a.
Oh
gosh.
Right, it looks really bad.
There's no way that's nothing.
They say it's nothing.
Holy smokes.
Like, people were thinking it was an ACL, a meniscus, and the season's gone. He's like, oh, no, hyperextended it. I'm just fine. Don't worry. I'll be okay.
Look at that guy's lower half, man.
Jamar Chase rocks.
What a unit, man. Golly.
And you wonder why I can't quit the Cincinnati Bengals. You wonder why. It's because of him and the dude that throws him the football. Chris Mitchell's NFL Notes are brought to you every single day here on the Morning Sprint by Mountain High. Got to try that one more time, Coach.
Mountain High Appliances.
Those guys.
Favorite appliance store.
Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line in Brandon. You can find them at, one more time, mountainhighappliance.com.
Attaboy, Raj.
On the other side, we're not going to see Kyler Murray, apparently, on Friday.
Don't do this to me.
So the question is,
don't do this to me.
Who's going to get the quarterback 2 reps for the Minnesota Vikings? We'll discuss next. Wrapping things up here on a Wednesday morning. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, hanging out with you guys up until noon. We are brought to you by Williams Jewelers of Englewood, where Colorado shines on the corner of Bellevue and Broadway. Been talking a whole bunch about the most underrated players in the AFC West. Is it Oronde Gadsden, the tight end from the Chargers? Could it be possibly David Njoku? Is it, what's his name? I don't want to say Josiah Gray. It's not Josiah Gray.
Jonas
Gray? Is that
Jonah?
Jonah Gray.
Yeah, no S.
Jonah Gray from
Is it Ladd
from the
McConkey?
Chiefs. Is it Ladd McConkey?
Good player.
I would say an overlooked player, yes. Could be Ladd McConkey.
Could be the Ladster.
Without a doubt. That's a really good pull.
Just a nice, just a fine young lad there, really. Good Georgia Bulldog. I mean, you look at his year last year. I mean, he was pretty dang good.
Yeah, he's a nice safety blanket for Justin Herbert. My pick is, I think the most overlooked player in the AFC West is sophomore running back RJ Harvey.
What about a Marion Hampton?
Well, Marion Hampton gets way more praise as a runner than Harvey does. Way more praise. Now, Omarion Hampton does look like a guy who can tote the rock 215 times.
6 foot or 220, the whole deal.
And he had a pretty solid season. Do you have his numbers in front of you?
Not great, bud.
No?
No.
Didn't he finish pretty well?
He had 124 carries for 545 yards, 4 touchdowns. And that was in 9 games, though. Remember, he did get banged up.
So 9 games that's really solid.
And then he did have, golly, man. He had 32 catches in 9 games. 192 yards, so a lot of fairly empty calories.
Right, this might
touchdown.
It might just be like anecdotal here, but it feels as though people talk about Omarion Hampton in a far more positive light, far more arrow pointing upward light than they do RJ Harvey. So you guys know me. I am the RJ Harvey stan at this station. I think I've got Tyler Polumbus on my side, by the way, which is
you
really nice. And I love the fact that I get a Super Bowl winning offensive lineman to be on my take about a guy that he would have protected for.
You knew it was awesome last year in the regular season, Travion Henderson.
Oh, in New England? Yeah, that guy rocks.
Dude, he had 911 yards rushing on just 180 carries.
Isn't that funny? Because
5.1 per 9 touchdowns.
You and I talked a lot about certain Ohio State running backs, and you and I were in not on Travion Henderson, but we were in on Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah, and he kind of rocked too.
827 yards, 230 attempts, 7 touchdowns. He caught the
really
ball 26 times for 171 yards. The running back class from that draft, pretty
really
solid,
good.
man.
Yeah, it's
2025 draft.
It paid off. And
Ashton got hurt, but I still think the arrow is pointing up on him. He almost had 1,000 yards last year. Omarion Hampton, who we talked about. Judkins. Harvey. Is there another running back that I'm missing that was pretty solid last year?
I think. Washington.
Was he a rookie?
I don't think he was a rookie.
I think you're right. One thing I've learned, man, is it's Noah Gray. I said Jonah Gray.
Noah Gray. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, texters. Thanks for calling us dummies, too. We are.
Oh, no. Krosky Merritt was a rookie. 805 yards.
Never.
7th rounder.
Never question Chris Mitchell. Ball knowledge, off the charts.
Got to clip that one. Thank you, Coach.
No problem.
I teased before the end of our last segment that it is not expected that Kyler Murray is going to start for Minnesota on Friday, week 3, but
Don't tease me.
He is the anointed starter this year for Kevin O'Connell's Vikings offense, and that led to the question.
The release of COD, when Call of Duty, the new
one,
update.
Call of Duty 4, whatever it is.
The new one comes out, it's over.
It might be all over, but right now it is the Kyler Murray show, and I firmly believe that dude is going to win Comeback Player of the Year, man. The story coming out of Minnesota yesterday was that J.J. McCarthy split the number 2 reps right down the middle with Carson Wentz.
Oh, wow.
So is the question, is J.J. McCarthy the backup? Or is there a possibility that he could be a cut candidate for Minnesota? If they're truly splitting number 2 reps. Now, that could be a lot. We obviously know the story of training camp and counting reps, especially going into a preseason game where both of those guys are going to play like half the game. So maybe you want to give them reps right down the middle. We could just be making something out of nothing. Is Carson Wentz on the fast track to being the actual number 2 quarterback in Minnesota?
Do you think that is Carson Wentz too far gone from being able to be like a real Sam Darnold type reclamation project for Kevin O'Connell?
No, he already has one. It's Kyler Murray. So is he just going to do it again? Like he's going to make Kyler Murray a real NFL quarterback like he did with Sam Darnold, and then like he did with Sam Darnold, let him walk out the door and then go, yeah, I can just keep doing it.
I got Wentz. How old is Carson Wentz?
Wentz has got to be 30, 32.
Because Darnold is Wentz is 33. You're looking at him as a
backup.
Yeah.
But do you think he's kind of over like everybody's talking about my backup quarterback being the next guy? He might be over it. He might look at Kyler Murray and go, yeah, I can live with that dude as a starter for the next 3 years if the reclamation project actually becomes true. And then he just looks at Carson Wentz and goes, yeah, hey, you want to be my backup for the next 3 years? We'll sign you for nothing.
What is it about the national obsession with mocking and humiliating J.J. McCarthy? It goes, I don't know what it is. It goes above and beyond.
He didn't help himself with the meme and calling himself 9. He didn't help himself. That is it, though. The obsession is J.J. McCarthy not only has underperformed draft value, but he is cringeworthy while doing it. That's the reason why it's easy to clown on him.
I'm trying to think if I've seen enough of that. Where there's been enough where I visibly or audibly heard him. Like, we haven't played a ton of J.J. McCarthy drops on this show in the last 3 years.
Oh, we could. I can do it tomorrow if you want. We're going to run out of time today.
I want some J.J. McCarthy drops tomorrow.
There's a reason why he's
Friday.
easy to clown on. It's because he has made it easy to clown on him, and he also has underperformed.
I still think there's something there. I still think there's a chance for him.
You're going to see him on Friday. He's going to play a lot of football on Friday. You're not going to be able to watch it in real time, but you'll watch it over the weekend.
I will.
On tape record, as it were.
Yeah, so we have, gosh dang, man. The Viking is a Vikings fan that just texted in here, 5131. Wentz got big money. I just don't understand. J.J. McCarthy appears to me to be a winner that just needs some seasoning. Even won football games as a starter in the NFL, Raj. Like, his record's not bad as a starter in the NFL. I wonder if it's this, like the 214 says, I don't think Harbaugh's endorsement and the Michigan cheating thing helped. Just like the way, like Harbaugh's just going nuts. Remember how like over the top he was talking about just glazing J.J. McCarthy, very similarly to what Jim Harbaugh is doing right now with Justin Herbert, saying like he's the greatest quarterback in the history of the game. It's like, no, he's not. He hasn't won a playoff game.
Wentz is almost $3 million cheaper than McCarthy this year. Wentz is also a free agent next year when McCarthy goes to become a $7 million player prior to the 5th-year option, which I think is very clear, not going to happen. So it's McCarthy's more along the lines of a trade candidate. Like, you know who should be trading for him? The Cleveland Browns. The Browns should offer up a 4th-round pick for J.J. McCarthy. And if that's not enough, be like, all right, fine, we'll actually give you the 3rd. The Browns should be begging for him. The Jets should be trading for him. He shouldn't be in Minnesota. It's so very clear that he's not the future. How long is too long?
He's only played in 10 games, Raj.
How long is too long?
Played in 10 freaking games.
It's been 3 years. It'll be 3 years this year.
He didn't play in 24.
That's not. We don't live in the
Played in 10
we
games
don't
in 25.
live in the NFL.
He's attempted 243 pass. He has 243 pass attempts.
We don't live in the NFL where you have time anymore. We live in the NFL where you have to perform on your rookie contract. And he's running out of time. How long is too long? Because he's not going to get the look in Minnesota this year. It's not going to happen. He will not start games in Minnesota. It will be Kyler Murray this year.
Does it feel a lot different right now in Atlanta with Penix?
Yes.
They feel like they feel very good, it sounds like, about Michael Penix.
Which is crazy.
Especially like given what he had coming in to being drafted with knee injuries, and then he has one. And they're just, the Tua experience has already been abject failure. And it's like he can't do it. We saw it. We watched him in preseason game 1.
What are you going to do on Monday if JJ McCarthy balls out against the Broncos?
I mean,
if he goes like 12 of 15 for 120 yards and like a passing and a rushing touchdown. What are you going to do?
You know what I'm going to do.
This is a really good text from Adam. I treat him as two different people. I root for JJ McCarthy. I clown on number 9.
He does call himself 9.
Right. It's like a persona. He didn't help himself. That's the reason why the national idea of like dumping on JJ McCarthy is a thing. He didn't help himself.
Yeah, don't ever talk about yourself in the third person, especially telling your number. That's
like, you know why it's easy to dump on Dylan Raiola? Because not only does he suck, he calls plays as Patrick Mahomes. If he was just a bad Nebraska quarterback, nobody would talk about him. But he's a bad Nebraska quarterback who's now at Oregon, I believe, right? That wants to like skin steal Patrick Mahomes. That's the reason why you clown on him. You can't hurt yourself that way. Can't do it. Congratulations to Josh Erickson.
Yeah, Josh.
Josh Erickson, you are our latest qualifier for rock, paper tickets.
Atta babe.
And if you didn't win with us, don't worry. Your next keyword is coming up with PhD. That's going to do it for us today. For Chris Mitchell and Coach Mike Sanford, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Again, keywords every hour between 20 and 40 rock, paper tickets. Your chance to win a trip to Kansas City to see Denver and KC very first Monday night game of the year on September 14th. A win isn't a win without the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light. Is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos.
So Denver Broncos and Bud Light.
Yes.
Official beer sponsor.
Yes.
Yes.
PhD's next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
Let's go.
Here we go. We got tons to talk about. The Broncos in their final day of, I guess you'd call it camp, whatever you want. This would really be it.
Cut down week.
Yeah. To cut it down to the 53 practice squad starting on, over the weekend. Last game on Friday. Look what the Cats are
Did the cuts come Saturday? Is that when they start officially?
Yeah, it'll come a little bit there, a little bit Sunday. They'll be
this
leaking out.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, didn't Sean say something that it was going to be done by Sunday?
Yeah, he said something like that. They'll get it. I mean, I don't know if there's a lot to think about on this one, to be quite honest with you.
There'll be a couple. There'll still be a couple.
Hey, before we get into everything, and boy, Tim Curry passed away today too, who was in Rocky Horror and kind of a great actor. But Scott, I want to give you a second to react to Dolly Parton, man. She's one of the best. I'm gonna assume you're kind of a kindred spirit with Dolly Parton, that you kind of dug her.
I don't know what y'all talk about, why I'd be with her. I can remember watching her with, what was that guy's name? Wagner. Something Wagner.
Robert Wagner?
No. He's a country western guy. He used to do a country show on the weekends. Somebody on the text line can tell us. He's in the Country Music Hall of Fame. He's he's big at the Grand Ole Opry and all that stuff. And I can remember her coming up on stage. That's when I think he discovered her actually way back. Gosh, that was when I was a little kid, mid '60s or something like that. But no, she. You know what? It's cool because when someone passes, and we'll get a lot of stories on Tim Curry. Who I love Tim Curry as well. But you get all these stories, and the coolest thing I think you could read in eulogy about somebody is that what you saw on stage, they were even kinder, off the light. When the light was off, they were still nice and kind, and that's kind of been the cool thing to read about Dolly is that she was always seemed to be nice and everything. I like probably new country better than the old country, but I discovered as a young kid on Johnny Carson, and he used to make fun of the bongos.
She was blessed, as she would say.
Yes, she was.
And,
you know what? It's the first time I ever heard this term that's never used anymore. Tyler may not have even ever heard it. But my dad said something about, I think it was him, he said, man, she is well endowed. And I went, what's well endowed mean? Dad,
what does that mean, Paul? What does well endowed mean, Paul? What's that?
Ding.
Dolly.
Yeah.
Just look
she
at Dolly.
Was well endowed.
Yeah, man.
But she seemed to be pretty sweet and got 80 years in. And one of the reasons I'm remote, I'm here with my dad. My dad's 82. Tyler's dad's about the same age. I was close by, and I said, I need to stop by and try to spend a couple days. So,
all right.
I am here.
I was getting sad. I was watching a bunch of Dolly videos this morning, starting on Johnny Carson with Kenny Rogers, Miley Cyrus. I just like getting a little choked up. That's all.
That was a fun one with Miley.
She was great, man. She goes from Wrecking Ball into I Will Always Love You, the song that, Dolly wrote that Whitney made a smash hit. And it just
Dolly
was like, oh, man.
Was her godmother. Was
Dolly is Miley Cyrus' godmother. How about that?
Oh, okay.
Billy Ray and all. But, all right, well, I just want to give you first crack at that. Just catching up on some things.
Always happens in threes, man. It always seems like it happens. And, Tim Curry, wasn't Tim Curry also on the animated Moana? Was he that big crab?
Oh, man.
That sang?
You got me.
He won Tony Awards. He was kind of discovered on Broadway, and then obviously Rocky Horror Picture kind of made him a star and played different characters and different things, and he was a funny guy.
Yep. Another side pass.
I always thought he was the crab in the
well, you could be right.
Moana.
You could be right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't know my Moana. I'm not down on Moana. But hey, man, he was in a million different things. What?
All good.
Okay.
All good.
I'm talking about the movie.
Yeah.
That being said, reaction to Peyton Watson, my friend, before we get into some Broncos stuff. First time that we've heard from you about that.
Well, you kind of got the location done. I told you wasn't going to be back here. And they couldn't really bring anybody back in the trade. And everything I've read, from a lot of opponents they're killing them because they can get anything, but that's the two-tier, budget system or whatever it's called. They were in the second apron, and they couldn't really get anything of value. And the thing is, with the year 31, 2031 first-round pick, and then a 2032 second-round pick, you won't see them probably be drafted. Those are just assets to move and hopefully add something else somewhere else down the line. I guess it looks like they're going to sign DeRozan now, but I don't know.
Well, I think hasn't that already been done?
Yeah, that happened while you were out, Scott.
I read it was about to happen, but I didn't see the official release of the Nuggets.
Oh, I don't know. I just kind of assumed that was done.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
I thought it was a done deal. 1 year. It was a 1 year deal.
According to has agreed to sign. So maybe it's an agreement. It hasn't been pen to paper yet.
Gotcha.
Did you see one of the things I saw in DeRozan? Do you realize he led the league in minutes played?
That's crazy.
Even though he's an older guy, he's been durable and plays.
I know he's scored
mid-range, excellent
scored like 19 points a game. Last year, career is over that. I mean, you'll get buckets from him. You won't get threes from him, but you'll get buckets.
But you know why? Because he's stuck to his guns and still plays a mid-range game, and everybody else is non-mid-range. Everybody else is layups and threes.
Yep.
And I think defense has probably softened up in the middle a little bit, don't you think?
Hey, boy, 18 points is 18 points. Is he the starter over Christian Brown?
No, I doubt it.
No way.
Okay,
I think they'll bring him off six man, be him to score off the bench. Probably cross minutes. They'll want him to play some with Joker.
Okay. See that Peyton Watson said goodbye to everybody except for Christian Brown?
Yeah, I did see that. And that was his draft mate, wasn't it?
That was his draft mate, same
sure
year.
It was.
Yep.
Think that means?
Did you see the audio, the video, the interview of Rich Paul that basically said we advised him not to play in the playoffs?
We talked all about it, Scott. It's just like if you had any doubts, that's the agent telling you we have to protect the players from themselves. There you go.
And I get that.
As an agent, that kind of is his job, by the way. His job is to get his guy paid.
Yeah.
So mission accomplished.
From his perspective.
Yeah.
Sure. I don't know how that's going to make Nuggets fans feel about Peyton Watson, if it matters. But
I think Nuggets fans, I heard Raj and Mike talking about it. I think Nuggets fans are just going to be watching Peyton Watson, hoping he doesn't materialize into what some people think he can, because you just don't want to have the guy that slipped away. So Peyton, you're no longer here, and they're no longer rooting for you because they don't want to watch you go succeed.
I'm going to ask you guys something, and maybe we could do this with all sports, right? And there's been a couple. It seems like baseball more than others. But name a guy who's left that was loved by the town that went somewhere else and blew up.
Was like
Michael Schofield.
Well, I mean, it kind of.
I'm serious there. Michael Schofield. He left here. He was the dog of the town, and then he had a great career. Played for the Chargers and the Bears.
But he started here too.
I was going to go.
He was never an all-pro left tackle.
No, he wasn't all-pro.
I was going to go Carmelo Anthony.
No, but he was a star here. I think Scott was saying like they were not a star here.
Not a star here, then became a star.
I'm talking about a guy. So why are we getting rid of him? He's got great potential. And
then he blew up.
Darryl Kyle had a couple great years in St. Louis afterwards, but he had great years before he came to the Rockies.
That's a hard one to put your finger on. I don't know.
Mike Hampton, same thing. He had some big years in Houston before he came here, and then had some great years in New York.
I think there's more guys who were kind of mid, and then they kind of blew up while I were here. Like, Carlos is one of them.
Will Barton.
Zach Allen, maybe. I mean, more recent. I don't know. The other way around is a little bit hard to put your finger on, to be honest with you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, one thing you got to give front offices credit, because there have been guys that come in on all the teams that you didn't really know tons about, and all of a sudden they're leaving. You're going, oh my gosh. Listen, Bill Romanowski was a nice player in Philadelphia, but he blew up when he came here for the Broncos, and he was good. Listen, Alfred Williams was a nice player. Butkus Award winner and all that stuff, but man, his career kind of blew up when he came to the Broncos, didn't it?
Well, it's because he was crying because he got drafted by Cincinnati in the first round. He was literally in tears.
A little
crybaby. I mean, literally.
Ooh, good one on the text line. Shaq Barrett.
Shaq's a great one.
Shaq blew up. When
Shaq was a good player here, but he turned into an elite player.
Yeah, that's one that got away.
He was a very good player here, and was like the perfect Tampa Bay player, wasn't he? I mean, he was just perfect for what they wanted.
Yeah, he became elite. Best of the best.
That's a good one right there.
Elvis Dumerville blew up here and then just was kind of
not true.
Left, right?
Not true. He had some great years out with the Ravens.
I don't think he made any Pro Bowls or anything.
Yeah, he did. Well, I don't know, but I know he had like a 15 sack season.
Listen, there's a couple people on the side of the fence with the Nuggets. There's the all hope is lost. The Nuggets blew it. This offseason was terrible. It's over. And then there's like kind of you saying there, and Vic a little bit like, ain't nothing the Nuggets could do. This was always a fait accompli. It was always going to happen. And this is the best that could have happened. And don't think they weren't trying to do other things, but it was just an impossible situation to get done.
Well, but both can be true. It was crap, but it was also they were stuck. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and we told you before all this stuff came down, and we had the guy on, right? The stat guy you got on. They weren't going to be able to trade for a player. You weren't going to be able to bring a six-man in or a possible starter in because they were on that second apron. So we kind of gave you that information beforehand. Be ready. As we did, the rumors are flying that he was told by his people not to play in the playoffs. That hurt the team. And I'm going to tell you what, some were probably willing to forgive, but not everybody's probably willing to forgive in that front office. And they knew that. Let's be honest, they probably knew that. So it was probably right. It was destined to happen. And did they get compensatory for what his value could be? No, absolutely not. They didn't.
The truth is, it was probably destined to happen as soon as they signed Christian, and they didn't sign Peyton Watson.
Well, yeah, they kind of did make a decision right then, and they made what felt like the logical decision at the time.
They had to make a choice, and they did.
Yeah, we talked yesterday about the contract animosity, whether that happens in sports or not. In my experience, at least in football, is that it's actually pretty unusual to have like extreme contract. You might be jealousy for sure, but like animosity, that's hard to come by. And obviously we're talking about that with Christian and Peyton. Peyton didn't thank Christian and his goodbye message and all that. I was a little bit late getting to it, but watching Hard Knocks. Do you see the way that freaking team was celebrating Witherspoon? I mean, did you see that?
That was awesome.
I mean, that's what I'm used to. Like maybe basketball guys are different. I don't know, Scott. You'd have to tell me. But that's what I'm accustomed to when a guy gets paid.
And listen, I will just say this, and I am not a Rich Paul fan. Wasn't a Rich Paul fan before this situation. Don't like his closeness to LeBron James and how he's weaseled his way into the organization. Basically helped pick a GM for the Lakers and then got his guy there. It's just a lot of just scuzzy stuff for me, in my opinion. That's just my opinion on Rich Paul. I don't think there was animosity at all between Peyton and Christian that wasn't sowed from others, and I would look in the direction of Rich Paul right away.
Yeah, I think that. Yes, I think that's a pretty logical conclusion that Rich Paul more or less said,
poisoned the well.
Yeah, and it's not a personal thing, perhaps, between Peyton and Christian personally, but hey, man, they picked you, or they picked him, not you. And what do you think? Rich Paul wasn't saying that to him 1,000 times? What do you think? That wasn't whispered into his ear with the playoffs? Like, why are you being loyal to these guys? They picked him, not you, bro. Like, just be patient here. Peyton, I know you want to play. Meanwhile, you got Michael Porter Jr. on podcast saying, I was playing with a dislocated shoulder, and look at what I was doing, and hey, they should have kept KCP. It is hysterical listening to players with no frame of reference whatsoever about any of the financials of their club talk about what their club should be doing. I mean, that is comical. But all right.
No,
All right,
I will
MPJ.
say this: KCP would have been the perfect, even as you let him get older and kind of age out, which maybe this organization doesn't do this. But is the perfect guy, leadership wise, intelligent wise, effort wise, skill wise. He's a guy that the organization, and they probably did try, that you got to keep guys like that around, right? I mean, even in football, Tyler, and I know it's always a cutthroat business, but when guys are so important and have been so important to the club, and even if they age out, they kind of want to figure a way to keep them around. Hey, can you adjust your salary? Can you do this? You know, you're making 10. We've been hooking you up. We want you around, but will you take 5? Sometimes it goes well. Sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. It'd have been nice to. He's not wrong. KCP is the perfect guy to have kept around.
All right, but Scott, come on, man. You get the ring, you get the bling, right? I mean, that's what it is.
No,
That's the bottom line.
it's Bruce Brown. I mean, listen.
Same thing.
All they could offer him. Listen, let's be honest. The summer after 23, they were fighting cap stuff because all you could offer Bruce Brown was 8, and he got paid 17. How are you going to say
you
how are you
weren't
going to feel bad about Bruce Brown going out and making $11 million more somewhere else?
Well, speaking about somebody who makes $11 million somewhere else, Jeff Legwall is joining us. You know he gets the big bucks from ESPN, so we'll dip our toe in the Broncos pool. Don't forget, rock, paper, tickets, your next keyword coming up, powered by Bud Light, into the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Leggy coming up next.
It's just kind of, it's week to week, how you want to kind of sequence your first 12 to 15 plays and what do you want to do on the next drive and then the next group. So right now we're just kind of running our install plays, and if that kind of fits the defense we're playing, then we'll throw that in there. But I thought he delivered it with a lot of conviction downfield, and that was good.
Jeff Legwald of ESPN is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with the job, you end with the career. That is Davis Webb. Jeff joins us on the final day, Jeff, that you can watch the entire practice for the year. Huh? How does that strike you?
It's par for the course. He would have actually eliminated probably a couple weeks if it was up to him.
Yeah. What have you seen in the past couple of days compared to what we were watching out there? Same as usual? Anything different? What's getting your attention?
No, I mean, DMac, they're in a little bit of more of a regular season mode. You can see at some points they're installing for the regular season, and at some points they're just putting stuff together to be functional, in a preseason game this week. So, I think they've already started to point toward Kansas City and beyond. So, they do have a bit more of a windup this year than they've had other seasons. They played the last preseason game on a Friday, and the season is opening a couple days later than it has in the past. So, they do have a couple full weeks even after Friday's game to get going.
When I was playing, we would take this last week, and the starters would actually be on cards prepping for week one. But we also did not have 2 weeks, like you're just indicating right there. Do you think they're actually doing any card work prepping for Kansas City?
I've seen some card work. I can't say if it wasn't for the preseason game, just to get people in a functional space. But I do know they've done some regular season work, Tyler. And I know Mike always believed, and I think that's why his record in season openers was so ridiculously good. Was he made no bones about it? He was going to work on the regular season opener because why wouldn't you? But they've started. You can tell they've started to point the way, and what they're really trying to do is sort of figure out, okay, who's going to be here, and you don't want to embroil all 90 guys and stuff that may not be of use for a lot of them.
Hey, some interesting comments from Vance about it was interesting how offenses were going to attack their defenses. He explained play more wide, more sweep stuff, rollouts, different things like that. Explain kind of what he saw or what he was saying, and is that similar to what you saw?
Yeah, I mean, I asked him about it, Scotty, because I was looking at the two game tapes and charting them. It's pretty clear to me that teams have decided to sort of ditch whole chunks. At least in a preseason situation, we'll see. But their first two preseason games, teams were more than willing to not even sort of consider going downfield. All the route combos and things were built to sort of get 4 or 5 yards to get them in a more manageable situation. And Vance was saying the Broncos have to be more aware of this and be prepared. Don't just give up that slant on first down because the last 2 years they've made a lot of their pass pressure, action on second down because Vance's feeling has always been you get far more friendly protection schemes to go against on second down than you do on third when everybody preps all the time, those situations. And I think their numbers bear it out that I think they did have almost as many or the most of their sacks on second down last season. So he thinks everybody started to adjust and that they just have to consider that when they start making their defensive game plans and be prepared for just more things that are sort of designed to make it 2nd and 6 and 2nd and 5.
5 days since he threatened to play the starters into the third. Nobody really took him all that seriously then. Should we take him seriously on that now?
I think a few will play DMac. I've said all along I would believe Bo would play in the Friday's game when I saw it. So I think I think a lot of the high profile, or guys that have had any sort of injury, like you're not going to see Waddle Friday, and I don't think they probably won't say anything, but I don't think you're going to see Bo. I don't think you're going to see a lot of the front line.
Oh, you don't think we'll see him at all?
Wow.
I'm not convinced he's going to play just from watching practice.
Okay.
They've not said anything, and they may not say anything at all. And again, I always say they changed their mind. I mean, they weren't going to play Waddle last week until like the day before the game. Maybe they started thinking about getting him in there for a series, and that's what they ended up doing. So, I say all this stuff with the caveat is they can sit down at their big meeting tonight and change it all up. But it looks to me like they're practicing as if a lot of these guys aren't going to play, and that some of them will. They don't have enough guys to sit everybody out. But they also they have a group of players they really want to get a long look at because they have to make a decision before Sunday. So there is that consideration too. They've got several positions where they're having tough decisions about who are the last one or two guys they're keeping at those spots.
Well, Stinkum stunk last preseason game. And if you don't think Bo will play, what do you anticipate the rotation being?
Yeah, I don't have a good handle on that. They've practiced both ways. Ellinger has gotten some early work after Bo and some of the drills, and we haven't been out there yet today. So, but and then Stidham has taken the reps right after Bo in some drills. So they've practiced both ways, but I think I think they plan on keeping all three. So I'm not sure they're using play time to make a call there.
Yeah, Jeff, I actually wouldn't be surprised if Sam got the entire game, not because that means anything, but maybe the opposite of it, because they know that Jarrett Stidham's their backup quarterback, and they're in bubble wrap mode.
Yeah, and I still think there's a scenario where it is Ellinger is the number two, but I think you're right. I don't think they're making any determination on those guys because of gameplay on Friday. I think they get in those meetings and it gets harder and harder to keep the 52nd, 53rd guy. But I think right now they think they're keeping three quarterbacks.
Any sense about the NFL and an announcement on Jonathan Cooper?
Well, there is a scenario where he can just be placed on a commissioner's exempt list at cutdown. They can do that, but then he can't play in a game at that point. I think there is some sentiment that in his hearing is the 31st on Monday. Yeah. So I think if they feel like a suspension is coming in between the hearing and the regular season opener anyway, I think they would probably try to see if the commissioner would place him on the exempt list.
All right, just to be clear, though, the Broncos would ask Roger Goodell to put him on the list, or the team could put him.
The Broncos cannot put him on a commissioner's exempt list. That has to be done at the league level. I don't know the full procedure. I don't think you get to ask the commissioner to do that, but I think that they think it's an option for them, and that if they can have a discussion with the league about, what's the status of the investigation and all of those things. I mean, those conversations between teams in the league happen all the time.
All right, we'll let you go so you can really soak in and enjoy the entirety of watching a Broncos practice for the final time this year. It'll be a sight to behold, but you're there and you're dedicated and you'll do it because that's what you do.
And you have cargo shorts on.
Yeah, well, right. What are they going to do with your space? Are they going to cone that off, Jeff, so nobody is allowed to stand in the space that you've been standing in for more or less a month? Is that?
You mean right now? Oh, they've already moved us. Yeah.
Oh, is that right? Oh, I didn't know
They
that.
already moved me. Yeah.
Oh, where'd they stick everybody?
Well, you have to go stand under the canopy now because
Oh, really?
They've instituted the keep off the grass policy.
You have to go stand in the comfort and cool of the shade now, as opposed to where you were.
That's pretty funny. They go from not allowing you into the canopy to forcing you to stand under the canopy.
Yeah. So
Full circle.
I lean into the sun just to be that guy, but.
Yeah. All right, Jeff.
I'm always a little confused how me standing in the grass will prevent them from winning the Super Bowl, but apparently that's an issue.
All right. Well, congratulations. It's the little things that don't matter whatsoever.
Do your part, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
I know. I'm the king of minutia. You know this.
That's it. Jeff Legwall, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW Local 68. You start with the job, you end with the career.
It's time for another rock, paper, tickets keyword.
Stock. We saw your coworker Dan Orlovsky's list, and Bo's barely on there.
I don't put any stock into preseason rankings, units. It's just fodder to get talk shows worked up.
Stock.
Text it in now to 303-504-0925.
Adam Schefter will join us tomorrow around 1:40 or so, but there you go. Stock, 303-504-0925. We'll draw the qualifier 5 minutes before the top of this hour. Your chance to play the most epic rock, paper, scissors tournament happening on Tuesday, September 1st at Rooftop Social in Rhino. The winner of the tournament gets a trip to Kansas City with flights, hotel, and tickets to the first game of the season. That's Denver at Kansas City. Monday night, powered by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Broncos. Here's that sound from VJ.
They're trying to get 4 yards, Leggy. They don't want to be in 2nd and 7+ or 8+, because that's obviously a pass rush down. And I thought last year we did a great job of basically playing third down twice, and most of our sacks came on 2nd down. Third down is where they practice the protection plans, and kind of slide to nick or whatever, chip coop. But 2nd downs is where we made our hay, as far as the pass rush. So I think teams understand that. We've watched it over the summer and the spring. So just getting ready for how teams are going to play us, that's been my lesson for our guys, the first 2 weeks, man. This is our new life, right? DBs, 1st and 10, man, it's going to be a quick game, right? They catch a slant, now they're 2nd and 4, 2nd and 5. That favors the offense, doesn't favor us. They hand it off, they get 2 more, they're 3rd and 2. We can't rush the passer now. So I think we have to understand how teams see us and adjust how we play first down to continue to win first down. That's important for us.
You always think about the offense adjusting. You really never think about the defense adjusting. Or
how they're being attacked.
Or how they're being attacked. I thought that was a fascinating concept, that the Broncos maybe are a little too predictable defensively.
Well, I think it's easier defensively to make them play to you than the other way around. Offensively, it's a little bit more difficult. But defensively, you get to set the tone, man, because you get to set the tone with your blitzes early on, with your third down package, with your coverages. You get to make them adjust to you. And then right about that time that they're about to make an adjustment, you get to do something different. When they make that adjustment, okay, they're going to send that slide to the field side. Now we're going to hit the boundary, So I think it's always easier on defense. And if you're predictable on defense, that's probably on you.
Well, think about what VJ just said. And what they did is they got so many people. The 2nd downs, because it's always 2nd and long, was just like a 3rd down, and they're rushing. He said that's where a lot of their sacks go. Go back now to Peyton Manning, and a quote attributed to him, the way he likes to play offense is 1st down, 2nd down, 1st down. 1st down, 2nd down, 1st down. And if you're playing an offense like that, Tyler, that's going up and down the field, guess what? You ain't gaining 1 yard on 1st down.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're gaining 6, 7, 8, 9 yards on 1st down, and that 2nd down, they don't know if you're going to run or pass. And I thought that was neat, because you always think of defense as just meathead guys go get the quarterback, stuff the holes. Blah, blah, blah. And you got people scheming and say, listen, we got to pick up 5 yards on 1st down every time, and we can nullify the strength of this defense, which is the pass rush.
Yeah, I think that's a good take, Scott. I mean, if if you're on the defensive side, though, I think what you do is early on you look at what their tendencies are, and then you bait them into playing into what you want. So you look at their tendencies. You invite them to think that those tendencies are going to work early on. Is what I would do, and be like, hey, here it's working again. We know what you like to do on third down. We're going to give you this one almost, and then later on, all of a sudden now they're going to go to it again, and now is our chance to create real havoc.
That's interesting.
Real fast, Jim Boeheim, one time when Melo's rookie year came to the game, and he sat in with Chris and I down the sideline, and obviously when Jim was at Syracuse, and they were big for that zone, right? Remember?
Oh, yeah.
He always ran that zone defense.
Yep.
And he always said, and think about what all's been talked about, especially what Tyler just said. He said, we hoped teams hit threes on us early in the game. Because now we know we extend that lower part of the zone just a little bit, and now that easy three they were getting and relying on, and maybe now just assuming was theirs. And remember, they had like 6'11" dudes, 6'10" dudes that could jump playing those bottom wings, right? He said now all of a sudden we're contesting the shot, heavy contests, or even blocking the shot. But they said they wanted success for the other team early because we knew we just push out. They get comfortable running a certain thing, and they fell into Syracuse's zone trap, if you will. I think that's kind of what Tyler was just talking about.
I watched that. I've watched it for 40 years, and I cannot believe it still works to this day because they're just challenging you to do a very basic thing, hit an open jump shot. And it just in college basketball, it seems to be a hard thing to do. Teams crack it eventually, but I know what you're saying. Hey, if it works, it works. But it's interesting to hear VJ saying, "Hey, team's got us a little figured out. We gotta be aware of that, man. Like, we gotta change things up a little bit." But interesting take. We'll dig into it a little bit deeper. Why Lane Kiffin is a jerk?
You're just now coming to that
Says
conclusion?
everybody in NCAA.
Coming up next. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction, your sex life is one thing. It can put a strain on relationships, period. Impact your confidence and just leave you feeling frustrated, anxious. What am I doing here? Well, listen, that's why choosing experienced providers matter. That's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have licensed medical providers that will take the time to understand your unique medical situation. And while you're unique, that's true. Their treatments have success rates of well over 90%, means you can enjoy intimacy again. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic uses advanced medical science to empower male performance with therapies that go far beyond pills. So get back to the life that you deserve, that you're used to having with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Call today and find out why their advanced medical strategies offer so much more. 5 locations up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. The initial visit is $99, but if the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, I don't want.
Come on.
Lose my mind. Up in here. Up in here.
Lane Kiffin's not a fool.
He's
an innovator.
What? Can I guess we should explain. This actually wasn't Lane Kiffin's idea, all this. It was actually the University of Texas. They started it. There was a player,
right?
yeah, there was a player, Cole Hudson, Hutson, fifth-year offensive lineman. He participated in an NFL minicamp, wasn't signed to a contract. Following a lawsuit in Texas, was going to re-sign and stay with Texas. So, okay. And then a sweeping rule in Colorado, because there was a basketball player in Northern Colorado that wanted to come back to return for a fifth year of eligibility. So Kiffin was not the first person. Like, this was kind of bubbling, and Kiffin was just like, oh, okay. And, sort of, figured it out with former Ole Miss players. So never mind, the loyalty. Don't remember all that stuff with Ole Miss, and he's going to Ellis, the whole thing. So he kind of just whispered it in a couple of guys' ears, like, "Hey, man, there's no reason you can't come back here."
Well, he was actively recruiting NFL guys, calling head coaches, trying to get them to cut them. Look, this is exactly the way that I thought it was going to unfold. It's happened quicker than how I thought it would unfold, but this is what I thought was going to happen. Nobody was going to want this. This is messing everything up. It's messing the whole world up. You can't do this. You can't have guys going back. So now what's going to be fascinating, now that the Big 12 is the only one that has not made an announcement that they're not going to allow this. Every other major conference has said, nope, these NFL guys are not allowed back here. Big 12, we'll see what happens with them. I'm sure they're going to follow suit.
I'm sure they are.
Now what?
I want to know why not?
What?
Why not?
Why not what?
Why not let them come back if they've got a year left in eligibility?
Yeah, no, I'm actually I think college football is a professional league anyway. So, I think it's just the minor league system in a professional way for the NFL. I actually don't have a beef with it.
Once you're gone, you're gone.
But obviously the colleges, it's out of control for them. So the conferences are just banning it. Well, the Big Ten did first. The SEC yesterday afternoon followed suit. The Big 12 will capitulate. The ACC will follow. It'll all be done here in 24 hours.
So now what for the guy that got cut and was trying to go to LSU? Now what for him?
I don't know. There seems to be this just very strange little gap.
Well, I tell you what comes next, because he was a dum-dum and he went for it. But what comes next is now LSU. They're strong. They're powerful. They've got a lot of money.
Yeah.
They're about to go fight a legal battle. They're going to get some Louisiana judge that is going to be like, yep, this kid is eligible to play for LSU, and then it's going to go on. So I don't think it's over just because these conferences have done it. And then there's another angle. There's another angle that will the SEC actually punish Lane Kiffin for doing something that was not illegal 3 days ago?
I have no idea how they could.
Well, there's a lot of people saying they will.
What's the precedent?
I don't know.
Here's what I look. On the surface and how it looks initially, it don't look right. And again, kind of like we were talking about Payton Watson, sometimes you can get people, grown-ups, in kids' ear and say, hey, come out, you're going to be this, you make yourself eligible, and then you don't get drafted. You should be able to go back, which I think you still can. They just say if you sign and go to camp, you can't. And I'm like, well, wait a minute.